trying to get the people in. Last night there was a big party, and we've been making announcements at the party also that, you know, good that you're partying, but wake up in the morning. It's right. Yeah, so some of them.
How many of them are staying here?
We have about 80-85 people who are here.
These are ones who stay otherwise outside but have come here, or
No,
some of
they
them
are
are from that?
outside. Nobody from Calcutta is staying. But when we're making announcements, some of the people from Calcutta said, can they come any day? I said, yeah, absolutely, you can come. It's open to everybody.
Tracy, one sec. I'll just take care of the business part.
Yes, yes, please, please, of course.
परफेक्ट ये चलते रहेंगे और थोड़ा करना है ठीक है आपको मेरा चार्जिंग केबल चाहिए पावर इनफ है 10-15 मिनट के लिए मैं दे दूँ या ठीक चलेगा 8 बजे तक मैं दे दूँ कि where do I do this? Slideshow. स्लाइडशो में ही रिवर्स टाइम यूज टाइम I'll make it ये वाला after change 3 seconds पर है मैं 5 करूँ I'll give you the charging cable.
उनकी लागছে না
ये ऑटोमेटिकली ऑफ होगा या मुझे प्रेस
ये अभी ऑन म्यूट है
ऑन
अनम्यूट
ओके फिर
लॉन्ग प्रेस
नहीं रेड मंडे ऑन ओके ठीक
ऑन एनी टाइम है
ओके
म्यूट अनम्यूट है
हेलो
A very good morning to everyone. I first want to thank all of you for waking up and joining us for this. We'd like to wait for another 5 minutes to see some of your colleagues to join us, and then we'll begin. All right? Thank you. A very good morning to everyone present here. We'll be starting in another 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being here with us today. And we hope this sets the tone for how the entire day will go. And we are looking to, end INFOCOM on a very, very big high. Holistically, professionally, we've learned so much over the last 3 days. But we all believe that personal growth is also important because it keeps us going further and longer. So just 5 more minutes. Thank you so much for your patience. Good morning once again. We are now set to begin. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our speaker and the person for the session today, Purvi Hegre. She's from the Art of Living Foundation. And we look forward to having a very, very wonderful and memorable session. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. How are you all? Thank you for that very, very warm good morning. I have one request before we start. Since we're a smaller group, may I request all of you who are seated at the back to please come up in front? Would that be okay? I promise you I only look like this. I'm not scary. Okay? Yeah. Great. Yes, please. That would be wonderful. And I think what I will also do is come down so we're a bit closer since we're a small group. So that I'm visible, right? Even if I stand here and I walk up and down. Yes? Oh, great. Okay. But I would rather we talk like this. Firstly, thank you, everybody, in spite of the grand party that you all had last night, especially the people who were here even before 8 o'clock to be here in time for the session. Really appreciate it. I think that in itself speaks volumes about the importance all of you attach to the state of your minds. Yeah, that in spite of everything that you're still here. So I have about an hour, a little under an hour, and we're going to keep this interactive. Yeah, so I'm audible at the back. Clear? How is everyone doing this morning? Yeah? Okay. May I know your name, sir?
Dr. Chitranjan Kesari from Mumbai.
Okay, so Dr. Chitranji, please let me know, this has been my experience. Please tell me if you have had this experience as well, and everybody else, you can also share. Have you observed whenever we meet people and we greet them and we say, hello, how are you? And they respond to us, many times the facial expressions and the words don't match. Have you had this experience? Yeah? How are you all? Very good. How are you? ठीक अच्छे. But actually, from the expression, ऐसा दिखता नहीं है. Have you had this happen to you? Yeah. So I had some few faces like that here. So I'm going to give you one more chance. Okay. I'm going to ask you how you are, and you can be very genuine in your response. All right. You don't have to tell me you're good if you're feeling sleepy, but response has to be there. So are you all ready? Good morning, everybody. And how are you all this morning? So much nicer. Yeah. Imagine if you came into this room and Shreyasi's introduced me and I say, welcome everyone to this Art of Living session with a very serious face. You always say, what was the point of waking up so early and coming here for this, right? Yeah. So anyway, welcome everybody. Like I said, it's going to be very interactive. The flow of the time that we have together is we'll do a little bit of chit-chat. We'll do very simple, what we call desktop yoga. So this is something that you can do sitting wherever you are, not just here, but even at your workspace or anytime you feel that the mind has a lot of traffic and you want to slow it down, we'll teach you some very simple things that you can do. Yeah, so we don't need a huge yoga mat and lots of space to do it. Where you are is absolutely fine. Yeah, and we'll also do a little bit of breath work and a meditation. Does that sound good for everybody? Yes, yeah. So I hope most of you have had a light breakfast. If you've had, you're on an empty stomach? Perfect. Ideal conditions. Great. Okay. So I was asked to make sure that the theme of our session today was observing the mind in chaos. All right. So when I say the word chaos to you, what does that mean for you? Disturbed. Wonderful. What else? Confused. Stressful, running here and there, okay? Tension, anxious, not in the present moment, worrisome, worry, multitasking, okay? Not able to understand what to do. So all these words and phrases you have thrown up to me, making hasty decisions, have we experienced some or all of these at some point in our lives? Yes? Yeah? Which is why we've decided to come this morning and see if you can share some. Yeah? Wonderful. So, what's your name, sir? Suresh. Suresh ji, may I ask you a question? Yeah, and everyone else, I might be asking one of you, but I would request everyone else to also contemplate on that. Yeah? Would you agree, Suresh ji, that you, me, all of us here, we occupy two worlds. One outer world, which is made up of challenges, other people, situations, environments, expectations. And the second is an inner world, which is made up of my thoughts, my beliefs, my feelings, my emotions. Would you agree? Would everyone agree? We all occupy these two worlds. Would you also agree that these two worlds influence each other? Yes? So things outside go according to plan. People do what they told us they would do. People deliver on time. Things turn out the way we expected. Everything in that outside environment is very conducive. How do you think our inner world is going to be? Very happy, very peaceful, dynamic, performing at its best, right? But does the outer world always behave in this very ideal situation? More often than not, I see heads. We wish, right? Yeah. More often than not, people don't behave the way we would like them to. Expectations are sometimes not met. Goals sometimes are not met. The outside environment doesn't always match the ideal situation, right? So when that happens, what happens to this inner environment inside? It goes off balance a little bit stressed, little bit disturbed, and then any action we take from this space doesn't have the best results on that outer environment again. And do you see how it's like either a vicious circle spiraling downwards, or it's a vicious circle spiraling upwards. Have you observed that? Have you observed that? Right. So do you think in this day and age, whether we're talking about artificial intelligence, whether we're talking about IT, whatever, in any day and age, is managing this mind a very, very important skill to have? Would you agree? Yes, no? Yeah? Now you tell me something. What is easier, me to manage my outer environment, other people, other situations, or me to manage my own mind? Which do you think is a little easier? Yeah? I still have a few people thinking, have you ever taken a walk in my mind? Yeah, even that's not so easy.
Thinking about managing the outside,
Yes.
which is what we have practiced.
Yes.
I don't think we have practiced consciously to manage inner self.
Yes.
So that could be the challenge.
Wonderful observation. Would you agree? How many of you resonate with this as well? I know in the conversation that I've had with a few of you, many of you here have already begun on this journey, yeah, of working with this mind, seeing, because we're already seeing this, isn't it? So much time, effort, energy, money in our lives we put into managing external environments. And that external environment sometimes, and the way we handle it, is such a big product of this internal environment, right? And I think that is that attention that we can put on. So today, I'm going to share with you our 4 top tips or our 4 top hacks on how we can manage and lead this mind and stop it from erupting in chaos. Yeah, even if it is in chaos, how do we bring it back to that state of balance, right? So would you like to know our top 5? Yeah. Okay, imagine somebody asks you, I'm going to share with you the top 4 hacks. I'm going to share with you a secret. Would you like to know? And like some 3.5 people say, yes. And the rest just nod politely. And the rest are thinking, anyway, she's going to tell us, so why bother answering, right? But you have to make me feel like sharing with you. So would you like to know our top hacks to manage? See, now you make me feel like telling you, okay? All right. So it's as your experience would have shown you. This mind is a little bit of a funny thing. How many of you here are already married? Okay? I see big smiles on the faces, okay? So that's a great achievement, huh? All right. How many of you already have children? Okay, how many of you have teenagers? All right. So whether you have little children or you have teenagers, have you observed when you tell them to do something, what are the chances that they are not going to do it? Very high, right? But if you tell them don't do something, what are the chances that they're going to do it or at least attempt to? Also very high, isn't it? Our mind is kind of like that. Will you all do one short process with me? Everybody? Yeah? See, you have to talk to me. I'm slightly deaf, okay? And I have to know that you're awake at 8 in the morning without breakfast. So will you all do a short process with me? All right. For this, I need you to close your eyes, but I need you to keep talking to me. Okay? So let's all close our eyes. Be comfortable. You want to keep your shoes on, you can keep it. You want to take it off, take it off. Just be comfortable. Okay? All right. So are you ready? Okay, all those who haven't closed their eyes, please close your eyes. I promise you nothing will change in the next few seconds. Okay? All right. Now, come what may, do not think. Okay? You can think of anything, but don't think of a blue monkey. Don't think. And now don't think that that blue monkey is eating a yellow banana. Don't think. Okay, you can quickly open your eyes. Now be honest with me. How many of you saw blue monkeys? Yeah. And the ones who didn't were, I will not think of the blue monkey, let me think of a green donkey instead. Yeah? This is not you, this is not me, this is everybody's minds. Yeah? It is very, very difficult, not impossible, but it is very difficult to handle the mind from the level of the mind itself. Because the mind is like that monkey or it's like that little child. It always wants to do what you don't want it to do or not to do what you'd like it to do. That's just the way it is, right? So the easiest way, the most effective way to handle this mind is through, can any guesses? is through something that we do every single moment of our life. Yeah? It's literally under our nose and the breath. Yeah? This is your hack number 1. When we cannot directly control the mind through the mind, use the breath. Why? Because the breath is the most easy, most effective tool to manage the mind. How, why, all of that, when you actually come on to one of our Art of Living full-blown programs, we'll get into the science of it, because I'm very short on time. For now, you just take my word for it, yeah? And more than my word, would you like to experience it? Yeah? Okay, so is everyone sitting comfortably right now? You want to take your shoes off, you can do that. Sit comfortably with your eyes closed. You can have your palms on your lap, facing upwards. It's always nice to have the palms facing upwards because research has shown that there is less effort required to breathe when the palms face upwards, and breath comes effortlessly deep from the navel region. All right, so palms on your lap, facing upwards, eyes closed. Keep your spine erect and your neck and shoulders relaxed. And just take a few short seconds to observe what the state of your mind is right now. And now gently bring your mind to an awareness of your breath. Gently bring your attention to your nostrils. As you breathe in, feel the warmth of the breath at the nostrils. And as you breathe out, feel the slight coolness. So breathing in, feel the slight coolness of the air at the nostrils. And as you breathe out, feel the slight warmth. Your mind might want to wander here and there, and it's okay. Very gently, bring it back to your nostrils, feeling the coolness of the breath at the nostrils as you breathe in, and the slight warmth of the air at the nostrils as you exhale. Now slowly allow your awareness to expand a little bit. Now become aware of your nose and your chest as you inhale and exhale. So breathing in, feel the coolness of the breath at the nostrils and the expansion of the chest. And as you breathe out, allow the chest to fall back and feel the slight warmth of the air at the nostrils. Wherever your mind might want to wander, it's okay. Gently bring it back to an awareness of the breath. Feeling the coolness of the breath at the nostrils as you inhale, the rising of your chest. And as you breathe out, feel the chest fall back and relax, and the slight warmth of the air at the nostrils. Let us allow our awareness to expand even more. As we inhale and exhale, let us become aware of the nose, the chest, and the stomach region. So breathing in, feel the coolness of the breath at the nostrils, the expansion of the chest, and allow your stomach to bloat outwards. And as you breathe out, allow the stomach to move back in. Allow your chest to relax and feel the slight warmth of the air at the nostrils. Wherever your mind might want to wander, it's okay. Gently bring it back to an awareness of the breath. Effortlessly take your attention only to your stomach region. So as you breathe in, allow your stomach to bloat out fully. And as you breathe out, allow your tummy to move back in. Once again, take a deep breath in, push the tummy outwards and a little to the sides. And as you breathe out, allow the tummy to relax and move back in again. Let us take a deep breath in. Allow your stomach to expand outwards. Extend your breath. Let your chest and shoulders also rise. And as you breathe out, let the chest and shoulders relax. Let your tummy move back in. Once again, take a deep, long, full breath in. Allow your stomach to expand and bloat outwards. Extend the breath. Let your chest and shoulders also rise. Extend the breath. You might want to raise your collarbone as well. Hold it in just for a second. And as you breathe out completely through the nostrils, let your chest and shoulders relax. Let your tummy move back in. One last time, take a deep, long breath in. Allow the stomach to bloat outwards. Extend the breath. Allow your chest and shoulders to rise. Collarbone can also rise. Fill up even the sides of your chest. Hold the breath in just for a second. And then effortlessly release the breath through the nostrils, relaxing the chest, relaxing the shoulders, allowing the navel to move back in towards the spine. Gently take your attention back to your nostrils, feeling the coolness of the breath at the nostrils as you inhale and the warmth as you exhale. Another gentle breath in. Feel the coolness on inhalation. Feel the slight warmth on exhalation. Slowly and gradually, you can bring some movement into your fingers and toes. Become aware of your body. Inhale, exhale. Gently become aware of the environment and all the sounds around you. And slowly and gradually, in your own time, let us open our eyes. And once again, just take a couple of seconds to check in with your mind and see how it feels now versus a few minutes ago when we began. Does the mind seem a little quieter? Does it have a little less traffic? Does it feel a little rested? Observe. Yes? Yeah? Feels calmer? Feels more relaxed? You feel good? Yeah? So this is your first hack. All right? This technique, this breathing tool I have shared with you is what we call the complete yogic breath. Yeah? If you observe, many times when we breathe very shallow. We use only this part. Yeah? We forget that the lungs are the second largest organ in the body. They extend all the way from here up till here. When we breathe through the yogic breath, you are involving the entire lung, all parts of it, which is what makes it so powerful. Yeah? So not only you have observed the impact that it has on the mind, but also this particular breathing technique is fantastic for you to improve your lung health. Yeah, it's what helps you build stronger lungs. So when you're practicing this at home, all you're going to do is take a few deep breaths, attention on the nose, the chest, the tummy, and then tummy, chest, the nose. Yeah, I think we barely did this for 6 or 7 minutes, and you see the impact on your mind. Yeah, so anytime you have an important meeting to go through and you want a little bit more clarity, anytime you've maybe had an argument and you just want to settle that chaos or that disturbance in the mind, anytime there's a lot of traffic, you want to settle it down, this is a wonderful, very, very effective technique that you can try out. Yeah? So this is your hack 1 to managing the chaos in your mind, right? The second, very, very, very powerful tool to do this is wisdom. Yeah? How do you manage chaos in the mind? Through knowledge, through wisdom. Yeah? Why? What does wisdom do? What does knowledge do? It gives us a broader context to life. Have you observed this? Yeah? Have you seen sometimes you and me, we get caught up in the very small little petty issues, right? Somebody said something to us, somebody didn't do this, somebody took credit for what I did, somebody's not giving me opportunities. We get stuck in these things and we think they are very, very big issues in our life, and they certainly feel like that. And then suddenly an episode happens, or we witness something, or we read something that completely changes our context of things. It changes our perspective. Have you had this happen to you? And then you look back at that, and what do you find yourself telling yourself? Why am I spoiling my mind or wasting precious time on these things when I might look how things could have actually been? Yeah? The world is, this universe, this life is actually so much bigger than this. Have you ever found yourself in such situations? Yeah? So changing that context of life, making that context bigger, is another tool that can help settle your mind. Yeah? And in our country, I don't think we lack the number of wonderful spiritual books of wisdom that can help us do this. Yeah? Like, for example, I can share with you in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, written by Patanjali, who's the father of yoga. Now, he was a very, very, very evolved human being. And he shared that, in this world, we have so many different types of people. So you cannot deal with everyone in the same way. So he gave us one tip. He said, you can slot the people in this world into 4 different categories. Okay? He said, 1 are people who are very happy people. Then you have people who are unhappy. No matter what happens, they're always cribbing in their lives, okay? You have unhappy people. Then you have people who are doing very good work. And then you have people who are always involved in some nefarious activity or the other, involved in not such good work, right? So how are you going to deal with all these people to save your mind? So he says the first way, how are you going to deal with happy people? For people who are happy, develop the behavior or the attitude of being friendly with them. Yeah? Because when we are friendly with happy people, have you noticed whoever you spend time with, that energy catches? Yes? So when we are friendly with people who are happy, we also start catching on to those vibes. Yeah? And then we don't feel jealous of them or envious of them. Your right hand can never be jealous of your left hand, right? Yeah, it's part of the same thing. So cultivate that attitude of feeling of friendliness for people who are happy. What about people who are unhappy then? What should I do with them? It says, don't cultivate the attitude of friendliness with people who are unhappy. Because then what happens? 2 unhappy people get together and then they drag each other down. For people who are unhappy, cultivate the attitude of compassion, not pity. Yeah? Don't say, oh, you poor thing. Yes, you are right. Life is not fair. You're absolutely right. Where is this God? Why do bad things only happen to good people? No. Yeah? What do we do then? Instead of uplifting this person, we end up dragging them down and making them feel, yeah, whatever's happening to me, yeah, it's not fair. Right? Says, don't cultivate that feeling of being friendly with unhappy people. Cultivate compassion with them so you can uplift them and help them come out of where they are. Yeah? Third, how do you deal with people who are doing good things? Cultivate the attitude of feeling happy for people who are involved in meritorious things. Yeah? Sometimes what's happened to me, maybe you've had this experience, sometimes somebody does something and everyone's praising them, and then that little green-headed monster raises its head, right, and says, oh, Actually, this guy is not so great. He just got lucky, right? And then you feel a little bit jealous, you feel a little bit envious. But when we create that attitude of feeling happy for people who are doing good things, we save this mind from all that jealousy and envy and negativity. We're able to uplift ourselves out of that space. And the last category, people who are doing not so great work. What do we do about that? He says, for people like that, cultivate the attitude of educate and ignore, indifference. But usually if you see people are not doing such good work or some negative things get posted, everybody's attention goes there and we give it so much importance, right? No. Educate, ignore, indifference, yeah? That's the best way to tackle that. So like these, this is just an example I gave you. You have the Bhagavad Gita, you have so many Upanishads, Puranas, you pick anything and maybe read just a page a day or a paragraph a day and say, okay, for today or maybe this week, this is one aspect I'm going to see whether I can incorporate in my life or just be a little bit aware about that. Yeah? This is the second hack, wisdom, yeah? To raise this mind out of chaos, right? The third one. The third hack, and this one is really the most powerful of all, and this is what we call meditation. Yeah? How many of you are already practicing some sort of meditation? Wonderful. How many of you have attempted, have tried it? Excellent. Yeah? How many of you practice regularly? Some sort of meditation. Even once a year is regular, okay? You can raise your hand, yeah? Okay, great. So what is meditation? Since so many of you have experimented, have tried it out, what is meditation for you? Okay. Were you able to hear him? Hold on, one more time. You can just share that.
Good morning, everyone. So what I'm saying that the meditation is not the practice which can be do. It's a journey. Every moment you need to be in a present. That's the meditation.
That is one perspective. Anybody else with different ideas of meditation? Yes, I'm coming. Go ahead.
So meditation is a concentration of mind, and by which we are thinking, we are just concentrating on mind to one point and trying to connect that one small point with the bigger world. So this is meditation.
Okay. A second perspective on meditation. Somebody else here would like to hear and then there. Yeah, go ahead.
To making ourselves every day to refresh ourselves, to start with to refresh whatever the 24 hours we are going to spend, the next day we can refresh ourselves and make our 24 hours very happy. This is the way.
So we've had refreshment, we've had concentration, we've had it's a journey, we have one more.
It's observing ourselves, like.
Yes. Can you say loudly from there so we can hear you? Anything I do when I give it 100%, like my work, that too is meditation. Somebody else? Stillness of mind. I had a few, somebody else here was saying something? Yes.
Yes, to rise above one petty self and to take a journey, a sojourn towards the infinite.
So, yes, one last perspective, okay? Okay, second last perspective. All right, go ahead.
Forget everything and bring the mind to Shunya, zero.
Okay, forget everything, just bring the mind to, okay? Someone here wanted to share? Go ahead. Yes.
If you don't change yourself, after meditation, if you don't change yourself, again it will repeat. No? So I think we should change ourselves so that we can able to.
So interesting, huh? So many different perspectives of what meditation is, and it's all different aspects of it, yeah? And that's wonderful, because I'm sure my colleagues here, like Rohit, will definitely agree. Whenever we ask this question and say, okay, what's meditation? There's usually one resounding answer in the room, and that is, meditation is focus. Meditation is concentration. Yeah, you have a candle and you focus on that thing, or you have this and you focus, when nothing could be actually further from the truth. Yeah? Meditation is actually the art of doing absolutely nothing. Yeah? It is the ultimate relaxation, even deeper than the deepest rest. Why? Because when we sleep, sure, the body relaxes, but it's not necessary that the mind relaxes. Yeah? How many of you have had this experience that you have slept the recommended 8 hours, but so many thoughts, so many dreams, when you woke up the next morning, did you feel very fresh and ready to go? Not, no, isn't it? Because all that activity in the mind, right? You needed to settle down. Meditation is that which allows not just the body, but even the mind to relax, which makes it very, very powerful. In fact, research has shown us that 20 minutes of meditation, just 20 minutes, gives us the same amount of rest as 4 hours of sleep. Yeah? That's how powerful it can be. And you know the saying, right? The deeper one rests, the more dynamic the activity. Yeah? And our whole lives, would you say, is a mixture of dynamism and rest? What in Sanskrit they call pravrutti and nivritti. Right? You rest and there's activity. Then you rest and then there's activity. Yeah? And it's like if you watch an archer, the further back they can pull the string of that bow, the further that arrow can travel without bursting that string, without breaking that string, isn't it? And that is how powerful meditation can be. So would you like to experience a short meditation? Yes? Okay. So before I do that, I'm also going to share with you our 4th hack, because we're going to do a little bit of that 4th hack as well. Yeah? The 4th hack is any sort of yoga asanas, right? Any sort of the physical aspect of yoga. Now, don't get worried and look around you and say, hey, where's the mat, where's the place, how are we going to do anything? No. What I'm going to share with you, as I said in the beginning, is very, very, very simple stretches that you can do anytime that can help bring down the chaos in the mind. Yeah? Yoga simply means, what does yoga mean? Very complicated asanas and stretches. Any guesses?
Union with ultimate thing with yourself.
Wonderful. Yoga literally means union, jod. Yeah, union of what?
Union.
Many definitions of what that you. Yes, go ahead.
Union of Atma with Paramatma.
Yeah. So that is one, the small mind with the big mind, the little individual with the divine. Also, union of all the levels at which I exist. It could be the intellect, it could be the memory, it could be the body. Yeah, all of these things, when we are able to bring it together, that is what we call yoga. And in fact, this is what a lot of our Art of Living programs focus on. Yeah? It's all of us here as human beings. I think all of you are here are going to have the privilege of interacting with Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar ji later this evening. And he actually, on our programs, has shared a very, very beautiful model that he calls the 7 levels of existence, where he talks about how every human being, irrespective of what role we play, we function at 7 different levels. And if we are not happy, or if we feel we are not being successful, or if we feel that we're not being effective, it simply means that there is a stumbling block in one of these 7 levels, or that they are not functioning in harmony. Yeah? And when we actually are on that, as one of our colleagues here said, not practice yoga, but when we're on that journey of yoga every moment of our lives, then we start bringing more and more harmony within, which reflects in the outside world. So which is why we always say we are also about IT, just that we are about inner transformation. Yeah? That's the technology that we are into. So should we do a little bit of physical exercises? Yeah? Whenever you precede a meditation with a little bit of physical movement and a little bit of breath work, it makes your meditation even deeper. Right? So that's why this is your 4th aspect of managing the chaos in the mind. So are you all comfortable where you are? Yeah, do you have place to stand? Yes. Can I do this and then I will catch up as a recap in the end so you don't miss those out as well. Okay, I will do that, don't worry. Okay, so all of you, I'm standing up here so that you can see me. If there's place near where you are, just stand up, just behind your chair. Okay, those who are not comfortable and want to continue sitting, you can do this sitting down also, okay? So this is what I call the quick, fast warm-up technique. So are you ready? Yeah? So you just start by shaking your hands. Shake, 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 shake. Can you hear me at the back even without? Okay. So shake, 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 shake. And shake it out. And shake it to the side. Make sure you don't whack somebody next to you. And shake it up, 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 up. And then go shake, 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 shake. Go shake, 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 shake. See, you can do this sitting down also. Shake, 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 shake. If you're sitting down, shake the leg out. If you're standing up, shake it out like that. Shake, 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 shake. And left side, shake, 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 shake. Don't worry, we all look as silly as each other. Okay. And shake, shake, shake again. Shake, 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 shake. And shake, 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 shake. Done. Quick warm up. Now you can sit. So you can do this anytime. You know, in fact, Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar often says, have you observed animals, like a dog or a cat that's been sitting for a long time? Yeah? When they get up, what do? They stretch and then they shake themselves up, right? So it's like shaking off all the lethargy. Okay? So what I'd like you to do is take your palm to the top back part of your head, top. Press down from the base of your palm and gentle rotations. Yeah? Keep increasing the pressure. If you wish, you can have your eyes closed and observe the region that you're working on. More than the hand move, feel the scalp move against your skull. Can you feel that? Yes? Good. Because if the head is stuck, life is stuck. So make sure head is not stuck. Okay, now take both your palms. Take both your palms, spread out the fingers. Base of the palm, spread the fingers out. Press down from the base of the palm, press down from your fingers. And again, gentle massages both lobes of your brain. Long deep breath, smile on your face. Relax, take your palms, bring them to your temples. Again, gentle rotations, gentle pressure. And then gently slide your hands down over the ears, gently massage the ears. Now I'm doing this with one hand because I'm holding a mic, but you do it with both your hands and both ears. Take your thumb and your fingertip, hold the top part of your ears, both hands. Okay? Pull up, relax. Pull up, relax. Pull up, relax. Hold the outer side, pull out, relax. Pull out. Don't forget to smile. Look at all the pictures they're taking of you. Yeah, you should look good. Relax. Now hold the bottom. Pull down. This we've all had practice doing, no? Yeah, and if you Google this, do you know what they call this now? Super brain yoga. Because they found nerve endings from here which are connected to memory and the intellect. So maybe all our teachers and parents back in the day knew what they were doing. Huh? Okay. Now hold the middle, and as if you're riding a cycle, you're going to just rotate. That's it. Wonderful. And the opposite side as well. Super. And let go. Now take your thumbs and from under your ear, your jawline, apply pressure all the way here. Let's stimulate the glands in this region, out through the chin. All along the jawline, out through the chin. Last time. Massage your chin. This is an acupressure point for your tummy region. So if you have tummy issues, it's a good thing to do. Nicely massage. Okay. And relax. Now, take your palms and you're going to massage from the left side of your neck to the right, working from the base right up to your chin in alternative strokes, like this. Like a free facial, okay, or a shave. All the way. You can use your thumb also. Stimulate the glands. Wonderful. Come back to the top of your head, make snake hands. To the center, out through the sides. From the center, out through the sides. Center, out through the sides. And relax. Forefinger, massage the underside of your eye. Inner corner to outer corner. Inner corner, outer. Inner corner, outer. Same for the upper part. Take your thumb. You're going to do scooping actions. So from inner corner, press along the socket to the outside, inner corner to the outside, inner corner. One thumb and forefinger. Massage the bridge of your nose. And relax. Have you observed many times, consciously or unconsciously, we do this, right? So we're going to iron out the creases. So take a thumb and your forefinger, pinch your eyebrows from the center out to the sides as if you're straightening these out. Inner corner to outer corner. Inner corner and relax. Now I'd like you to open up your jaw, separate it, okay? If you put your hand here, not here, closer to the ear, this portion here, and you press down in the gap between the jaws, you'll find a little pain, yeah? This is where we tend to store stress, one of the places. So we're going to massage this. So you make snake hands, keep the jaws separated and massage. Not here, here. And push up. Okay, again, work that knot. And out. Last time. Work it. And out. Now for the mouth. Never gets a break, right? Okay, so what you're going to do is, have you seen little children when they're vibrating their lips? Like you're driving a very old Enfield, okay? So like this, yeah. Wonderful. Lovely. And the last one. Smile. Show the camera all your 32 teeth. Smile, smile, smile. And now kiss. This will please be careful when you're doing the office, okay? I don't want to get you into trouble. Okay, smile, stretch, 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 and kiss. Last time. Smile, stretch it out completely, and kiss. That's it. And keep your eyes closed just for a few seconds. And just observe the face as you allow the gentle movements that you just made to start taking their effect. Feel the sensations in various parts of your face. Gently open your eyes. Breathe in. And as you breathe out, turn and look behind your right shoulder, feeling the stretch in the left side of the neck. As you inhale, come back to the center. As you breathe out, turn and look behind your left side. Wherever the mind is, keep bringing it back to an awareness of the body and the breath. As you inhale, come back to the center. Exhale and relax. Let's change the angle of movement for your neck. So this time, breathe in the center. But as we breathe out, drop your right ear over your right shoulder without raising the right shoulder. Feel the stretch in the side, left side. Inhale, straighten out the neck. Exhale, drop the left ear over the left shoulder. Stay there without raising the left shoulder, feeling the stretch in the right side of the neck. Bring the mind to an attention of the breath in the body, not on what's being served for breakfast. And as you breathe in, straighten out your head. Exhale. Third movement for your neck. Breathe in, drop your head back. Stay there as you breathe normally, feeling the stretch in the throat region. And as you breathe out with your spine erect, gently drop your head forward, chin as close to the collarbone as possible, feeling the stretch in the back of your neck. Breathing in, slowly bring your head back up to starting position and exhale. The fourth and last movement for the neck is a rotation that is combined with breath, as slow as possible with complete awareness. Breathe in the center. As you breathe out, let's drop our head forward, chin close to the collarbone. And slowly, as you breathe in, start rotating your head backwards from the right. When you've completed half a circle, start to exhale as you allow your head to rotate forward from the left. When you've completed one rotation, let's do another one in the opposite direction. So this time, breathe in as you allow your head to rotate backwards from the left. And with a smile, as you breathe out, allow your head to rotate forward from the right side. When you've completed the rotation, inhale and bring your head back up to starting position. Exhale and relax. These were the 4 best exercises for your neck. Now, as you breathe in, raise your shoulders as close to your ears as possible. Hold the breath, hold the position, and then release through the mouth with a wonderful. One more time. Inhale through the nose, raise your shoulders, squeeze it up close to your ears, hold the breath, and then release through the mouth, drop the shoulders with a wonderful. Wherever you're sitting, keep the spine erect. Take your palm, you can place it on the back of the seat where you're sitting on. Take your right palm, place it at the back of the seat that you're sitting on. Sit straight with the spine erect. Take your left palm, put it on your right knee, and now twist towards your right. Open up your spine. If you wish, you can push the tummy and the chest out a little bit for a deeper stretch. Keep breathing. Relax. Come back to the center. Place your left palm in line with your spine on the chair that you're sitting on. Right palm, on your left knee. Twist towards the left. Wake up the spine in this direction as well. And as you relax, come back to the center. Take your hands in Namaste position. Breathe in. As you breathe out, drop your right elbow towards your right thigh. So you squeeze this side and you move the spine in this direction as well. Inhale, come back to the center. Exhale, squeeze the love handles on your left side. Stay there. You can feel it. One side will stretch, one side will contract. Yeah? And then come back to the center and raise your hands up above you, interlace and stretch up. Lengthen your spine. Now take your attention from the base of the spine up in between your shoulder blades, and imagine there is somebody pulling you up a little bit. Gently push the palms a little bit behind so you get a better stretch in your shoulder region. Come back to the center, stretch up a little bit and relax. Close your eyes just for a second. Observe the body. Observe your breath. Observe your mind. Observe if the body has woken up just a little bit, if it feels a little bit more rejuvenated. Observe your breath, if it's a little slower and calmer. And observe the mind, if it's settled down even more. Yes? Do you feel a difference? Yeah? So this is your next thing, right? So we've done the breath. That was our first hack. We talked about wisdom. That was our second hack. Some sort of yoga practice, some sort of asana practice, which is a combination of not just physical exercise, but combined with the breath and the mind. That's what makes it powerful. That's the union. That's the jod. Yeah? That's your third. And the last one that we're going to end our session with, sit comfortably and easily with your spine erect. Let's do a short meditation. Palms on your lap, facing upwards. Eyes closed. Keep the spine erect, your neck and shoulders relaxed. Palms on your lap, facing upwards. Gentle smile on your face. Relax your jaws. Relax the forehead. Relax your tongue. Relax the eyebrows and your shoulders. Take a deep breath in and exhale completely. Once again, breathe in, and as you breathe out, become aware of all the sounds around you. From the loudest to the softest, become aware of your environment and all the sounds around us. It could be the sound of a few whispers or people talking to each other, the sound of movement, maybe somebody walking around, the sound of a camera clicking, the sound of a cough or a sneeze, the sound of a door opening or closing, the sound of the air conditioning, sound of people breathing, the sound of your own breath. Become aware of all the sounds around you and just be with them. Accept them all. It doesn't matter if sometimes this room is not very quiet. It's okay. Life also has noise. Observe every sound, loudest to softest. Breathe in, let go, and slowly take your attention to your body. The body is a precious gift that has been given to us with a lot of love by nature, by divinity. So love your body dearly. It is the vehicle through which we live this life. Effortlessly take your attention to both your feet, all the toes on both the feet. Become aware of both your ankles, both the knees, both the thighs, and the entire hip region. Breathe in, and as you breathe out, become aware of both your legs, the entire leg region in entirety. Inhale and relax them both completely. Take your attention to the genital area, the abdomen, the navel, the whole stomach area. Breathe in and let go. Become aware of the whole chest region. Inhale and relax as you breathe out. Become aware of both your hands, both the wrists, both your elbows, both shoulders. Breathe in, and as you breathe out, become aware of both your arms in totality. Take your attention to the neck, the throat, the face, every part of your face. Become aware of both the ears, both your cheeks and the jaws, the chin, your mouth, the nose, both the eyes, the eyebrows, a point in between the eyebrows, the forehead, the whole head. Breathe in, and as you breathe out, become aware of a point right at the top, center point of your head. Inhale, exhale. Become aware of your whole body, all the way from the tips of your toes to the top of your head. The whole body, the whole body, the whole body. Breathe in, let go. Gently take your attention to your thoughts. Good thoughts, bad thoughts, many thoughts. some thoughts, no thoughts, doesn't matter. Simply become aware of your thoughts. Do not resist any thought. Let them all come. But observe every thought just as it rises in your mind. Observe the mind. Watch the mind. Breathe in, let go, gently let us become aware of our feelings. Pleasant or unpleasant, doesn't matter. Simply observe your feelings. You are peace. You are joy. And you are love. You are love. You are joy. And you are peace. Breathe in, and as you breathe out, once again, gently become aware of your feelings. Breathe in, let go, gently become aware of your thoughts. Inhale, exhale, and slowly bring some movement into your fingers and your toes. As you become aware of your body, breathe in and out. Slowly become aware of the environment and all the sounds around us. And slowly and gradually, whenever you feel comfortable and complete, taking your own time, let us open our eyes. And once again, take a few moments to check in with yourself. See how you're feeling now. Do you feel energized, rested, rejuvenated? Do you feel good? Yes, yeah. Feel good, wonderful, yeah. Grateful, yeah. Right. You know, so a lot of people talk about mindful, right? But actually the whole process of meditation, this whole process of increasing that awareness is really nothing but making mind empty. No? Yeah, that really is it. So do you think this little glimpse that you have got of all the 4 tools, all the 4 hacks to reduce the chaos and handle this mind better, you've had an experiential feeling of how it is? You think they work? Yeah? Right. So we have a short video, if I can request Kamlesh to play it. It's just a couple of minutes. If you feel you have liked what you've done here, this was just a taste, and you'd like to take this journey forward, just a short video, just a little over a minute, which you can have a look at. matter where you find yourselves, in over 150 countries all over the world, whether it's near the North Pole in a place called Tromso, which I've had the privilege of visiting, or right down the South Pole at Tierra del Fuego, or any of the continents, you will find the Art of Living to help you continue any journey that you wish to transform that inner world that can impact your outer world. Yeah? So if you're looking to truly unleash your potential, you and your team, your organizations, yeah, to be the best versions of yourself, then we are very, very happy to partner with you on that journey. Yeah? I think that's all we have time for. Did you think this morning was well worth getting up early for and showing up to? Yes? Give ourselves a big hand. Thank you. So I have my colleagues here, if they can just stand up, Rohit and the rest of our team. So if you require any assistance, you want to take any details from us, you'd like to exchange your cards, you want to take this forward, you'd like to spend more time on that inner you, please do come and meet us. Yeah? And I'm sure I'm going to see you and the rest of your friends here this evening at Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankarji's session later on. Yeah? Thank you very much. Have a wonderful conference.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I request you to just be on stage for a second? May I request Mr. Kalikrishna Mahapatra to come and felicitate Ms. Puri? That was a wonderful session. Thank you so much. We're all relaxed and we're all waiting for Gurudev's session in the evening. Thank you so much, everyone. We begin with Shiv Khera's session at 10. Please feel free to have your breakfast, change and come back. We'll see you shortly in an hour. Thank you.
Okay?
Mr. Shiv Khera is the founder of Qualified Learning Systems Incorporated, USA. An author, educator, and business consultant, he is a much sought-after speaker. He inspires and informs people, helping them to realize their true potential. He has taken his dynamic personal messages to opposite sides of the globe, from the US to Singapore. His 30 years of understanding and experience has helped people on the path of personal growth and fulfillment. He has been recognized by the Roundtable Foundation, honored by Lions International and Rotary International. Mr. Shiv Khera's client list includes, among others, Lufthansa, Motorola, Nestle, Philips, Gillette, Hewlett-Packard, Carrier, IBM, Ericsson, General Motors, Johnson & Johnson, HSBC, and many more. He has appeared on numerous radio and television shows, Mr. Shiv Khera is also the author of the international best. Languages. His other books are on their way to creating new records. Mr. Shiv Khera is the founder of Qualified Learning Systems Incorporated USA. An author, educator, and business consultant, he is a much sought-after speaker. He inspires and informs people, helping them to realize their true potential. He has taken his dynamic personal messages to opposite sides of the globe, from the US to Singapore. His 30 years of understanding and experience has helped people on the path of personal growth and fulfillment. He has been recognized by the Roundtable Foundation, honored by Lions International and Rotary International. Mr. Shiv Khera's client list includes, among others, Lufthansa, Motorola, Nestle, Philips, Gillette, Hewlett-Packard, Carrier, IBM, Ericsson, General Motors, Johnson & Johnson, HSBC, and many more. He has appeared on numerous radio and television shows. Mr. Shiv Khera is also the author of the international bestseller book, You Can Win, in 16 languages. His other books are on their way to creating new records. Tens of thousands have benefited from his dynamic workshops in 17 countries, and over 1 million people have heard him as a keynote speaker. His trademark is, winners don't do different things. They do things differently.
हेलो हेलो हाँ
ये इसमें कुछ आपको दबाना तो नहीं है ऑन ही है ना ठीक नहीं ऊपर से दूसरी
Good morning, everyone. I hope all of you are ready for the third day of INFOCOM Cal 2023. It's a vibrant morning because I can see lots of smiles and happy people around. And we're going to start the day. Of course, throughout the entire day, we have another fun-filled and superb, adventurous day. So we will start with the opening address, Empowering the Talent of Tomorrow. And we have with us Professor Dr. Samit Ray, Chancellor of the Adamas University. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and present the opening address. And a round of applause for Professor Dr. Samit Ray as I invite him onto the dais. Ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. I am grateful to the organizers of the INFOCOM and initiative of Anandabajar Putrika for inviting me as a speaker today on the topics empowering the talent of tomorrow's. Talent implies the ability or capacity that an individual possesses in a specific field. Performing arts, sports, academics, or leaderships. This skill is not necessarily an innate gift or comes to him naturally. But recent researchers have demonstrated that talent can be acquired through practice, dedications, and continuous learning. Expression of talent also varies from one domain to another. A performing arts talent can be expressed through expressions or creativity. A talented sports person has to demonstrate physical ability, spirit, to be an intellectual of the first order, adapt in problem solving, and demonstrate critical understanding of specific issues. A talented leader has to be passionate and tolerant, develop an attitude to feel the pulse of the public and exhibit the capacity of short-term and long-term thinking. For any nations to develop and sustain its growth, it is essential to discover, nurture, and empower talent. Discovery of one's talent involves creation of opportunities for pursuit of her interest and passions and facilitate experimental and self-assessment. Individual needs to be encouraged to explore their strengths and identify the areas in which they have a natural inclination to excel. Once talent is identified among an individual or a group, we need to provide guidance and opportunities for the realization and improvement of the special expertise. Empowering talent means providing the opportunities and support necessary for individuals to reach their full potential. It means giving individuals the confidence and freedom to take risks and think outside the box. This process of empowering talent of tomorrow can be facilitated by supporting and creative mentors and educators. We require to impact quality and holistic education that can equip the youth with the necessary knowledge and critical thinking compassion to address the multiple challenges to our ever-changing world. Such a teaching learning process calls for a balance between the theoretical and applied subject, imparting of the practical skill, fostering of a spirit of problem-solving, creativity, and adaptability. And of course, mentorships and the guidance for the experienced personalization who can inspire, support, and nurture the young talent by motivating them both to take up new challenges and make them learn from failures. For a country like India, with a rich characters, this also calls for the nurturing and inclusive culture that values diversity, multiplicity, and toleration. Mental health support should be readily available to be able individuals overcome personal issues and realize their potentials. To conclude the empowering the talent of tomorrow, we create potentials for a better world to live in. By providing quality and holistic education, effective mentorships, and inclusive environment, and utilizing digital technology in an equitable manner, we can unlock the hidden qualities of youth and empower the talent of tomorrow, thereby creating one of the preconditions for a more equitable and sustainable world to live in. I am reminded here of the following passion quotation: when you empower talent, you create a ripple effect of positive change that can inspire others to reach for greatness. Thank you.
May I request Professor to kindly come onto the dais once again, please, and I'll request Mr. Somnath Guha to kindly come forward to do the honors. Here is Professor Samit Roy, and Mr. Somnath Guha will felicitate Professor Samit Roy. Thank you very much, sir. Winners don't do different things, they do things differently. Shiv Khera inspires and encourages individuals to realize their true potential. He has taken his dynamic personal messages to opposite sides of the globe, from the US to Singapore. His 40 years of research and understanding has put millions on the path of growth and fulfillment. One of the world's most respected speakers on attitude, leadership, motivation, and values. He has the rare ability to energize an audience, yet deliver complex matters in a simplified manner. Before I invite Mr. Shiv Khera onto the dais, we have a small video to play.
Mr. Shiv Khera is the founder of Qualified Learning Systems Incorporated, USA. An author, educator, and business consultant, he is a much sought-after speaker. He inspires and informs people, helping them to realize their true potential. He has taken his dynamic personal messages to opposite sides of the globe, from the US to Singapore. His 30 years of understanding and experience has helped people on the path of personal growth and fulfillment. He has been recognized by the Roundtable Foundation, honored by Lions International and Rotary International. Mr. Shiv Khera's client list includes, among others, Lufthansa, Motorola, Nestle, Philips, Gillette, Hewlett-Packard, Carrier, IBM, Ericsson, General Motors, Johnson & Johnson, HSBC, and many more. He has appeared on numerous radio and television shows. Mr. Shiv Khera is also the author of the international bestseller book, You Can Win, in 16 languages. His other books are on their way to creating new records. Tens of thousands have benefited from his dynamic workshops in 17 countries and over 1 million people have heard him as a keynote speaker. His trademark is, winners don't do different things, they do things differently.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite Mr. Shiv Khera onto the dais. Sir, please.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning. Okay, volume thoda niche kijiye. Volume slightly lower. Okay. Can you hear me at the back? Thoda volume kam kijiye. Volume kam kijiye. Yeah, echo kam kijiye. Echo bhi zyada hai. Folks, I believe you had a nice party, slightly volume upper. Last evening, it was an entertainment. I notice many of you have got the i15s and the massive, nice phones, fancy phones. Kindly get your mobile in your hand, please, everybody. All of you, get up, get it up. Everybody get your mobile up, please, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. Okay. Now, kindly switch off, please. Kindly switch off. Kindly switch off. Folks, let me ask you, if I keep my mobile on and if it keeps ringing in between, if I keep fiddling with it, would it be courteous to you people? Yes, no? Hello? Yes, no? Oh, come on, folks. You had your breakfast? Yes, no? Okay. Can we practice courtesy both sides, please? Kindly switch off. Folks, in our office, very clearly it is requested to everybody, nobody, including me, is allowed to bring their mobile in a conference room. Nobody. Folks, we had a member of parliament come the other day. He said, "Can I bring my mobile?" I said, "No, sir." Folks, let me ask you, if you came to my office and if I keep my mobile on, one, it is discourteous, ill-mannered. Two, am I not wasting your time? Yes, no? Do I have a right to do it? No, I have no right to do it. So I commit, I will not waste your time, but I will not let you waste my time either. You put your mobile out too. I will not let you waste my time either. Folks, these are some basic courtesy. Look, it's a big advantage tool. It's become a nuisance too. So we need to understand exactly what it is. And because of this, you can't be ill-mannered and discourteous to others. Are you with me, folks? Can I have a big yes? Okay. On the lighter side, one time, a young boy went to his dad and said, "Dad, I'm confused. I want to know the truth." Father says, "Son, go ahead. What do you want to know?" So the boy said, "Dad, you keep saying God created us. But mother keeps saying our ancestors were monkeys. Dad, what's the truth?" Father said, "Son, we're both telling the truth. I'm talking of my side of the family. She's talking of her side of the family. That's all." All right, folks, that is on the lighter side. But now let's come back to serious business. Whenever you see a success story or a failure story, there are people behind it. True? Now, if you agreed with that, then most natural question comes, how many agree that people are our greatest assets? Please raise your hand. All the way up. All the way up. Okay. Incorrect answer. Folks, people are not assets. Only good people are assets. Rest are all liabilities. Only good people. Look, we were just talking to this gentleman, managing director of Accenture. Only good people are assets. Rest are all liabilities. And goodness needs to be created consciously. Evil happens. This is nature's law. goodness must be created consciously, evil happens automatically. This is just like a farmer. If they have to build a good garden, they must consciously plant good seeds of good flowers and good fruits. But weeds keep coming. They don't have to plant weeds. They just keep coming automatically. Now, after the farmer has planted good seeds, there's a whole army of insects and weeds ready to destroy his hard work. Now, the farmer has a choice. Either get destroyed or destroy them. Both cannot live together. Folks, are you with me? Hello? Both cannot live together. So either get destroyed or destroy them. That means he has to fight. So there is a fight here. So that means fight is nature's law. Not fighting is not a choice. So you want to live in peace, be ready to fight. Look, everywhere is the same story. Within our body, we have the red cells, we have the white cells. What is the function of the white cells? To fight infection. Do you realize every day our body releases millions of cancerous cells and millions of immunity cells? They fight. Whichever is stronger wins. So there is a fight going on in our body right now. Fight is nature's law. Not fighting is not a choice. Now when we fight, our objective is not just to get involved, but our objective is to fight to win. We must fight to win. And in order to win, we must be strong. Now, my new book that is coming out, which is going to be launched next year, we must be strong in 5 areas, which if I have the time, I'll elaborate, otherwise I'll skip it. We must be strong in 5 different areas. 1 is physically strong, 2, mentally strong, 3, emotionally strong, 4, financially strong, and 5, spiritually strong. We must be strong in all 5 areas. Physical, mental, emotional, financial. Financial is crucial. And spiritual. Now, why do I say physically strong? Folks, physical strength gives us sustenance. It gives us energy. And when we are not physically strong, when we are physically weak, it impacts our decision-making process. Have you noticed when we are not strong physically, the kind of decisions we end up making in life, we will never make such decisions when we are physically strong. Are you with me? It impacts our decision-making process. 2 is mentally strong. Have you noticed this is called mental toughness? Have you noticed there are some people, no matter what they do, they always succeed. And there are some people in this world, no matter what they do, they always fail. So that means Aristotle, what he said 2,000 years ago is true, means success is a habit and so is failure. I repeat, success is a habit and so is failure. Folks, there has been so much of research gone into the topic of success and failure. If you read biographies and autobiographies of successful people, you will find there are some common characteristics in all successful people. Common behavior in all successful people. And it says, if you follow those common behaviors, you shall be successful. You got the common attributes. And similarly, if you look at life histories of failures, you will find there are some behaviors common in all failures. And if you avoid them, then you shall not be a failure. Very clear. And mental toughness is one of the things that is crucial in people who are successful. Folks, who was the legend in martial art in the last century? Somebody give me a name. Bruce Lee. Thank you, sir. Now, you know the legend, his success story. How many of you know that Bruce Lee's one leg was shorter than the other by 1 inch? Okay, one person knows that. 1 inch. See, 1 mm, 2 mm can disalign a person. But sir, 1 inch. And Bruce Lee's eyesight was -10. He could not see his opponent without lenses. But Bruce Lee practiced 5,000 punches per day. And I've quoted Bruce Lee in my new book, You Can Achieve More. He said, I'm not afraid of a person who knows 10,000 ways how to kick. I'm afraid of a person who knows only one way. But he's practiced one way 10,000 times. That's dangerous. Now, was Bruce Lee an exception? Somebody give me an answer. Was he an exception? Somebody raise your hand, please. How many say he was an exception? Raise your hand. One person. Two. How many say he was not an exception? Raise your hand. Okay. Okay. How many are confused? Please raise your hand. Okay, good, good. You know, interestingly, people who are confused, when they raise their hand, they come to here only. Their hands only come. And you look at them, they start doing this, it's interestingly. But that is the interesting part, but that's perfectly fine. Folks, the answer who's people who said, no, he was not an exception, I agree with them. Why? Because go check out all success stories. They're all stories of great failures. Why go Bruce Lee? You heard the name Michael Phelps. He was a swimmer. He created history at 2008 in Beijing. Now, how many of you know that 2 years prior to the Olympics, he fractured his hand? How many know that? Okay, a few people. And doctor said you can't get in the water anymore. And the question is, even if your hand does get repaired, will it have the same strength? You are competing at the Olympics, not your neighborhood kids. But Michael Phelps was preparing for this event a decade ago. He could see his lifetime dream shatter. As somebody said, dreams are not what come in sleep. Dreams are those that don't let you sleep. He told the doctor, I will go in the water. I won't use my hands, I'll use my legs. He continued using his legs. 2 years later, at Beijing, he created history, won 8 gold medals. After he won the 8 gold medals, somebody said to him, must be your lucky day. Must be your lucky day, you won 8 gold medals. When Michael Phelps heard that, he didn't like it. He said, you come here, I'll tell you how lucky I got. He said, in the last 4 years, I have trained 10,000 hours. And if you're good at maths, that translates into 2,500 hours per year. And if you're good at calculus, that translates into 8 hours per day, no Sunday. And he told the man, you go sit in the water for 8 hours every day for the next 4 years, your body will shrivel. And he asked, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? He said, luck is not designed to deliver you these things in life. Too many crackpots keep waiting for a jackpot. Are you with me? It doesn't work that way. And he said, athletes train 15 years for 15 seconds of performance. Go ask them, did they get lucky? Folks, why do I share this with you? Especially in India, I make it a point to share all the time. Because many times people see a success story, you know what they say? Must be lucky, must be at the right place at the right time. And one of the biggest damage done to India has been done by our media. Anytime you turn the TV on, what do you see? Horoscope. There is a Guruji, Babaji, Sadhuji, and with 3 tilaks here, and he's asking, Naam bolo, Janam Tithi bolo, kahan se bol rahe bolo, Janam time bolo, Guruji malum nahi, doesn't matter. He has a laptop. And he does tick, 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 tick. Then he says, so Mangal mein baitha hai, Mangal Budh mein baitha hai, Dul Phalane mein baitha hai, Tisra wahan baitha hai. And then he says, Are dusra Tisre mein baitha hai. Are dusra Tisre ke ghar mein baithega to problem to hoegi, guarantee. 100% hoegi. Then he says, Mangalik, 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 Mangalik. The guy is scared. Then what do I do? Kele ke ped se shaadi kar lo, people ke ped se shaadi kar lo, mar jayega, koi baat nahi, doesn't matter. Then he gets, Shani chad gaya, Shani chad gaya, Shani chad gaya, Shani chad gaya. Now the guy is scared. How the hell do I get rid of Shani? He says, ek kala rumal lijiye, usme kali दाल डालिए, फिर काला काजल लगाइए, काले बाल काला खोजो, 7 बारी खोपड़ी पे घुमाओ, काला कुत्ता खोजो, काला बर्तन खोजो, काला काला कोला सब कुछ खोलो, काला 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 खोजो. And people are running around looking for kala 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 kala. साहब एक बात बताइए, if it is so easy to get Shani in, Shani out, Shani in, Shani out, Shani in, Shani out, why don't we send Shani to Pakistan? सारे terrorists को मरवा दो यार. Why don't we send Shani to Ladakh to fight the Chinese? Madam, आपसे मैं बात पूछना चाहता हूँ. Why does Shani permanently stay only in India, never goes to Australia, never goes to New Zealand, never goes to US, never, nothing! The guy stays here permanently. Ma'am, why is that? And if you look at the life histories of Swami Vivekananda, Dayanand, Guru Nanak, they never believed in all these things. In fact, they fought against it. Guru Nanak fought against it. Folks, look at them. Are you aware that in Sikh families, they never tally horoscopes? Are you aware that there is no Shubh Muhurat for a wedding? Every Sikh wedding takes place on a Sunday. There is no Manglik. Why am I sharing this with you? People keep running, Guruji, Babaji, Guruji, Babaji, Guruji, Babaji, and they touch their feet. The guy should be in jail. Hello? Babaji, kya kare? Babaji, kya kare? One Baba said, Beta, preet karo, preet karo, preet karo. He's selling preet. Another Baba says, Beta, you do honey karo, honey karo, honey karo. So that Baba is selling honey. Third Baba is mixing honey and preet together. In Karnal, he's honey preet together. What a joke. The guy should be in jail. I heard on the TV, thousands of people, one guy is saying, Kal jalebi khai thi, kal golgappe khai the, chutney kaun si khai thi. Are yahi problem. Folks, this is what is going on. Why am I sharing this? You know something? This is what is making our country weak. This is not spiritual. This is a racket. It's a scam. Folks, life always does not go up, 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 up. It also comes down. Yes, no? That's right. And when there's a down, people people who are responsible for their own behavior, they analyze the situation, they ask a question. If a similar situation came, would I behave the same way? If the answer is yes, means you haven't learned anything. If the answer is no, this is what I learned, and I will change this, so they avoid future mistakes. But people who don't want to learn, they never do such things. And you know what they say? My stars are not favoring me. And they learn nothing, and they keep repeating the same mistake again and again and again. I saw one man on the TV. The guy was wearing rings, 2 rings per finger. 2 rings per finger. One for this, one for that, one for this, one for... He said, one for this, one for that, one for this, one for that, one for this. What are you? I said, you got 10 downstairs also. What the hell is going on? Folks, I share with you, once I was going to the airport, and the driver hit the brake so hard, car came to a screeching halt. I asked him what happened. बोले साहब बिल्ली रास्ता काट गई. तो मैंने कहा भाई अब क्या होगा? बोले साहब आप शगुन है कुछ नुकसान हो जाएगा. तो मैंने कहा क्या करोगे? बोले गाड़ी रोक देता हूँ साहब. गाड़ी रोक देता हूँ. So I asked him, सर बंद कर दीजिए थोड़ी देर भाई, थोड़ी देर बंद कर दो आप. सर फोन बंद कर दीजिए थोड़ा सा, नहीं तो you can leave, you can do much better outside. Stay up. So I asked him, गाड़ी कब तक रोकोगे भैया? कहता जब तक कोई दूसरा गाड़ी न निकाल ले. मैंने कहा उसका नुकसान हो गया. बोले that's his problem. Then I asked him, sir, supposing you were 15 yards ahead of the billy, and the billy had crossed the road, and had you not seen the billy, and in that case, you would have just been driven straight, and yours would have been the first car. Then what would you have done? Sahab, look at this guy. He spoke with so much confidence. He says, Sahab, in that case, उस हालत में बिल्ली की पावर कम हो जाती है. Can you imagine the guy is so knowledgeable about billy? This is what is good. You are laughing, but educated people, PhDs and MBAs are doing the same thing. And folks, I respect sentiments, but you see, I find 90% people going to temples today, they go there more out of fear than out of faith. You don't do this, this will happen. You don't do this, this will happen. You don't do this, this will happen. What is going on? We need to accept responsibility. Folks, I come from a business family. We had coal mines in India, close to 1,000 people working. And the government took over. The government nationalized. We came on the street. Street means street. Some families had money, our family did not. And I remember I was just married 4 weeks then. A year later, my daughter was born, and I sold some of the last piece of my mother's jewelry to get released from the hospital. I did not have $10 to buy milk that night. I tried my hands on 3 businesses with no money, and I failed in all. Finally, November 13, 1975, I left India. Went to US, initially went to Toronto, and started life with a bucket in my hand, washing cars door to door. For about 1.5 years, I was washing cars on the street. And totally by accident, I got into selling life insurance, which in my opinion is the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. Folks, why do I say that? Is because selling life insurance is one of the toughest things to sell in the world. Selling a glass, house, car, pen, clothes, much easier. Why? You can touch and feel and touch and feel and touch and feel and touch and feel. But you see, life insurance, all you say, when you die, family will be happy. Okay. When you die, family will be okay. The guy says, okay, who's seen it? So You have to accept rejection. There are 50 people who say no, 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 before somebody says yes. You got rejected 50 times. And most people get demotivated and they quit. Do you know in the life insurance industry, statistics are they have to hire 100 people every year to retain only 10. 90% people quit within the first year. And out of 90%, out of the 10% that stay back, 80% of them are barely able to make a living. Only 2% make a killing. 2% make a killing. Same product, same price, same audience, same market. How come only 2% people make a killing out of it? 98% quit. They're not able to do anything. So, it's a rejection business. You get rejected so much. Now, why I say that is that it was the best thing that ever happened to me, because sadly today in schools and colleges, teachers, parents, we teach our kids only 2 words. Succeed and win, succeed and win, succeed and win, succeed and win, succeed and win. But life, we never teach them how to fail and how to lose and how to fail and how to lose. And failing and losing is a reality. It happens. And when they have not learned how to fail and how to lose, and when they do fail, they don't know how to handle it, they go into deep depressions and they commit suicide. Look at the IITians. The top brain in the world, highest IQs. Who has the highest suicide rate? Also the IITians. Emotionally wrong, gone. Folks, when I started selling life insurance, within 3 months my manager called me back to fire me for non-performance. He said to me, he said, Shiv, I've been in this life insurance business 35 years. He said, I've seen some slow starts in my life, but I've never seen one like you. He said, don't come back tomorrow. You're fired. I said, Joe, wait a minute. Before you fire me, at least hear me out. I'm not a doctor, engineer, attorney, accountant. I'm a BCom 3rd division, failed in my 10th. That's my academics. How do you expect performance out of me? The moment I said that, that day, somebody spoke very harshly to me, and he said to me, you shut up and listen to me. He shouted at me. He said, you shut up and listen to me. He said, you don't have a handicap, you have a bad attitude. And he said, it is people like you who not only ruin their own lives, but they also ruin their family's life too. Then he said, do you know who has a handicap in life? He said, the doctor, engineer, attorney, accountant, they all have handicaps. I said, boy, never heard that one. He said, go check out all over the world. They all have chosen their field, they are stuck. They all have chosen their field, they are stuck. Generally true, exceptions different. And he says to me, you haven't chosen your field, don't you see the world is open to you? I said, Joe, I never thought from that point of view. He said, now that you're fired, he said, you got all the time to think. He said, leave my office. Folks, I left his office that day 47 years ago. That evening, there was a program going on by Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, the man who wrote the book Power of Positive Thinking. Folks, when I was talking about astrology and superstition, which I talked of, there's an article written in India Today, January issue of 2018. He says, because of superstition, in many parts of India, natural childbirth has gone down by 80%. They have quoted South India, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Madras. Go check out, Google it. 80% of childbirth in those places is done through C-section operation. 80%. Why is that? Can anybody guess? Take a guess? Yes. Yeah, the astrologer said, pull out the kid at this time. What a joke. Coming back, That evening, I attended a program by Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, who wrote the book Power of Positive Thinking. And as Dr. Peale came in, he looked at everybody, he said, it appears you people are so cool, calm, comfortable, nobody has a problem here. Then he asked, does anybody have a problem here? Now, who doesn't have a problem? So everybody raised their hand. And then Dr. Peale asked, how many people would like to get rid of their problem? Again, everybody raised their hand. Then Dr. Peale said, while I was coming here, I came across a place where I saw some people lying down, all stretched out, comfortable, totally relaxed. They had no problem whatsoever. How many people would like to know where that place is? Again, everybody raised a hand. Then Dr. Peale said, 2 blocks away from here, there is a cemetery. Shamshan Ghat hai sab. There is a cemetery. There are people lying there, all stretched out, comfortable. They have no problem whatsoever. How many people would like to get rid of their problem? Nobody raised their hand. Everybody put their hand in their pocket. Then Dr. Peale said, remember, problem is a sign of life. So long as we are alive, we shall have problems. The day we don't have problem, we'd be dead. And when you're running short of problems, get on your knees, pray to God. Have you stopped trusting me anymore? Send me some problems. But that day he gave a prayer which is called the Serenity Prayer. Some of you might have heard it before. And it goes like this. In my opinion, it is the crux of life. It says, God grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, and courage to change the things that I can, and wisdom to know the difference what I can and what I cannot. If you analyze this little prayer, God grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change. Let me ask you, can we change everything in this world to suit ourselves? Answer is no. Can we mold and manipulate everything to suit ourselves? Answer is no. There are many, many things beyond, such as, I didn't choose my parents, neither did you. I didn't decide where I was going to be born, neither did you. If this is my height and the color of my skin, there's nothing I can do about it. And granted, sometimes people are born deformed. What wrong did they do? Who knows? And sometimes bad things do happen to good people for no fault of their own. What wrong did they do? Who knows? It says, what I cannot change, let me accept it graciously, not grudgingly. Because many times in life, we keep fighting the things we just cannot change. And we bring stress into our lives, we become paralyzed, and we become unproductive. But if I can change, give me the courage to do it, and wisdom to know the difference, what I can and what I cannot. Now, folks, when I wrote my new book, You Can Achieve More, I took this thought 2 steps forward. And I wrote in that life is full of choices and life is full of compromises. Seems like a contradiction, but not really. How is life full of choices? See, folks, if I ill-treat you, I have chosen to be ill-treated, haven't I? If I treat you with discourtesy, I've chosen to be treated with discourtesy, haven't I? If I light up a cigarette, I've chosen to invite cancer, haven't I? If I drink and drive, I've chosen to invite an accident, haven't I? And if I exercise every day, I've chosen to invite good health, haven't I? And if I eat too much every day, I've chosen to be obese, haven't I? And if I tell lies, I have chosen to lose my credibility, haven't I? Yes, no. That's right. See, life is full of choices. Now, the next sentence is very important. We are all free to the point of choice. But after we make our choices, the choice controls the chooser. We have no more choice. It's all over. I repeat, we are all free only to the point of choice, But after we make our choices, the choice controls the chooser. We have no more choice after that. Now, how is life full of compromises? As somebody said, well, in life, we cannot choose the cards that are dealt to us. What we can choose is how we play the game. And sometimes nature gives us a lemon. The choice is ours. Do we cry? Or do we make lemonade? That's a choice. Now, sometimes people do ask me, Mr. Kera, people who are successful, don't they make mistakes? And people who fail, don't they do positive things in life? My answer is that people who succeed, they do make mistakes. But remember, making a mistake once in a while does not make anyone a failure. Repeating the same mistake again and again, it was what makes a person a failure. Are you with me? And doing something positive once in a while. Sir, kindly switch off, please. Kindly switch off, please. And doing something positive once in a while does not bring success. It is repeating the same positive behavior again and again is what brings success. Now, folks, after attending Dr. Peel's program, I went back to my manager, to Joe. I said, Joe, give me one more shot. Don't fire me. I said, I make one commitment to you. I won't let you down because of my effort. But please withdraw the papers, because if you fire me today, I don't know where to go. And the only place I know where to go is go back to washing cars. And I said, I don't want to do that anymore. I have a little daughter. I make one commitment. I won't let you down. He said to me, he said, Shiv, that's not your small one. That's your big one. And he said, I'll let you stay here only if you make a commitment, not to me, but to yourself. I'll let you stay. Folks, that day I made a commitment. He withdrew the papers. And that year I went ahead, sold in excess of $1 million. Next year, 3 million. Year after, 5 million. Moved on to the US. Got into 3 businesses. I bought out a company out of California in 1984. Started the New Jersey operation with no clients. And I sold my company with close to 500 clients for a decent sum. Now, why am I sharing my life with you? For a few reasons. Number one, I kept failing all my life and kept blaming the whole world for my failure, not realizing that I was my own biggest problem. Nothing changed outside, something changed inside, and the direction of my life changed. Folks, let me ask you, many times in life, aren't we our own biggest problem? Yes, no. Number 2, when my manager said to me, you shut up and listen to me, that day I learned a lesson, which means that sometimes in life, you got to be unkind to be kind. Leadership is not a popularity contest. Sometimes in life, you got to be unkind to be kind. And 3, folks, I was on commission. 100% commission. If I didn't sell, I wouldn't get any money, and I had no money. But I saw there were people in my company who were getting salaries, but they were not doing the job. That's the time I learned the difference between making money versus earning money. I learned that making money is criminal, earning money is spiritual. Are you with me? Hello? Making money is criminal, earning money is spiritual. What's the difference? When you earn money, you put your energy and ethics behind it. And sadly today, most people want to make money. Very few want to earn it. Folks, there was a study done in US by Gallup. It said 63% of people who go to work, they're disengaged. Means they don't do their job. An additional 24% are actively disengaged. Means they don't let others also don't do their job. That leaves only 13% of people who go to work actually do work. Only 13% of people who go to work actually do work. Go check your own companies. You'll find exactly the same thing going on right now. And it said, another study along with it was that with it, social media the way it is today, when people go to work, they spend 2 to 3 hours per day in their personal social media. Tell me, is that what we're getting paid for? When somebody steals your wallet from your pocket, what do you call that person? A thief. And when we do all these things, what are we? Big thieves. We need to understand wages without work amounts to stealing. And folks, tell me, whatever I have shared in the last 45 minutes, show me one college, educational institution, university teaching this stuff anywhere in the world. Not one! Not one! In fact, IIM Nagpur has just partnered with us. They've signed a collaboration with us. And now IIM Sambalpur, IIM Ranchi, they're looking to sign up a collaboration agreement with us. It's mandatory, not optional. Every MBA student has to go through our program, leadership program now. Who's teaching this? See, folks, when we do corporate training, we tell people what we are doing in your company is repair work. This is called repair. Repairing here. Now, if you prepare them, you won't have to repair them. Where do you prepare them? In schools and colleges. And they're not doing their job. They're getting certifications. The expectations are so high because they have a piece of paper. You see, they have expectations are so high, they come out of MBA. They all want to start as CEOs. How do you like that? They're misfits. Folks, in fact, you handed me the mic a little late. I just want to finish up one little thing. Another 7 minutes, would that be okay, folks? Hello? Yeah? Okay. See, folks, let me share with you, unless there's a take-home sitting here, and if you walk out of here, oh, that was a nice speech or a good speaker, it's all rubbish, it's a waste of time, your time, my time. Doesn't mean anything. Unless there's a take-home here and say, this is what I'm going to practice, it's a waste of time. Now, folks, let me share with you, on a very limited basis, we are taking some clients on a consulting assignment, 4 or 5 in a year. That's all we can handle. We can't handle more. We took a company for a consulting client assignment with a Swiss collaboration. I got a call from the CEO. Mr. Khera, can you do some sales training for our people? I said, sir, give me a couple of days, I'll come back to you. 2 days later, I called them and I said, sir, your people don't need sales training. They need basic training in courtesy, etiquette, manners, integrity. He said, what? I said, yes, sir. Your people need basic training in courtesy, etiquette, manners, integrity. He said, what does that mean? I said, many of your salespeople have appointments. They're running late. They don't even have the courtesy to call and say, I'm sorry, I'm running late. And time to call is when? Before you got late or after you got late? Before. They walk in late. They don't even have the courtesy to say, I'm sorry, I kept you waiting, I apologize. They don't even say that, many of them. And in case they call, what do they say on the phone? I'm stuck in traffic. Now don't get me wrong, traffic has become a real issue all over the world. But many times, they leave only 1 minute before the appointment and they blame it on traffic. They don't have the integrity and guts to say, I'm sorry, sir, I did start late. I apologize. They don't have the guts and integrity to say, I'm sorry, I did start late. And we find only the first lie is difficult. Second becomes easier. Third becomes easier. Fourth becomes easier. And fifth becomes easier. And sixth becomes. And very soon, you are dealing with a chronic liar who is a bloody rascal. Tell me, if this is the starting point of a relationship, how long will it last? How long will it last? Folks, only the first lie is difficult. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 10th become much easier. And how many of you have heard this phrase, practice makes perfect? How many believe it's true? Please raise your hand. Go ahead. Okay, one more incorrect answer. Folks, practice does not make perfect. Practice only makes permanent whatever you practice. And many times people say, this is a little lie, when the big one comes, I'll tell the truth. You practice enough little lies in life, when the big one comes, what happens? You end up telling a big lie. And many times people say, this is a little thing, when the big one comes, I'll show courage. You practice cowardice. Enough little things in life, when the big one comes, what happens? You end up being a big coward. Practice does not make perfect. Practice only makes permanent whatever you practice. Folks, and experience shows very clearly that people who lie, they also steal. Folks, I was doing a program at Lalit Hotel. This is Lalit's sign. And right next to my bed, there was a side table. On the side table, there was a clock, digital clock, alarm clock. Nice looking clock. How much does it cost? Who cares? Could be $1, $2, $10, $25. It makes no difference. But the most important thing, sir, next to the clock was written this big sign. Sir, what does it say?
This clock is hotel property. This clock is hotel property. This clock is hotel property.
It says this clock is hotel property. And right next to it, there was a nice little lamp. And next to the lamp also it was written, this lamp also is hotel property. Why do they write such things? Hello? You mean by mistake they pack up? They pack up. And tell me, the person who's staying there, sir, is paying $30,000 that night. $30,000. So is he poor? Is he poor? No means. He could buy the hotel, sir. He could buy the hotel. But you know, they pack up cutleries, crockeries, linens, towels, and they bring it home, and with great pride they tell the kids, I collect souvenirs. The guy should be in jail. Folks, I hate to say it, it is really, really embarrassing. Nothing to be proud of. This is an article that came out of TOI. April 2013. It says Indians happen to be the third largest hotel item thieves in the world. You tell me, which college is teaching all this stuff? Whatever we talked in the last 1 hour. Folks, I could just go on and on. I think my time is way up. We do a 4-day leadership program. I don't know, anybody attended a 4-day thing or 3-day thing? Leadership program here? Okay. Okay, you have attended our 3-day programs. Okay. And that's exactly what our program is talking about, is how to create a culture of trust and accountability. Folks, all over the world today, what is the biggest challenge people are facing all over the world? 2 things, trust and accountability. And that is the key. And how can you work in an organization where that is missing? Sir, we were talking about it right before the program. Now, I have some lucky draws. Has everybody given out their cards? Okay, quickly, hand over your cards. Rohit, upar ka haath khara karo. He's coming, and this side, Abhinav is coming. And the jumbo prize on the lucky draw will be 2.5 lakhs scholarship we will give for 1 seat into our leadership program, 2.5 lakhs. And where is Mr. Mahapatra? Mr. Mahapatra, where is he? Where is he? Mr. Mahapatra. No, I need you here, sir. I would request you to kindly take out the lucky draw. Yeah. Hang in. Okay. You both do it, because we have 3-4 lucky draws here. Folks, let me share with you something. Quickly hand over the cards. Time ho gaya sir hamara. Humko aapne 20 minutes late bhi diya tha. So, folks, let me share with you quickly 2 things. Kindly take your seats, please. We have something called, everybody who want to get in part of the lucky draw, we have something called a success manual. I met a gentleman, jara jaldi se beta card dijiye, फटाफट. All of you, kindly collect the cards. जल्दी से आओ बेटा इधर. आप इकट्ठा कीजिए, वहां पर कीजिए जल्दी से. Folks, kindly get up and hand over the cards, please. Lucky draw. Everybody done with the cards? Okay, let's move on. We have a, how many of you are familiar with the journal? Raise your hand, please. Ma'am, you are familiar? Okay. Then I will give you this as my gift to you. Folks, this is a success manual which we created about 40 years ago. Somebody said to me, says, Shiv, if you want to change your life forever, just invest 10 minutes a day in yourself. Only 10 minutes a day for the next 41 days. So I said, all right. Folks, success manual, it says, reflection is a process of learning. It's not like a diary. Diary you use, throw it off once a year, and it's all gone. But this is called an idea book. If you don't capture ideas, they are gone. This is an idea book. A reflection is a process learning. When we reflect, what do? We review 2 things. We review our actions and we review our intentions. Are you with me? We review our actions and intentions. And just invest 5 minutes a day. So what we did, we created a fill in the blank. Can't be easier. Fill in the blank. You have your goals, it explains the journal, and so on. And you will find most people who are successful, they maintain a journal. And you just fill in only 4 sentences, complete them. It's fill in the blank. It says here, today I feel. Write down how you feel. Be honest. I feel good, I feel bad, I feel sad, I feel glad. Write your true feelings. True feelings. 2 is, today I have learned. What have I learned today? You see, people who are successful, they count life very differently. If I've not learned anything today, I've lost a day. If I've learned something today, I've gained a day. This is how people calculate. And third, today I'm proud of. What am I proud of? Am I proud of anything? If yes, what? If not, why not? And lastly, today I commit to improve. Folks, tell me, if you fill this 41 days, how many commitments have you made in 41 days? Folks, not correct. You, after 6-7 days, you find you start repeating the same thing again and again and again. You know why? There are only 4 or 5 bad habits that are pulling us down. That's all. No more. You start doing it every day for 41 days. And what is the magic of 41 days? It makes a habit. 42nd day becomes a habit. And folks, we are all creatures of habits. When we were growing, our parents said one thing, form good habits and habits form characters. I repeat, form good habits and habits form characters, because 90% of our behavior is habitual. We don't think, we just act. And good habits are hard to come by, but they're easy to live with. And bad habits come easy, but they're hard to live with. And before we got the habits got us. And 41 days is what it takes to do to form a habit. So, ma'am, this is for you. And quickly, sir, kindly take out. दूसरा कहाँ है? Sir, mix कर दिया ना, ठीक है. Quickly.
Priya Sengupta.
Priya Sengupta. Again. Oh. Ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to give you a stationery set. You want to show to them, everybody. It's
2 Sharpies are there.
Okay.
And a mini folder.
My God. You already extrayed everything. Okay. Next one. अभी बाद में करेंगे, थोड़ा सा टाइम बचा लें.
Trans-Asian Softtech.
Trans-Asia Softtech. What is the name of the person? Vijay Anand. Vijay Anand. Come quickly. Sir, this is something. Folks, this is a, it's a gift set that we have, which has three things. You can win wallet, you can win card holder, and you can win luggage tags. Why we created luggage tags, sir, is because many of you people travel a lot. And one of the biggest challenges we people face is identifying our bags when it comes at the belt. Sometimes people pack up and they take it by mistake. And this way, when you have a big you can win on the luggage tag, right from there you recognize and pick up your luggage right there. Sir, this is for you. And that's the cover. And next one, please, quickly.
T.K. Radhakrishnan.
T.K. Radhakrishnan. Come quickly, sir. And now, Sir, now it's a little too late. This will be unfair. It will be unfair. Sir, this is you can win. Look at this. It's totally a black inside, and these are gold and silver. You need to gel, get back a little bit. You need to fill up, and when you fill this completely with black and gold, it looks like a bride all dressed in black and gold. Thank you very much. And the last jumbo prize, sir, could I request you to take it out, sir? This is a scholarship of 2.5 lakhs, one seat into our leadership program. And sir, Kaushik Sarkar. Kaushik Sarkar. Ye alag rakhiega. Sir, you have a seat for into our program. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. And sir, could I give you a jewelry box? It has a winner's mug. It says winners don't do different things, they do things differently. And folks, when we do our 4-day leadership program, people walk away with a 3 to 5 year action plan. Now, why 3 years? We could make 10 years, 15-year action plan, but we only stick to 3. Why 3? Can somebody give me an answer? Why 3? You know something? Go look at big companies like Accenture. Any big company all over the world. They had 3 great years. If you have 3 great years the way you want them, it'll launch you for next 30 years. The momentum starts taking you up. That's why we go. And when people go through our program, they walk away with an action plan, and we give them a You Can Win wristband. Now, sometimes I meet people at the airport, they come enthusiastically, and they say, Mr. Khera, do you find any change in me? Do you see any change in me? I said, how can I tell in 30 seconds I can change? Then immediately, they pull the wristband like this. They said, Mr. Khera, when we left your program, we went with an action plan. We went out with an action plan, and I'm still practicing this wristband, reminds me of the program. And he says, anytime I see the wristband, after 5 years, he's still wearing the wristband. He says, it reminds me of the program, and I keep practicing my. So folks, for all of you, I brought this wristband. If any of you would like to have it, I'll be more than happy to pass you this wristband. And ma'am, can you pass this on further? Can you pass this on further? It'll remind you of this program, and you can wear it for 5 years, 10 years. Okay. Jaldi se bhaiya, aage dijiye. We'll do it. I think with those words, yeah, we have. Oh, I have a 15-minute slot with him. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Let me come back
I will
to you.
request Mr. Shiv Khera to kindly come onto the stage,
Folks,
please.
I have only 15 of my new books, You Can Achieve More, and that was launched in London. Only 15. I'll meet you outside if you want to have an autographed book. So I'll meet you outside.
We have a very
Give
interesting
me your
conversation now, and I'll request Mr. Shiv Khera to kindly come onto the dais and
Sir,
take his seat.
We have a 4-day leadership program, and we shall give you a scholarship to attend the program. I'll let you know. We've got your card now.
Dear participants, I'm sure you have lots of questions, but we have a very interesting session now with Mr. Shiv Khera, and I request you to kindly come forward and take your seat. You take it up, sir. Yeah. 1 second.
Somebody coming? Okay, right, sir.
And I have Professor
Thank you, sir.
Suranjan Das, Vice Chancellor of Adamas University, for this fireside chat. And I hand over the session to Professor Suranjan Das now. Sir.
Sure. Ma'am, this mic is not working. Hello? The professor's mic is not working.
It's on.
देखिए. Check. All right, let's work with this mic.
Well, could I first thank the organizers for giving this unique opportunity of interacting with someone who is widely recognized as the best motivational speaker in the world. And sir, you have once again proved yourself to be that. I have read your books, but I did not have an opportunity to interact with you personally. So what I'll do after this extremely stimulating talk, I'm sure many of you do have questions. I would not ask much questions, but I would just set the ball rolling, and then I would request the floor to ask the questions. Sir, let me go take a philosophical question. And this relates to the definition of success. How do we define success? Let me start with the philosophical question. How do we define success? Here I am reminded of a very pertinent saying of Gautam Buddha, and the saying runs as follows. Success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. How do you react to it? Particularly in the context of the title of the session, Master Success and Achieve More. Don't you think unless we strike a balance between master success and achieve more, there will be a continuity between success and achieving more, which might be disastrous, not only for the individual, but for society at large.
All right, sir. My book, You Can Win, we've defined success as a progressive realization of a worthy goal. That means success is not a journey, it's a destination. I'm sorry, it's not a destination, it is a journey. Realization is a feeling. You cannot make me successful. I must feel success inside me. That's why what appears success externally is total emptiness internally. No wonder billionaires like Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson, billionaires take drugs, commit suicide. So world saw them successful, but they didn't feel it. Progressive realization of a worthy goal. Worthy is our value system. Now, sometimes people say values are subjective. They keep changing from person to person, situation to situation. Do you agree with that, sir?
I believe.
You believe that? Well then, if a person says values are subjective, they keep changing from person to person, situation to situation, it means they have no values. How can it change from person to person? They have no values then. When we talk of values, we talk of universal and eternal values. Universal means they cross country, cross culture, cross religion. And eternal means they were here before we came, they will be here after we are gone. Now, when it comes to values, many times I've been asked, Mr. Kera, you are saying there are some rights and wrongs. But haven't you heard the statement which says, nothing is right or wrong, your thinking makes it so? Who gave the statement? Shakespeare. And he said, you are contradicting Shakespeare. I said, of course I am, because I disagree with Shakespeare. Why do I disagree with Shakespeare? Folks, if there are no rights and wrongs in this world, everything is subjective, then every criminal in this world should be released. Who says they are wrong? You said they are wrong, they didn't think so, go keep arguing. If there are no rights and wrongs, then Hitler was totally right. Who says he was wrong? You say he was wrong, he didn't think so, go keep arguing. You keep arguing for the rest of your life, nothing will come out of it. Folks, no matter what profession we are in, we do have quality standards and benchmarks, yes, no. Professor?
Yes, of course we have.
Okay. Now, if you didn't have them, could you achieve them?
Yes.
How could you achieve them?
No, but what I'm trying to argue is that these benchmarks change over a period of time.
Sir, let's come into
It's
that.
always related to particular phases of societal evolution. What was the benchmark in, say, a slave society will not be the benchmark in a feudal society. What would be the benchmark in a feudal society would not be the benchmark in a capitalist society, and so on. So what I'm trying to argue, there's always a co-relationship between the benchmark and societal evolution.
Sir, first of all, they don't change. They don't change. Very clearly, it all depends, are you on the giving end or the receiving end? That's all. And your behavior changes, so we have double standards. Let me share with you when we are talking of universal and eternal values. Folks, hear this carefully. I'm going to share with you a short story. Then I'm going to ask 2 questions, so please listen carefully. There was an elderly lady with 2 bags of groceries in her hand waiting for a bus. Right behind her was a big boy also waiting for the bus. The bus came. They both got on the platform. The bus was totally packed. There was only one seat available at the far end, and the elderly lady started moving to get that seat. This big boy came from behind, threw his big arm around the lady, took a big step and took that seat. Now there were many passengers in the bus. One of them was a sophisticated lady. She started thinking, how clumsy of this boy. She's looking at the etiquette manners. There's a lawyer in the bus who thinks there must be a law against this kind of behavior. He's looking from a legal side. There's a surgeon in the bus who thinks this lady must have broken 3 ribs. He's looking from a surgical point of view. 4th person was a psychiatrist who thinks the boy is psychotic, needs mental help. Look, 4 people thinking 4 different ways.
So that's exactly the point.
Sir, it's not the point. 4 people looking for 4 different ways. None of them asked this question, was this behavior right or wrong? Nobody asked. Now, why don't we ask that question? You know why? Because when we ask that question, we become judgmental. And tell me, if your values are established, what is wrong in being judgmental? Now I have 2 questions. Should this boy have behaved like this with this lady? Yes, no.
Yes.
He should have thrown her? So
He should
give me
have-
the right answer.
Yeah, he should have
I'll
escorted
be
the-
happy to ask again.
should
Clarify the question, sir, Professor.
Yeah.
Should this boy have behaved like with this lady? Yes, no.
The boy should have escorted the lady to the vacancy.
Sir, don't give me answer, yes, no. Should he have thrown away and taken that seat? Yes, no.
I think yes.
Sir, leave the mic. I don't think we are communicating.
That's because I think the boy, by taking the lady to the
Sir,
vacant seat.
please clarify. I don't want to waste your time. Should this boy have pushed her aside and taken that seat?
Sir,
Give me yes, no.
So it depends how you put aside.
If this is the level, this is what we teach, what are we going to teach? But let me finish. Let me close now. One is, should this boy have behaved like with this lady? Yes, no. 2, should anyone in this world behave like this with anybody? Ah, that's universal.
No.
That is universal. Folks, clarifying values in this world is not difficult. Are you aware that every doctor that graduates, they take an oath of Hippocrates? Are you aware of that? Yes, no? How old is that oath? 2,000 years. Who gave that oath? Hippocrates. Anybody read that oath? It's one pager. It's only 6 lines. If you go and read that oath, do you need any more values than that one? Every lawyer who graduates take an oath of code of conduct. Are you aware how long is, any lawyer here? How long is that oath? It's less than 1 page. Less than 6 lines. Every IS officer, IPS officer, every judge, every legislator, when they take position, they have to take an oath. How long is that oath? 4 lines. If you read that oath carefully, do you need any more values than that one? Hello? You know something? Clarifying values is not difficult. What is difficult is facing up to them after clarifying. And sadly, we don't clarify. We choose to remain confused. You know why? We don't have the guts to face up to the values. And sadly, that's the sad part. You know what? We need to come back to our basics right. Wages without work amounts to stealing. We need to understand, we need to get all our basics right one more time. And that's about it. Folks, if out of this program, if you take only one thing, what I shared with you, that we need to come back to our foundation integrity, I think our program would have been done all right. Thank you very much.
Well, let's end that. Well, let's end the session
Sir,
with
I'll
that
take your
note.
leave.
And let's end that session on that note. And we hope we would be living in a better world order. But there's always a dividing line between idealism and realism. Thank you very much.
We'll request Professor Suranjan Das to kindly remain on stage, please, sir. And we'll also request Mr. Shiv Khera to kindly come on stage. We would like to felicitate you. I would like to request Mr. Somnath Guha to kindly come forward. He's the Vice President, Production and Engineering, ABP Private Limited. Mr. Shiv Khera, sir, may I request you to kindly come on stage once for a small felicitation? You want to do it there? All right, all right. I will request Mr. Somnath Guha to kindly do the honors of felicitating Mr. Shiv Khera. Just a minute, please. We will just do the felicitations and then we will take the pictures. If you can just wait for a couple of minutes for the felicitations. I'll request Mr. Somnath Guha to do the honors, please. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful session that we had with you today morning. We also thank Professor Suranjan Das. Thank you, sir, for that interactive session and the fireside chat. We request everyone to kindly take their seats. We are about to start with our panel topic, CIO strategy partnering with startups. Request everyone to kindly take their seats. We request everyone to kindly take their seats. We are just taking a minute to do our setup and then we are good to go with the panel topic, CIO strategy partnering with startups. And we have a very interesting panel. I'd like to request Mr. Gyan Pandey, CDO, Voltas Limited, to kindly come onto the dais and take his seat. Sir, Mr. Gyan Pandey, CDO, Voltas Limited, may I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat? And a round of applause as I request Mr. Gyan Pandey to come onto the stage and to participate in this panel discussion. Our next panelist for this panel discussion will be Mr. Yudhvir Moore, Group CPDO, HT Media. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Mr. Yudhvir Moore. Put your hands together for Mr. Yudhvir Moore, Group CPDO, HT Media. Warm welcome to you, sir. Our next panelist for this panel discussion will be Meheryar Patel, Group CIO, Gina and Company. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat, sir. A very warm welcome and good morning. Our next panelist is Mr. Rajiv Roy Chaudhary, CIO, Awadh Sugar, Namita S. Awadh Sugar. And ladies and gentlemen, our chairperson and moderator for this session is Mr. Subhashish Manna, partner, DGTL, Grant Thornton, Bharat. I request you to kindly come and take your seat, sir. And I will now hand over the session to our chairperson and moderator. Sir.
Hello everyone. Good morning, and after such an interesting session, it's difficult to kind of create that engagement after such an illustrious presentation and discussion. But we'll try our level best. This is a great opportunity for all of us to talk about the startups, because as you see, the way startups are contributing to the technology space as well as the economy at large. So CIOs are at the forefront with respect to the transformation that we see today. And I have this privilege of sharing the stage with this eminent panel who are kind of charting this journey of transformation. There's a representation from different industries, and they're stalwarts in their own right. So when we talk about startups, I think startups, if you really look at, there is a proliferation of different kind of genres of startup. There is RegTech, FinTech, Health Tech, Media Tech, whatnot, right? And large companies are actually ensuring that they leverage the best that is possible. So technology, innovation, the gap that you see, they are actually using that untapped opportunity to bring in offerings which large companies are actually utilizing. So with that context, I think let's start the discussion. In this panel, we will surely like to leverage the collective experience that we have here, the plethora of experience across the industry. So let me start with you, Gyan. So of course, there is this opportunity of leveraging these new age startups, right? And what do you think is the reason why we should partner with different startups? Because there's also an opportunity of doing that technology or innovation in-house, right? Instead of that, we see that there is a partnership which is going on. And it's part of the CIO strategy. As we see, CIOs are actually transforming the business models. So if you can also share some of the examples of shining success where the partnerships has really been successful.
Thank you, Subhasis. I think this is a very relevant question on this topic. And all our CIO fraternity, in one or other way, we are now basically partnering with some of the startups. And there is a fundamental reason for also doing this. One of the very reason is that because startups brings a lot of innovation and agility. By saying this, I do not mean that organizations don't have that innovation culture. Many organizations have that very well built, very well defined process and culture for that. But the kind of innovation when these startups they bring, they come with this completely out of the box thinking. There is no dearth of having a legacy of technology, so they are free to choose any technology platform, and most of the time they come with the latest cutting edge technologies, which basically helps to solve your business problems or to achieve your business goals. And another part is that there is a cultural difference between the way the organization works and the way the startups work. The organizations will have a very defined process, and at times the decision making takes time. It goes through the different functions. It goes through the different processes of validations. Whereas in case of startup culture, the decision is quick, fast, and they are nimble. Even if there is something wrong in the decision, the way to come back and redefine the things are far more simpler and fast. Another part why the organizations will be looking for the startup partnering is that the complete out-of-the-box thinking, because when you are in organizations, the organizations are driven by the setup processes, workflows, rules, which is defined. And many times we feel that, okay, we get used to that, into that silos. And breaking that silos and thinking out of the box, startups bring that kind of energy. Most important is that there are certain opportunities in the current scenarios where the startups bring a lot more value. In terms of every organizations will have our own IT team as well as the big IT partners, but the way the startups works, that's a completely different because they focus more on the new technologies, and when you talk about the new technologies, it gives you the level playing fields with the bigger IT companies. But the agility to do some things quickly, that is far more faster in case of starters compared to the big IT companies. And that's why the bigger IT companies, they also spin off their digital wings or the new startups in a different way so as they can bring that culture, they can bring that innovations, agility, and they can still basically experiment the things and bring the innovation faster. So if the speed is one of the underlying things of the startups and cutting edge technology, it also helps you to solve your problems faster, to address your business goals faster, achieve your market faster. And I think in terms of example, the whole industry, be India or outside India, it is full of that, how the startup partnering has been done. Even the more established organizations, be it the Tata Group, be it the Reliance, there are multiple examples. For example, if I take example from the Tata Group, they carved out, we have such a big company like TCS, and now of late Tata Technology also, Tata Alex is also there, which is purely in IT field or IT services. But they still carved out a new wing called Tata Digital. And Tata Digital, they acquired Big Basket, they acquired 1MG, and to bring that, because if they had been taken by TCS, probably it would have gone with the process of TCS, which could not have been very, very suitable for those kind of organizations. Same goes with the Reliance Jio. They have acquired multiple companies, NetMD, this Sawan Music. There are multiple such things. And many companies which are finding a real value or the kind of worth, be it in terms of their business services or be in terms of some specific areas where they are solving problems, there is a startup partnering is happening, and this partnering happens in a multiple ways. There could be multiple things which is being considered, which is critical to the business, core to the business, or adding more value to the customer, enhancing the customer experience, or bringing out altogether different products. If I talk about, let's say, the Voltas perspective, which is a more consumer durable, and especially if you talk consumer durable industry, the innovations in terms of R&D and in terms of the new technologies and new products, we do partner with the educational institutes where you have the incubation for the innovations like IITs of the world. And that's where the new ideas and the new innovations comes, and businesses have been very successful. Well, not in all the cases they will be successful, but in majority, wherever it becomes successful, it becomes a kind of inspiring story for the other corporates. Yeah.
So we have representation from different industries. We have media, logistics, manufacturing. So anything you wanted to add in that context, maybe?
I think we usually engage with the startups for 3-4 kind of different reasons, and if I'll just kind of keep it brief. One is you want to try something on a first principle. Let's say you want to build some new AI microservice or something, and you would like to kind of see like, what is kind of a time and cost it's going to take. So that's a great way to kind of engage the startups. The second is there's a lot of evolution is happening into the overall tech and IT space. For example, I'm sure we all are aware of generative AI and different large learning models. And you would like to do something very quickly, and I usually call it a quick and dirty. That's where you can engage the startups. The third is, I think, though Gyan has covered it, you want to do something which probably your internal processes and how you operate is not kind of, I think, going to encourage that. For example, you would like to try, let's say, NoSQL databases or something which you think can be done without our processes, with all right IT security controls and everything. I think that's where the startups plays quite a bit of a role. So I think, yeah, these are the three things where you are looking for agility, you are looking for creating a new benchmarks using first principle, and you want to do something which probably haven't proven as of now. I think these are the three buckets where I would like to work with the startups.
Yeah, Subhashi, I think one of the primary points is to set the context of the startup story, and I think India is leading that story. If you look at 2016, we were 452 startups, and today we're talking about 84,000 startups. Second point is employment. We're talking about 9 lakh jobs as a startup leading up front, and the amount of investments which are coming in. We're talking about $22 billion investments. When you're talking about startups, I think the real use case when you look at a startup is what is the problem that they're going to resolve. Yeah. And obviously technology is a point which comes up as a startup point, but when you look at it, that is not going to be the focus area. It is what is the problem they're going to resolve for me. And we CIOs are the people who interact within the organization, also interact outside. So we could be the key players who would be able to do a right due diligence, introduce them, do sort of a POC, that setup which needs to be very important, because that stage when you work with the startup comes as the primary point of view. And of course failures is part of the game, because some things work and some don't. And if you look at my sector, logistics, I think it's the leading point when you talk about startup. You talk about e-commerce story, you talk about the last mile operators, they're all startups. They are the game changers. And I think the future for us is probably the internal consumption, which probably is the China story, which was 20 years earlier. It's the same repeat which is coming here, local manufacturing, local service providers, and I think startups is taking the lead.
Sure, from manufacturing angle.
Yeah, so to just add, because whatever has been discussed, those are just adding continuation, because I am from a manufacturing business. So what we feel the startups right now, we are always engaging with big partners and all, but the startups where they can play the great role is that, just an example, because we are having lot of data, inside the company we are having lot of OT systems, okay, so other than IT, we are having lot of OT systems and all. So those OT systems are gathering lot of, major data over there. So how this data can be turned into information? So if I am telling now, I want to engage with a big partner over there, there is a cost part over there. True. So if you are talking about a startup and in the software development and in transforming data into information, there they can play a major role over there. So we are already engaging with small partners, okay, in terms of, let's say we are having a SAP system for our main core business. If you talk about the finance and all, we are having S4HANA as a core business. But if you talk about the add-ons, the softwares and all, we are having small, applications. So for a CIO to manage, and technology is changing like anything. So you have to train your, the employees over there, your IT team, and it cannot be in so way. There is a lack of talent over there. So the startups that's the major part is that the talent hunt, they can do a very good role over there. And also the cost factor is very much involved. If you're going for a startup, you can just put your board that, the IT budget can fit into over there.
No, absolutely. I think this is something which is a very evolving area. And I think any transformation doesn't come without challenges, right? And if you really see the risk management angle, right? Be it your regulations which are coming in also, right, from a data perspective, like DPA 2023, where you have to kind of have consent management, right, of your customers. So there are different challenges which are coming in. There is data privacy, data security angle when you're actually bringing in another partner to work with you. So how do CIOs are balancing this risk management angle along with regulatory compliance? I'm sure those things are on the top of your mind when you are actually getting into some of these partnerships. How are you navigating this complex landscape?
Shall I take this?
Yeah, please.
First of all, actually, when you are engaging with a partner or a startup, you need to have a good type of SLA. That is the most important part. And there is always an NDA over there. Okay, so if you talk about security, security is the bigger chapter. Everybody is talking about security, whether it is a on-prem or it is a cloud system. So the most important part, whenever you are choosing a startup partner over their engagement, you need to have a good SLA with them, a good contract with them, and an NDA side with them.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. So I have some real life examples, and probably some of the startups which are talking about new technologies, especially just one real life example is the drone. Now, if you look at drones, you have a lot of noise coming up with these service providers that they said they can offer you e-commerce services with drone. But is that a reality? Yeah. But having looked at a side where the drone works, probably drone works on rural. Drone works on a situation where delivery is completely remote. Defense, it works very well. So identification of that setup of the startup and applicability is going to be one of the key feature areas.
True. Yeah. And I think if I just build on that, I hope some of us have done a startup and we understand the startup kind of mindset. Startup is all about ambition, and those ambitions many times lead to over promises. So when we are working with any startup, I think it's always we need to understand and underwrite that yes, there are going to be some over promises when you are going to work with them, because that's all the startup is all about. You need to be super ambitious. Within those ambitions, when you are engaging with them, I think you need to create that environment, be it related to some technical controls. For example, if you need to give some data to do some POC, how we are going to kind of encrypt the data, how we are going to remove the PII information. I think having said that, still there are some very important input variables like, who are those folks, what exactly they are doing, from which colleges they are coming. I think these are some of the checks and balances we can do. At the same time, we know that there are some risk, and the risk related to the data, risk related to your reputational risk has to be managed very, very proactively.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just adding to this point what Yudhvir and the fellow panelists said that, okay, many times what happens that you try to create something, co-create something with these startups, depending on your industry or depending on your business challenges what you have. And at that time, I think having a very detailed documentation as a part of the agreement, that this IP, in case it is getting created, and the different phases of that product or that IP, that should be also documented. Of course, SLA should be there, cybersecurity assessment should be there, but at times if you are going to co-create something by investing your time, your business's time, working along with these startups, there should be a very clear defined scope and ownership which should be documented as a part of the agreement.
No, I think you bring a very interesting point of co-creation, right? So there can be different models of engagement. One is that getting their services or products. The other is that coming together and doing a co-creation. So there, I feel that there will be kind of additional challenges of cultures, because startup culture versus one of the established enterprises culture may not be at the same level, right? And there will be clashes because of the way of operations. So of course there is a kind of challenge of legacy systems getting married to the new age technology. Plus also there is another additional challenge of different cultures coming in. And you as CIOs are really kind of navigating those kind of difficult situations. So how do you see that kind of coming across, and how do you kind of go across navigating that? Plus also I'm sure when we talk about these partnerships, it looks kind of nice, but there is a lot of funding, ROI questions that I'm sure you guys get asked about. So how do you measure the return on investment of this kind of ventures?
Yeah, so I'll just take this probably, and then others can also add in. So we are a 123 years old company, and when we talk about legacy, you said, why should you work with startup? That's not the story that CIO can talk about in today's market. If you look at a startup thing, is a strategy that you try and do internally as well as with a partner. And obviously with a partner, your dimensions change, your thinking changes, and that new initiatives come in within the organization, so it gives you a direction, right? The other part is, as a CIO, you're not going to change your SAPs and your peripheral systems and transaction systems, which are implemented over a period of years and been successfully working with obviously a lot of customizations, but what you're looking at is something above that. And that's why the point which came in very clearly was the problem area. What is the problem area that you're going to solve? And that's what this story that comes in. You're looking at a person as a company that comes in and adds the difference of a value. And that's going to be something that you need to work on as a strategy.
Sure. Anything you wanted to add to that?
I think it's a difficult balance to maintain. I think I agree. At the same time, you know, some of the guardrails that we can put when we are engaging startups. One is, in today's world, we all are in love with the solutions. We exactly love new shiny toy. We want to go for that. You know, nowadays the shiny toy is OpenAI. And sometimes we don't spend enough time to understand what problems we are solving. I think once we get a very good clarity on what problems we need to solve, then you can create that balance so that, you know, your legacy environment is not kind of, you know, impeding that innovation for that we have engaged any startup. I think we mentioned SAP and our ERP systems a few times. There are hundreds of ways you can work with your legacy systems, and I won't call them even a legacy systems because they are pretty much the kind of a bedrock of the organization. So whenever we need to interact with those systems, there are many ways where you can create this environment where you can balance it as long as you know what problem you are solving for. I think we are not spending enough time to define the problem. I think that's my limited view.
Yeah, and anything you wanted to add from consumer durable side? Some of the challenges that you're facing, the obstacles that you're facing?
I completely agree with my fellow panelists, but just to add on things that, okay, I have a little difference of opinion that, okay, when we start partnering with the startups, we know that what problem we are going to solve it. Yes, in that journey, whether we are reaching to the destination in the defined way, that is as per the schedule, as per the budget, as per the KPI is what we agree, that becomes a little challenging because in general, the startups have a different way of working and they themselves are in the learning phase. They don't know the other operational challenges, your other technological barriers which you have in the organization, IT landscape will have. So at times you'll get stuck up and then there could be a kind of, you have to take a different route to reach that. And that impacts the things. I think the right governance mechanism and also engaging with the businesses, just like how we do for any other project, all cross-functional teams, breaking out those silos of the functions and bringing together, and be prepared that, okay, that the objective for which we are getting engaged, that may not be achieved in the defined timeline. And if there is a need, let's review and revisit it before concluding that. So that's what my point.
I just add to it because you talk about cultural changes and all. Yeah, that is the most important part from my industry because, you know, they are very, very tough to change over there. But once we are moving into the new technology and all, ultimately it's coming from that way only because nobody was talking about that bringing your servers on cloud. So we are into cloud right now. Now, when you are talking about the startups, there are a lot of APIs, in the Play Store you are having that. So the people are having that advantage. People are downloading that, they are integrating with that. And ultimately it is coming in that own way only. And that's why the change is always constant. So we are adapting to new technology and it's going in that way only.
No, absolutely. And I think that is also creating the competitive advantage. See, given that we have a kind of diverse representation of different industries here, so the application may be different in different industries, but in your experience, how the partnership with some of these startups is creating the competitive advantage for each one of you? If you can just delve into that, because that I'm sure will be of interest to our audience.
Yeah, so in my view, the next 3 to 5 years, we're talking about startups working on sustainability. And it's a game-changing stuff. But when I talk about sustainability, I don't want visibility on the CO2 emission. I think as a logistics company, I work with a lot of airlines and obviously liners as well, shipping companies. And a lot of airlines submit their emission standards, and obviously that visibility is seen. But what can you do more? I think that is one point area. The second point is data, which is rightly mentioned, which is going to be the real next path in. Yeah. And then what can you do with data, which is really a simulating force within your organization, obviously add revenue to your working, looking at the different dimensions of starting up a unit which talks about dimensions and more added features. And lastly being product area. When you're talking about startup product launches and real products comes in as a sellable initiatives within which could be called Indian. And that's the 3 dimensions which is very important over the years.
Absolutely.
I think if I just add 2, 3 things that we need to take care of when we are engaging the startups. One is pay them on time. I think it's very important. They are not the folks who have the big accounts. I think the second important part is we as a CIOs also need to do some mentoring of the startup that we are going to engage with to help them to sharpen their solutions, like how they can solve for it. In my world, and this is media tech, we engage startups for quite a bit. We have created that ecosystem, and that ecosystem will help you to reset a lot of your I think the predefined mindsets. So for example, probably in last 1 year, we brought down our product development cost down by 40%. And that 40% kind of came down by engaging a lot of startups, giving them some specific piece of work to be done, and asking them how it can be done. I think that's the way we were able to kind of do it.
Can anything you wanted to add?
So I completely agree what Yudhivir has added in terms of mentoring these startup folks and all, because they are very enthusiastic, having some innovative ideas, but mentoring is very much needed. And depending on the industry and organizations, you would have different areas or opportunities where you can work with the startups. Of course, the data science and there's so much of data, tons of data which you are creating in organizations, that's the one area. But in some of the cases, there could be areas where your standard systems, be it SAP, be it your quality management systems and all, where the point they are integrating, that integration is not very seamless, the data flow is not seamless. There could be some point solutions which bring you a lot more insights and also make the process easier. And that, for example, nowadays there are so many solutions coming on the supply chain optimizations or SEO tower. Or on the other side, if you see in the cybersecurity, there are a hell lot of startup companies and ideas coming on. And each of them, the solutions what they're trying to bring is not only the insights, but also how to manage in case of the exceptions are there in an easier way. And the same goes with your business process side also. So it all depends that as an industry or as organizations, what is your critical need, and depending on that, probably you can partner with. Of course, data science or new technologies like generative AI, there could be huge areas of exploring the use cases and using it. And one thing I can say that the startups are there and one cannot ignore them. And it's really beneficial if you are doing with the right governance and the right agreements and all. Thank you.
Yeah, I think on that note, let's end this discussion. I would really like to thank our distinguished panelists for sharing their experiences, Surely want to thank AVP INFOCOM for such a splendid symposium that we are having. And last but not the least, this wonderful and lovely audience for hearing us out and kind of getting some gems of the experience, of the plethora of experience that we have collectively on the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. K.K. Mahapatra, Advisor, INFOCOM, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our chairperson and moderator. Mr. Subhashish Manna, thank you very much for moderating this excellent session. Mr. Gyan Pandey, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Yudhvir Moore. Mr. Meher Patel, thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Rajiv Roy Chaudhary. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this wonderful panel discussion, and I'm sure the audience will have questions. They can ask them offline. Thank you. We request you to take your seats in the auditorium. And we will go on to our next keynote by Mr. Gautam Roy. Just give us a couple of minutes to do the setup. And in the meanwhile, I hope all of you are tagging us your pictures, and you've also put up your question for Sri Sri Ravi Shankar today. It is hashtag Ask Sri Sri. So you have to put up your questions, and maybe some of those questions will be chosen to be asked here during the session. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to invite Mr. Gautam Roy, ED, HR and Admin, CESC Limited, to kindly come forward and speak to the August gathering here. He's to give his keynote address. While we wait for Mr. Gautam Roy, I was approached by a young RJ today morning, and she told me how wonderful it was that I was speaking about gratitude, and I can't see her here right now. But then it was really good because a life filled with gratitude is always, always very wonderful. I don't know if you all do this, but my life has totally changed after having been a lot more grateful than I was before. How many of you here, of course, we all pray to God and we say, thank you, God, thank you for this and thank you for that. But how many of us actually thank the universe, thank our gods for our internal organs? Thank you, ma'am. Give yourself a round of applause. Give yourself a round, and a big round of applause for ma'am, please. Because see, when I say, do we thank the universe and the God for our internal organs, usually we don't see our internal organs. We always say, okay, chal raha hai, let it go, let it run. The heart, the spleen, the liver, everything is running on its own. It's on auto mode. So fine, let it go around. But it's the most important thing to do that when we wake up in the morning and we look at the sun and we say thank you, and okay. Yes, he's here. Mr. Gautam Roy is here. And like I was saying, we need to thank for every small and big thing that we have in our lives. So I will request Mr. Gautam Roy, ED, HR and Admin, CESC Limited, to kindly come on stage and take center stage. Sir.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I convey my sincere thanks to Mr. Mohapatro and the entire team for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. It's a personal thought, of course, and I really found this time the theme what they have chosen is so appropriate and futuristic. It provoked me to think something on it and to share with you. In fact, I do not know whether it is a coincidence or not. All of you know that right now the COP28 is being organized in Dubai. All the head of the states, most of the head of the states, all the countries are participating. They started this journey from Paris Convention, then went through Glasgow COP26, which is a milestone COP, and committed very sincerely, tall commitment, high commitment on achieving net zero or cleaning the world. So sustainability is the background, perspective, context, where we should center around every deliberation, every discussion, every activity today, if we really want that the next generation to survive. That's a feel, that's a commitment, that's a faith we need to have. The COP also have given us a strategy or something like this, how to really embark on the collaboration. The 17th goal of SDG you all know, but the 17th goal to me is the most important goal is collaboration. While I am talking this, we have seen in recent past, it's happening now, most conflicting, disgusting situations of even war is happening in the world in some of the places. But also there is a need, felt need and necessity to have collaboration and collaboration only. That's not only in the world, in the nation, in the family, in the society, in the organization, everywhere. So we need to know that how to really make ourselves agreed on disagreements, how to coexist within the conflicts. That's very, very important. In fact, there is a term called common but differentiated responsibility. We will have some common goal, some common focus within the differences. Today only they have cleared a 450 billion US dollar fund for loss and damage fund that has been approved in the COP and which approves the issue of equality and equity. These are not the two same words. Equality speaks for resource allocation, equal resource allocation for all. But equity accepts that all are not in the same position. Like a little longer run, you will see that all the runners' starting point is not parallel. Because that appreciates somebody will run in the outer ring, somebody will run in the inner ring. Similarly, be it a nation, be it a people, be it a society, all are not in a same status, same level of development. So taking that into consideration, if we allocate the resource, then only it speaks for equity. In this context, another very, very important aspect is the uncertainty. We often know about technological obsolescence, which is probably the most discussed topic in these 2-3 days. I'm not at all close to any expertise having that IT sector. But the uncertainty we have spoken so much so far in seminars, symposiums, debates. But uncertainty is really uncertainty. That has given us a lesson through pandemic. We didn't know even yesterday what is going to happen tomorrow. So that level of uncertainty management speaks for, we may have specialization, we may have expertise, which is required. I have great respect for that. We may have role, may have a defined responsibility, but nothing is fixed. Today I am discharging something as a specialist, as a role. Tomorrow I have to completely migrate to another level. This migration can come from compulsion. This migration can come from the environment. At the same time, this migration can come from within also. The next gen in particular, within whatever experience I had handling with people, I find that the type of choice, migration I will do, I will work, but I will not do a job. That mentality is coming up. So we have to manage this volatile situation, if I call it volatility. And in this context, the whole role, relation, responsibility, organization has to be framed, has to be decided. And there actually plays the role of leadership. Leadership today is not hierarchical. Leadership today is not by age, by experience like me. Leadership, even our most new recruit in the organization can also be leader. Leadership is who can really understand that context, understand that compulsions, and can see the future. So why I am basically mentioning this? Today we need to have a larger perspective, a holistic approach which speaks for transformation. Now this transformation, how it is related to today's theme, has to have a purpose. Purpose is something which the word purpose is, I will tell, this is something in totality, speaks for. And this purpose is not a convenient purpose. This purpose is not an immediate purpose. What is convenient for me today, for the organization today, for commerce today, for the business today, for myself, for self today, is not the real purpose. This purpose has to have a deep purpose. There is a term called today discussed which speaks for deep purpose and which actually overtakes everything in the organization. Strategy, conflict resolution, technology, everything will be there. But if we have a deep purpose, the organizations which run with the deep purpose definitely is more existential than that of immediate, than that of now. Present is reality, but we have to know what is the future. Now, speaking a little bit about this deep purpose, society has a purpose, nation has a purpose, every organization has a purpose, even self, individual has a purpose. And if we think about the business in the society, although business actually takes care of the major economic functional activities, today agriculture, even the handicrafts also being the extended part of business. So business takes care of all economic activity, all functions. But business is perceived by the society, seen by the society, that business is not for morality. Business is materialistic. Society and the governance is something is there. Who is responsible, who will be taking care of morality? Business is not for that. Business is commerce. If you go all these ethics, morals, values we speak about, but we have a doubt. We do not really is convinced that the business is for that purpose. If you go back to the history, when business was minor, governance was major, in the time of kingdoms, then definitely there was a role and responsibility of the governance to see the societies run with ethics, values, etc., whatever it may be. Gradually, business grew. Business took the driving seat. Business started making the framework for the governance. And we have relied on inherent values, ethics, morality. But subsequently, it was found in some of the cases there were deviations. The necessity and need of norm, regulations, statutes all have come. They tried to control the business, centering around values, centering around ethics, as if somebody is there to see the things are run properly. Today we are in a juncture, what I would like to say, it's my firm belief, business has to go beyond business. Business has to feel, if business is a most important activity in the society, why not business take part in the future of the society? So today we are talking about, it's not ornamental, it's not CSR, something like ESG, it's much more than that. Business has to see, business has to talk, business has to debate. There is a CEO forum in US. They have consciously decided we'll participate in the national and societal activities. Why not? So we are also an integral part. So that if we have to do, we have to understand the purpose. We have to understand the deep purpose of it. What is the purpose of the organization? If we want to have the new talents, new generation, really sticking to the organization, you need to know, need to convince them centering around your purpose. Not because Nadella, when he has decided after taking over Microsoft, decided for a transformation journey, because success has a very painful fallout. Success brings vanity. Vanity brings arrogance. Arrogance brings bureaucracy. When he found that there is too much of bureaucracy in the system, he thought of a transformation. Whether he was right, wrong, I am nobody to decide. But he has mentioned that strategy will come, strategy will go. Technology will come and technology will go. But we as a Microsoft have to understand what could be our delivery to the world, which we only have to do. That is something setting the purpose, setting the deep purpose. And the deep purpose organizations, deep purpose leaders can see the future, can think something more attractive, more energetic, and which definitely has to have dovetail with all moral, ethical bonds which a society requires today. Edgar Schein, who is the HR guru of the world, he has also mentioned, even the organization structure, there has to be a common purpose in the organization structure. Entire organization should know that it's not target, it's not KPI, it's not what will happen in 23, 24. There has to be a purpose for the organization which everybody of us will know. There has to be a consolidated effort, a collaborative effort in the organization. There has to be a division of labor which will speak for specialization. We have to accept the specialization, but at the same time we have to address the monotony of specialization. And fourth is span of control. There is a huge debate whether it should be hierarchical or it should be completely delayered. So these four components of organization structure Edgar Schein has told that it also have a purpose. Organization structure should also have a purpose. So today, purpose, if I can quote, purpose is a unifying statement of the commercial and social problems. Commercial and social problems. A business intends to profitably solve for its stakeholders. Every word is there, profit is there, people I have spoken, and we have to also look after the planet. Business has to look after the planet, not under the diktats, not under status, not under regulation. It has to come from within. The business has to have that vision that I will be there to look after profit, yes, people, yes, but planet too. I think that is the call of the day. I have taken your time. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. I will be here. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. K. K. Mahapatra, Advisor, INFOCOM, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Gautam Roy. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. We request you to take your seat in the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next keynote topic for the day: building great places to work for driving business success. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Manoj Chugh, ex-president Mahindra Group. Before I invite him onto the stage, we are just taking a minute before I invite him onto the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Manoj Chugh, ex-president Mahindra Group, while I invite him to take on this keynote. Sir.
Right, a very, very good afternoon. How's everyone feeling today? How's the Josh? Very few guys are saying it's high. I know why very few guys are saying it's high. The good news is that lunch is only at 1:30, right? You guys have seen. The second thing is that the chefs are still not quite ready, so I have got a full hour with you, and after me there's yet another session. So now is the Josh still high? Still high, all right. Guys at the back, I don't know why you guys, and that's why I decided not to go on stage, right? Because I love the guys at the back, because I've always sat in the back. There's something charming, right, about sitting at the back. Now, when I was growing up, all the guys who sat at the back of the class did so because they could write their love letters without the professor actually calling out on them. So that used to be the favorite hobby. I know Mr. Khera in the morning spoke about the high suicide rates amongst IITians. You remember that, right? I looked at myself and said, thank God I survived. So guys, some of us do survive, and again, it's a great honor, great pleasure to be here. I have been a part of INFOCOM for many, many years. Every year I come, Kalida asks me to talk about technology, because that's what I've done all my life. Different facets, different ways in which technology can help mankind, and so on and so forth. The good news is this time I am not talking about technology. I'm talking about how does one go about building great places to work so that we can drive business success. How many of us truly so in this room believe that our organizations are great places to be in to drive business success? Some of us are, Some of us have to put up our hands because you don't want to be caught on camera on social media and then your boss kind of seeing you not raise your hand. Right? Sometimes you just have to do that. That's political necessity. That's your survival instinct. You, sir, are raising both your hands, right? Because you want to make sure, yeah, boss, my appraisal is due next week. I love this place, right? And then you look at your appraisal rating, and then maybe you might have a different idea thereafter, right? I want to talk about real stories. I'm not here to talk about theoretical frameworks. And I'm actually going to share with you the lessons that I've learned in this beautiful city growing up. I started my career in Kolkata. I started my career by making sales calls on Kalida, who's right here. It was many, many decades ago. And I'm really blessed and fortunate to be here to tell you these stories. And the reason I wanted to tell you these stories is because these stories helped me lay my own foundation of driving success in my career. I've been very blessed and fortunate to have led 5 different businesses to very, very successful positions, to pole positions over the last 40 years. And I just thought that I must share with you the stories from my own career that I have learned working with my colleagues, working with my leaders. And Kalida, you're going to recognize some of the names. I'm not going to take those names today because they're all people from your past and my past, but who have really shaped thinking in terms of how do you build a great place to work so that you can drive business success. So all of you okay to listening to a few stories before lunch? All right? So no PowerPoint slides. Now, the reason why there are no PowerPoint slides is because my PowerPoint skills, as many of you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being lowest, 10 being highest, is 1. So, and by the way, it's not on my CV. Nowhere in my CV have I written that I know PowerPoint. So I've been very truthful. Mr. Khera spoke about high integrity and ethics, right? So always good to have your disclosures out there. My first story goes back to early days of the IT industry. That's where I started my career here. It was incredibly hard at that time to convince customers to invest in computerization because they felt that their manual systems were good enough. And they always feared the fact that if I went and installed a computer, I'm going to take away someone's job. And that was not necessarily something many business leaders were up to in those years. So therefore, winning every deal, getting every piece of business was incredibly tough. Now, sometimes, you know, luck favors the brave. There was this big opportunity in this market here where one of the very large groups had decided to go in for not 1 or 2 computer systems, but they had decided to go in for 5 such systems. Now, 5 systems at that time meant that you actually achieved the target for your entire office for the year. So that means you just win 1 transaction and you're going to be incredibly successful. That means everything hinged on that 1 transaction for the year. One of our senior colleagues was actually pursuing that opportunity. And for many months, things went pretty well. I mean, we felt that we were on a cruise, we had a great opportunity, we got all the nods, you know, we were checking all the boxes, and it seemed that we would have a great year. Now, our boss at that time, air conditioning wasn't there in offices, you know, would come in the morning every day, and he had this habit of opening the windows of the office. So he would come in the morning, open every window one by one by one by one. And he came in earlier than everyone because he said that by that time, hopefully the office would have cooled down. So it was very nice and gracious of him. He was a great leader. And one fine day when he was opening these windows, the sales guy who was responsible for this transaction came in totally distraught. And we all looked at him and we knew something was not right. He has not slept through the night. Very, very disturbed. Face was red. Looked like he had got high blood pressure. Now here's a guy in the 20s, not looking healthy at all. And we didn't, ask him as to what was wrong. He just came, he sat down, he was grumpy, half teary, almost choking when we were trying to talk to him. And then after a few minutes, he picked up courage and went up to our manager who was opening the windows and said that, "Sir, I have some news to share with you." Our manager looked at him and said, "Yes, Mr. Banerjee, what is it that you want to tell me this morning?" He said, "Sir, I've got terrible news. I just heard last evening that we had lost the transaction." Now, we all overheard this, and there was deathly silence. Because, for all of us, our hearts were in our mouths saying, "Gosh, God knows what's going to happen to us." We all thought that our boss is now going to unleash a barrage of kishtis, because that's only human. And we said, he's going to blow up his top, and all of us are now going to have a real rough time for the rest of the year. You know what our manager did? He continued to open the windows as if nothing had happened. And there was silence for a few minutes. And then he called my colleague up and said, "Mr. Banerjee, can you come up to the window, please?" My colleague got up. He was half worried that maybe the boss might just throw him out from the window physically. He said, "Mr. Banerjee, can you look up at the sky?" My colleague looked up at the sky. And he said, "I see that the sky is still there." That's all he said. He said, "The sky is still there. It has not fallen." He patted him on the back and said, "Let's move on to the next transaction." He never, ever, ever called this colleague as a failure. Never in our meetings did he say, "Oh, look at this idiot, he let the whole team down," etc., etc. And that was my first big lesson, that the fundamental pillar that you have to erect when you build a business and you build a great place to work is that of trust. If you do not build trust, you're never going to have a successful organization. And what is trust? Trust is about being open. Trust is about being transparent. Trust is about the reality of just accepting that everyone is doing their best. Actions are right. Sometimes the outcomes may not be what you want. And individuals recognize that if their organizations trust them, what are they going to see? When their organizations trust them, they're going to be open, they're going to be transparent, and they're going to have a huge opportunity to create value. When we create trust, employees are loyal. When we create trust, they will do everything to make sure that the organization succeeds. You agree with me or not? I'm not going to talk about theoretical frameworks on trust. I'm not a professor, and neither are any of you going to take any exams in HR. Am I right? Anyone taking any exams in HR? Nobody, right? So we talk about reality. So that was my first important lesson. Did you like my story or no? You like the story? Which year was this? Khalida and I will go back in history. It was in the early 80s. I'll talk about now my second story. I've got a few stories, right? Till the bell rings, I'm going to keep telling you stories, right? My second story is about the time that I was getting transferred from Kolkata to Delhi. It was a very interesting time. I got my transfer orders at the middle of the year. And that was a great year for me. Performance was fantastic. And I was so very pleased that I was getting transferred middle of the year, because I thought when I go to the new place, you know what's going to happen? I'll have enough luxury to settle down because my performance has already been done for the year. Right? So I said, great, I'm going to enjoy 6 months. I have performed well. And I was smug, just waiting to get on the train to go to Delhi. 2 days before I was to finally leave Kolkata, my manager called me into my room. And he said, Manoj, I want to discuss one thing with you. I know that you're on your way and you've done incredibly well. Congratulations, etc., etc. But he said, there is another colleague of ours who you know, who's a very dear friend, who you may not know because he has confidentially told me that he's going through a very significant personal crisis. And you know that this has not been a great year and he has not performed. So what I want you to do is take half of what you have achieved and hand it over to him. I told my boss, you must be mad. I worked so hard, incredibly hard, and now you just want to give away half of whatever I have made to my colleague, who I know well, he's a great friend of mine, but you just want me to go give it to him? Pray, why would I do that? He said, listen, when you leave, your customers are going to be here. Your customers need to be taken care of. Don't you like your customers? Don't you love your customers? Don't you want your customers to be cared for? I said, of course I want my customers to be cared for. He said, he will do it. But it's only fair that you share the credit with him. I had a long argument with my manager, but he just refused to budge. Finally, I relented. Now, when I relented, frankly, somewhere in my heart, I also felt good that I had had this opportunity of at least doing a good deed. And I felt that it would be good for my soul that I did it. Maybe I was trying to reconcile in my mind. Maybe I was trying to console myself. But that's what happened. Moving on, I moved to my new territory. When I moved to my new territory, now what happened was that all the guys knew now this guy is coming on transfer. So you know what happens when somebody comes on transfer from another location? All the guys in that location say, whatever are the juicy parts of the business, let's keep with us. Ye naya jo aa raha hai, right, Bakra, let him keep the crumbs. And that's exactly what happened with me. So I got the worst of everything. I landed in a territory and I went and asked my manager, how much business have we done in this territory over the last 5, 7, 8 years? That's how long the business had been. And he said, Manoj, you're a sales guy, don't you know? Of course it is zero. Do you think anyone is going to give you something that they've worked on? Nobody ever gives anyone a territory they've worked on. I said, fine, I'm going to take it on, I'll do my best. It's a long, long story, but the short of it is, by the time the year ended, I had more than exceeded my number for the full year in this territory in just a few months. Now, who had come and rewarded me? It was a territory where we had never ever done business. Everyone said you can't do a penny's worth of business. The universe rewarded me. Because somewhere, someone was watching and said, I think this guy is doing something right. And my second big lesson, which I learned, and that is the second pillar that I'm going to talk about in this story, is that of well-being. It is incredibly important to make sure that in your organization, you absolutely promise that the well-being of every individual is going to get taken care of. My colleague was going through a crisis. Our manager stepped in, looked after his well-being and said, Manoj is getting transferred. I'm going to give something to you. Make sure you look after his customers. That's the promise you need to make him, right? So that his customers don't feel that they are not getting cared for. And my colleague did a phenomenal job, a much better job than I would have done to take care of those customers. When I moved into my new territory, we were able to create significant new business which we were never able to do as a firm. There is a direct correlation, and believe me, I've seen it happening time after time after time in every business that I've taken to a position of leadership, that there is a direct correlation between well-being and financial performance. Absolutely direct. And never has this formula gone wrong. So that has been my second lesson. Well-being means you look after emotional, physical, mental, happiness, and health of the individual. You care for the individual. You give feedback to the individual. You nurture that individual. You recognize that individual. You celebrate that individual. And that is how you will build a great place to work. My third story and my last story, because I have very little time now. This is another very interesting story. This is about a customer crisis. Now, we had a customer who was in Ranchi, very large manufacturing customer, who had several thousand employees. And many of you might know, right? Computer glitches happen when you least want them to. Unfortunately so. But that's the reality. If something has to go wrong, it will. And Kalida will agree with me, 24 hours before the payroll was to be disbursed, system broke down. Now here, you have to disburse the salary and the pay slips for thousands of workers, and your system has gone down. Now the management was very jittery because you know what happens, right? If your pay slips are not given, you got thousands of blue-collar workers. What do you think is going to happen? There's going to be strike, there's going to be unrest, there is going to be manufacturing impact, that's going to have a direct result, impact on your top line and bottom line, and who the hell is going to answer? Now imagine if you were the IT manager. What's going to be your state? What's going to be your state? Panic with a capital P. So this person was like any of us, or the CIO panicked. And what did he do when he panicked? Called the vendor and said, my system is down. I need to have my payslip. I called in the afternoon. But first he was trying himself, reboot this, that, load tape, blah, 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 tried everything. Nothing worked. So this interesting thing in the afternoon, then he called us and said, guys, bad news for you. I need my payslips tomorrow morning. We said, what time, do you hand over your payslips? He says, payslips we give at 10 a.m. So by 10 a.m., all my payslips have to be given, and if I don't, then they're going to slaughter me for sure. Nobody's going to leave because everyone knows computer system's down. This is the guy, we'll not leave him. So we said, look, don't panic. You get your attendance data, take the next flight from Ranchi and come to Kolkata. And he said, fine, I will do that, but then, one day I'll have to come back to Ranchi, my family is here. I said, we're not running away. We have got a small demo systems in our office. We will run your payroll on the demo system. And he said, you guys must be crazy. It's like flying from Kolkata to New York in a gnat. And he said, how the hell are you going to make it happen? We said, you don't worry. You get your attendance data, just have the courage. We are there, take the flight and just come. And we said, the other thing we are going to do is we're going to send our engineer with the spare part to get your system up. So we'll do two parallel things because we can't take a chance. Customer had no option. Poor chap, took the attendance data, got one of his associates with him, flew down. My boss was at the airport to receive him because he knew that this individual was in a state of panic. And you know what he did with him? Many, many lessons to learn from this beautiful city. He didn't just pick him up and get him to the office. He took him home. He told him, you have a shower. Didn't take him to a hotel, took him home. Said, have a shower. His wife cooked a hot meal. He said, you first sit and let's have dinner at home. By that time, the blood pressure, temperature, everything was starting to normalize. In the meantime, we had told everyone in our office that you guys better land back to office, you're not going home. Right, we got an emergency. So all the guys from the field landed back in the office. The customer came after dinner. We were all there. We took turns through the night to enter data because we had to enter raw data. We just had raw attendance data. Ran the application. By 5 in the morning, the payslips were done. And the customer flew back by the first flight out. In the meantime, the engineer had repaired the system. So we told the customer, all your other MIS reports, management, this, that, you can go do on your own system. It is working now. And it was business as usual. Nobody in the organization got to know that such a crisis had happened. And this taught me the other two important lessons, the other two key pillars which build the house of a great place to work. And these two pillars are collaboration and customer service. I spoke about trust, I spoke about well-being, and the other two lessons are collaboration and customer success. Now, why do I talk about collaboration? I work with many organizations, I advise them. And I find that whether they're small organizations or very large organizations, people don't talk to each other. There is no collaboration. Nobody is getting together to solve problems. Do you find that happening in your organization? I can go into any organization and go and do an X-ray and clearly it will be visible. One function is not talking to the other, one team is not talking to the other. People sitting in the same office in the aisle on two sides are not talking to each other. And it amazes me. You know, you would tend to think, oh, there is a startup, they collaborate very well. No, same story. You walk into a large organization, it's the same story. And many organizations are not able to deliver to their full potential just because of poor collaboration quotient. Believe me, it is so simple to drive success if you can get everyone to solve problems together. If you can drive inclusivity, if you can accept diversity, if you can accept alternate ideas, and if you can celebrate them to solve very complex problems. It is not that hard. You all agree with me? And I'm sure that each one of you, if you look in your own organization, you will, I have asked so many people, right? What is your strategy? You know, the discussion we just saw on purpose. What is the purpose of your organization? Do you know the purpose? Do you know why you exist? Do you know why your business is in the business that you are in? What are you trying to solve? What are you trying to solve? Most people don't know. That's why you go ask our CEO. Many people that I talk to, and I ask them that you come into office every day, you work very hard. How does this connect to what your organization is trying to do? Their larger purpose, their larger goal. People ask me, what is purpose? Purpose is the reason of your existence. Why do you exist? As an individual. And we heard a beautiful, beautiful session just now. And so therefore, if you collaborate, at least you'll get to know that you're working towards a common goal, which is going to help your organization achieve its ulterior purpose. The ulterior reason as to why they exist. And believe me, organizations don't exist just to make money, right? You all agree with me, no? All the money and all the profits you make as an organization, do you dig a hole and put the money in that hole? Anyone does it here? What do? You invest, you create wealth, it goes back, you create jobs, it helps the economy. It helps the planet, hopefully we do it the right way. Customer service. Many of us, in fact, in my early years, people used to say, Manoj, a customer, no. The word is very well defined. I said, why? It says, begins with C-U-S-T. Kasht. Ye customer. I remember when I used to go to the bank in the early days. Now, of course, you have ATMs, this, that. The moment you go in the morning, I don't know how many of you have ever done that. 10 a.m., walk into a branch. No one wants to talk to you. No one wants to see you. No one is at the teller. You walk up to somebody, वो एक दूसरे को बोल रहे हैं, यार मुसीबत आ गई तू झेल, मुसीबत आ गई तू झेल. And you're a customer, you're standing there. You're musibat. Arey Baba, you exist because of me. No. 10 a.m., too early in the morning. या सुबह बीबी से लड़के घर यहाँ आ गया, बीबी ने यहाँ भेज दिया इसको. That used to be the common refrain. That you're fought at home, your wife has got upset, you have no place to go, you've come to the bank. So who the hell wants to deal with you? We all need to recognize that customer success satisfaction is critical to long-term health. And why is that important? Because number one, not only does the customer help you make your profit that you've made of a transaction, but importantly helps you to continue to improve and become better as an organization, as an individual. I don't know how many of you will agree with me. Many people turn around and say, oh, that guy had great vision, fantastic strategy, created a wonderful business. And I often used to tell them, that is the marketing guy has to tell the story, you know, wo, jaise Hindi movie. Once you see last scene, you have to build the rest. I said, actually, his customer pulled him by the ear and told him what to do and what not to do. And many times you don't understand what your customer is saying, then the customer also slaps you 3-4 times, you know. It's called kind love, tough love. That's what you get. And then you learn, then you realize, then you embrace an idea, and the idea becomes successful. And then what happens? 20 years later, you are this great visionary. You saw this great vision and nobody had seen. It's your customer who saw that vision. Customer insight is critical. And only those customers are going to do it where you have built that relationship over a period of time. To begin with, you need to deliver superior products and services. You need to make sure you truly partner with your customer. And not only that, good customers give you referrals, right? Many people come and ask me, Manoj, my sales guys, they don't know where to go and sell. I said, nobody has a magic wand. Just go to your existing customers and ask them if they are happy with you to refer to other friends. See, the problem hai. Many of my customers' implementations are not done well. So you're not going to get a referral. So customer service, do everything for the customer. I'm at the end of this. That was my last story. If you have time, I got lots of more stories, but I just picked 3 of them. And I think that these are the 4 important pillars: trust, well-being, collaboration, customer service. If you can put these 4 pillars together, you have a very, very successful business. And I'd like to wish all of you every success. This city has taught me these lessons. These were the 4 lessons that I learned here. These were the only 4 lessons which took me very, very far in my own career. And Mr. Khera spoke about failures. I took 5 businesses, didn't fail in a single one, because I learned these lessons right here. And thank you very much for your love and affection.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. Didi Purkar, the Director, ABP Group, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Manoj Chugh. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move on to our next panel session. Just give us a couple of moments to do the setup. I hope all of you have put up your questions. Hashtag Ask Sri Sri. These questions will be put up in the session that we're going to have with Sri Sri Ravi Shankar after lunch. So please make sure that you have put them up on social media and you have tagged us so that we get hold of your questions. This is going to be an interesting session, ladies and gentlemen. The path ahead for the digital-first enterprise. So here's a question for all of you. How many of you have liked our LinkedIn page? Great, thank you, sir. Another, thank you, sir. I've just seen 3 hands. Another one here. Thank you, sir. Great, thank you. And the ones who have still not done it, please can you go to LinkedIn and like our page, and also to tag your colleagues so that they find how, they can actually understand how interesting this entire 3-day has been for you and how much you have attended all these different sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for this panel discussion, the path ahead for the digital-first enterprise. And I'd like to request our panelists to kindly come onto the dais and take their seats. Mr. Alok Majumdar, CTO, Hoi Choi, may I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat, sir? Mr. Alok Majumdar. A round of applause for Mr. Alok Majumdar. Warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Amitav Sengupta, CDO of RPSG. A warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Deepak Sharma, ex-CDO Kotak Mahindra. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat, sir. And a round of applause. Keep those applauses coming. It energizes our panelists. Mr. Anand Sinha, CIO Birla Soft, may I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat, sir. A warm welcome to you. And Mr. Arindam Mukherjee, President of Sales India Cloud4C. These are our panelists. And to chair and moderate this session, I will request Mr. Harish Agarwal, Managing Partner, E&Y, to kindly come forward to take over the session. And I hand over the session to you, sir.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, and welcome to my fellow panelists. Today we're going to talk about the path ahead for the digital-first enterprise. And I think in our country it's more relevant because our country is now becoming known around the world for our digital infrastructure. I have a funny anecdote to mention before I get started. I was traveling to the US in October, and I went to rent for a car. So when they asked me for my license, I took out my DigiLocker app, and I said, here's the license. And she said, I can't give you the car. I need a hard copy. I said, but in our country nowadays, I turned 50 last year, and my card expired, the driving license. And they sent me a PDF, and I was not going to carry the PDF, so I carried it on my DigiLocker. The cops, when they, I've had the chance of being caught by the cops once. They looked at the DigiLocker, they were fine. In the US, they said, no, this is not going to work. You've got to bring a hard copy. So I think this is the path we're going to follow. And particularly in our country, if you now look at, we've all gotten used to DigiLocker, DigiYatra, UPI, Aadhaar. People get confused when we said that RTGS is free. With that, and that's only what the government is doing for citizens. And then these people here are also doing something for businesses, for consumers, and we'll want to hear from them what's been their experience in digitalizing the whole value chain that we as consumers, as business people are experiencing, the big revolution that is happening in our country. And some of you may still have queries on what is digital, but by and large in the last few years, we know what is digital. We know that we've eliminated paper, and very, very fast. You feel very proud when you go through the airport and you just scan a barcode, and then your face takes care of everything. So with that, without further ado, I'm going to start throwing a few questions at my fellow panelists. And I'll start with Alok, if you don't mind. Alok, my first question, and this is going to be my common question to all of you, and then I'm going to have a follow-up question. What is your vision of a digital-first enterprise? And what does that mean for you in the years to come?
Okay, so for us, the story is a little bit different, right? Because we are digital native. We are born out of digital rather than like we went for a certain journey or transformation to become a digital first. Being a digital video OTT platform, right? So the end-to-end platform that we do is basically like a based out of digital that we nowadays call, right? And so what are the elements, right? Like say for example, everything comes from the outside. On the contrary of the like a traditional kind of a strategy where if the change are being happening inside and then it gets reflected outside. For us, probably digital first or digital native, it always first outside. That means our customers, right? So whatever changes and improvisation that we do is basically come from the one simple logic that whether it will help my customers or not. And if I am supposed to, if I am, responsible to, increase the customer experience, so whatever things needs to be done, that and by design, that's digital for us, right? So if you ask me that, what we take as a principle, is all starts from listening to our customers, what is good for them, and can we deliver that experience through digital channels or not?
Absolutely. Thank you. My real question for you. On Netflix, we all watched Squid Games, originally not in a language known to us. And coming back to your platform, it was meant originally for the Bengali diaspora.
Yes.
How can now use the new technologies, or how are you thinking of using new technologies, including Gen AI, LLM, to make the content, which is, obviously the content is of very high quality, but the language is still a barrier, to convert it and make it a, make it a pan-world phenomenon?
So, well, I'll be very honest, we started this, experiments, quite some times, because we have access to some, early programs with certain, these different LLM programs and all the tools. So, there are couple of, we cannot generalize the thing, right? Because when, make a content available to a certain or other languages, it's mostly come from, market dynamics, that whether we want to do it or not, do we see a market over there or not? And second is very tough, if we don't understand that target market's cultural and socio, impacts, right? Because content is something is very personal, and we need to understand what people want to watch, what they like, and we need to be like them, right? Having said that, we have seen a couple of areas where LLM and Gen AI is actually could help us. We have started a couple of exercises around that. For example, say language, translation. We do translation, right? We do translate, a Bengali content to Hindi, right? Now, obviously, that is something, we have translators who understand, both the languages and do some, all those tasks. But now we have internally started to, testing LLMs, which is widely available. The way, the LLM, it works it has an encoder and decoder, and the encoder actually takes the original language, right, and convert it to a certain format, and the decoder takes that again, and again, the output is on the targeted language, right? So that is fine. That is something probably a pretty standard, any LLM, which is text to text kind of a translation does. The area that we are actually, we are focusing is something where, is that whether that LLM understand which part of that conversation he needs to focus, right? Because that's something, it's not a, text to text kind of that I've written something in Bengali and it's just converted to a Hindi, right? That output language should be acceptable by the user,
correct,
the viewer, right? So, so there are a lot of elements are, they are working on a focus areas, or, where that model should focus to, to bridge that gap where that output is, is acceptable just like a native language, right? We haven't, we are doing it, but it didn't go to a production right now, because I'll be very honest, we're a little bit skeptical about that, because we still believe that there is always a human factor in that when it comes to, a content, right? And that is entirely our part, and the other part is the, the viewers, right? Because we don't know how the viewers will accept, AI-generated content, right? That's pretty.
Well, we'll be watching your journey with a lot of interest, particularly, I'm a resident of Calcutta and a homegrown OTT platform.
Right.
We'll be rooting for you to go global.
Thank you.
But I'm going to move on to a little bit, somebody who's probably not working for a digital native company. I'm going to go to Amitabh Sengupta. So Amitabh, you oversee a very, very unique portfolio of businesses, and they span across power to retail to education to hospitals to manufacturing. So how do you ensure a consistent digital first, kind of thinking is going to go down across your organization? How are you going about that?
Thank you, Harish. First of all, I'm a subscriber to HI. So thank you for all the content that you share.
So am I, so thank you.
The first thing is, if you look at our portfolio of businesses, one of them is actually media as well. We have a media publishing and entertainment business. We have Saregama.
Of course, sorry, I forgot about that.
Which you forgot about.
Of course.
We have Editorgy, which is a OTT news aggregator, if you will. And it is interesting, I just want to add on to what Alok said. There is actually a lot of AI, Gen AI interventions that we use there. So for example, in things like copywriting, proofreading, content generation, translation, and so on. So we use a significant amount of AI, Gen AI. And it kind of puts into focus that when you look at the RPSJ group, we have a huge diversity in the kind of businesses we have. So things like Editorgy, for example, is completely digital. Saregama right now is absolutely digital. We don't print those records anymore. So our primary customers are the OTT platforms which subscribe the songs. So we get paid whenever our IP uses. We are primarily an IP company there. And then we have traditional manufacturing like PCBL, power, like CESC, NPCL, and so on. Even if you look at one particular business like power, there is a wide variety of what we do there. We are in generation, we are in distribution. Even the distribution model is different depending upon the region that we serve. So driving a digital agenda uniformly across this set of, a diverse conglomerate like ours is a challenge, definitely. Given that the different companies operate at different levels of maturity. So one of the things that we start with is, I think we have roughly 5 things that we are focusing on. The first thing is looking at everything from the customer point of view, like Alok talked about. So mapping customer journeys for each of the customers that we have in each of the segments, and understanding the customers, and making sure that we understand the customer across our businesses. We understand the lifetime value of the customer across those businesses and see how we can best serve those customers. So that is one. The second thing is data as a strategic lever, right? And everything kind of stems from that. Not only in our front-ending systems, but also in our back-ending systems as well. Use data for making supply chain decisions. Use data for having procurement decisions. Use data for serving the customers. Use data in everything that we do, right? So many of the initiatives that we are driving across the conglomerate primarily focus on data, right? So data ingestion, data processing, data segmentation, marketing activation, and so on, right? So that is the second big thing that we are doing. The third thing that we are looking at is, can we evolve what we call a cloud-first approach? So whenever there is something to look at, can we look at cloud as the primary option, and then look at everything from that point of view, right? What can be SaaS, what can be PaaS, what can be infrastructure as a service, and so on. Uh, the fourth thing that we are focusing on is cybersecurity. Because many of the industries that we are in are critical infrastructure, and we have to make sure that we are not only compliant with the regulations, but we are reasonably protected from sometimes even other state agencies. So there is a lot of focus on cybersecurity. And lastly, the fifth thing, which is basically making sure that all the digital technologies which are out there, we kind of look at it and make sure that we leverage it properly. For example, whenever there is a new technology coming on, we would generally look at it and see, can we do something with it, right? So including using drones in NPCL for looking at the high tension lines that go through some of the forest, to looking at customer service through the CESC metaverse, all kinds of things, including using Gen AI and AI throughout our industries. So that in a nutshell is how we are looking at digital across the enterprise.
If you don't mind, Amitabh, would you mind telling us a little bit more about your drone usage? How do you use that?
Yeah, that is a fairly simple use case. In Noida, there are a lot of high tension lines which go through forest. So there is a lot of vegetation. Looking at those and making sure that the lines are free and unencumbered is a challenge. So some of the surveillance that happens is done through drones so that we know where the vegetation is thickest and we can take interventions as and when required.
And have you done a study of, by putting in drone, how much efficiency you've gained and how many man hours you've optimized?
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of, uptimes have improved significantly. Because most of the time previously we would be reactive in nature. Now downtime is almost down to zero because we do it proactively.
Yeah, because you can actually see if the vines are wrapping around the high tension line through the drone before something happens.
True.
I must tell you a personal story about your electric business. We had our meter, we had an issue, just after Amphan at 2 a.m. and the meter burned down. So we tried to call, and I think many people in the neighborhood were calling, there was a spark. I went on Twitter and tweeted. I got a call in 90 seconds, on the Twitter. And then there was a van at my house in 90 minutes, give or take, in the middle of the night, 3:30. So I think not only on servicing internally, but also watching what your customers are saying, I think you guys have been quite at the forefront.
Thank you very much. I can see Sujit there in the audience. So he's probably the person who actually was, is responsible for that. Thank you very much.
I'll move on to a very different industry, to banking. Deepak, I think again, all the bank users are probably thankful to you and your peers who've made the revolution that happened. We don't have to go to banks to line up now and take a token and withdraw cash. You guys have really made a difference to our lives as consumers, and I'm sure you have internally brought in a lot of efficiencies in the banking industry by using digital. So if you can talk about your experience, how you saw this evolve over time, what are the challenges you faced? And then also would like to talk about your experience on the whole Kotak Cherry, that you built.
No, I think banking probably was the first industry that embraced digital before other industries came, because I remember I started this in 2013. So 10 years. I was told probably I was the first chief digital officer in the country. That was about 8 years back. And obviously, everybody used to ask that time, what is digital? Is digital different than IT, technology? And I think a lot of conversation used to first happen about what is digital, how do you define? And I think that's the beauty, that if something you cannot define, that means you are living in an era where things are volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous, what we call VUCA world. So, and I think that's how So my simple definition, as I figured out over a period of time, was that is the way in which you execute organization strategy. Digital in itself is not a strategy. So organization wants to look at growth, revenue, cost, new market access. How do you find a new way to do something different, either to serve your existing customers better, or to change your business model, or find access to a new customer segment? And I think some of the stuff that we figured out, there are many of these in the journey, but I think two, I would say the key ones that stands out was the launch of 811, which happened to become then India's largest digital banking initiative. Across today, more than 40 million customers have come digitally and get served digitally through a platform like that. Was that banks traditionally could not bring the cost of acquisition and cost to serve down. And I think that itself was a limiting factor as to what kind of customers would you acquire and how will you serve them. I think by bringing this whole thing down, thanks to India's stack and advent of 4G and all those things, we finally found that the ecosystem in the country, and that's what something which we pride that, you know, you don't build ecosystem, but you know how to align and build. So there were smartphones, there was 4G, there was digital identity, there were payment stack, and a lot of stuff was happening around us. We said as a bank, if this is the moment and consumer habits are changing, post-demon, I think the readiness of consumers to be more digital was there. How do we build a new business which can be at a fraction of a cost, which is not dependent on branch, not dependent on people moving around to do KYC and onboarding? And I think we found that perfect, I would say, opportunity to create that business, and that business then obviously became the biggest success story coming out of India from a financial service institution, because Kotak had about 8 million customers then, and thanks to digital today, it's over 40 million customers. So I think what you could do is 5x of the bank you could create at the back of digital. I think same thing happened during COVID, because as we were all at home, I think our screen times went up. You could find that many people were watching more content or more trading and all the kind of things, right? So digital again was for us to look at what consumers are doing, and then go back and say that at that time, how do you solve the problem of managing their money better? And that one single line problem statement gave us the opportunity to build Cherry, which was a single platform for managing everything that you want to do with your money. You want to buy bond, you want to buy deposits, you want to do equity, mutual fund, any asset class, that retirement, long-term pension. And you don't need to be a bank customer of Kotak. I think that was the whole idea, that how do we create unbiased, democratize the wealth management. Why I'm bringing these two stories, for me personally, it has always been about what is the purpose and that you are using to, or opportunity you're looking at to build something which has a long-lasting impact. And not just about doing transformation stuff. Obviously, those needs to be done. But directionally, can you redefine and change financial service? And I think here am I. As I look ahead, I think the idea is what's that next big problem to solve? And hopefully very soon I will tell you about that.
Very, very inspiring story. And I think it's a tough legacy that you would leave behind for people who are going to follow, because they're going to think, what can we do to even come back to the standards that you've set for your
No, let me tell you, there are still many problems that needs to be solved in a country like ours. When I look around, I at least have identified 4 or 5 big opportunities, I think, for democratizing the access to financial service. We still do not have access to financial service at scale as we would like it to be it for small businesses, traders, people who are into tier 2, tier 3 town, access to long-term financial planning and wealth management or money management. So if we go around and look for what our consumers today need or businesses need, I think we still have many more things. So if there are any entrepreneurs sitting here thinking about it, let me tell you, I think we still have just started this. Many more things are going to happen thanks to ONDC and open credit enabled network, OCAN, and lot many more India Stack initiatives that are going to get unfold over the next few years.
Amen. I'll quickly move on to the individual who probably runs a company that helps all of you with these kind of services. So Anand, welcome. You're with BirlaSoft, and I'm sure your companies help. You are responsible for internally digital, but also you're seeing your clients being helped for digital as it goes. So I have a specific question for you. Recently, in a talk at the Ether World, you made a point that digital does not mean getting the latest and the greatest of new age tech, but rather planning for what the business is looking for and investing in tech that will help you achieve it. So how do you invest in tech today that you believe will be relevant in the next 3 to 5, 10 years to come?
Yeah, thank you, Harish. So it's a very core point for any CIOs, and being a CIO in IT industry, basically, we have two customers to serve. One is internal and one is external. And if you talk about internal, so we wanted to become a case study for our external customer too, so that we can go and sell those solutions. So in that way, all kind of technologies, latest technology, if you talk about, be it generative AI or be it AI, ops, digital transformations, so we are all there. But it's not that easy that any customer is going for a solution which you are going to propose. Internally, what we do go ahead with the business case study. We understand the real pain of user as well as the customer. We create a very well thought strategy around it, so that each and every technology investment should have an outcome out of it. So there are a lot of discussions, a lot of innovations, a lot of POC we conduct before finalizing of any technology for the customer as well as the internal. So in the IT industry, basically technology adoption, the key driver is three components which we follow. One is innovation, one is necessity, and third one is need. Innovation, because being in IT industry, we have to be adapt to the latest tech and technology. So that's why we are doing the continuous innovation always. Necessity, because of a lot of compliance, a lot of customer requirements, we have to build those solutions so that we can present to them. And need is that to run that entire ecosystem, to run this entire process, we have to build those digital infrastructure or maybe ecosystem internal to organization. So that's why we move ahead, and it's not that easy that each and every customer is looking for one consolidated view, then you have one single technology to serve. There are multiple ways, it's a very complex architecture. So the technology perspective, we have to be ready to answer those questions which customer is going to ask. And as a CIO, I am making sure my team is ready to support those things.
Thank you, Anand. And then finally to the person who creates the foundation for all of these services. So Arindam, a whole lot of this digital results in a lot of demand for cloud now. And I think Gen AI is going to make it even more serious, the need for cloud capacity. So when you look at India compared to the various other countries that are involved in now going digital and usage of cloud, how do you compare us with various other countries?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm the only person who is providing cloud services to all of the users, including IT services company. So we are a global cloud operations company having presence in 52 countries across SAP, across all of the hyperscalers, plus run our own cloud ops. And almost all of the sectors of the industry, including banking and financial services, power utility, as early and new like a drone manufacturing company to hospitality to healthcare, we provide multi-continent experience of providing cloud-native services. So I think my perspective is going to be from the way I'm seeing these changes. And before I go and say that, just to give you my narrative, how exactly the AI is entering our life, and I'll pivot it back to the enterprises in which I landed from Delhi, and I was to get into a Teams call, and I was 15 minutes little late for that call. Generally, what you do, you basically ask one of them to summarize that what has happened. I just invoked a co-pilot command on Teams and asked it to summarize in 4 lines. And it just told me that what exactly has happened in the last 15 minutes. Prior night, yesterday, when I was trying to do a web check-in to whichever cloud that particular Gen AI bot runs, just for information, before I could put my PNR, it asked how you can help. I said, web check-in, it's asked for the PNR. I just inputted the PNR and it took me directly into my state selection, right? So this is happening only possible because the companies in which we are working are similarly changing about the way they started looking at the application landscape. If you go back and Deepak's example of say 811, it's a very seminal moment for the banking industry, those who have downloaded and really use that. What started happening the last few years is that you have been having a set of legacy systems which you had to be modernized. In the process, many of the vendors came out with their SaaS offering, and many of the new age companies built their applications, which is very cloud native. I think the gentleman from Hoichoi was talking about the way you are ingesting data, etc. So what had happened, and you can take this as an example, industry by industry, right? In case of banking as an example, you used to have several data systems because there are several applications with several data models. And there are several experimentation happening, as he was mentioning that there are far more set of things to come. What we are seeing is that the enterprises across is basically trying to adopt AI as a fundamental means to change their operations. We are working with a global automotive company where they are trying to change their gearbox pattern with an objective to reduce the noise emission and a better fuel efficiency to a certain extent. And they are running large language model along with us. It is running on a certain hyperscaler. And guess what? It is helping them to source a material which was not available, commonly featured in many of the countries that we can think of, right? So the way it is happening, and Gartner is saying that, earlier this week there was a Gartner symposium, they were saying that we are at the peak of the hype cycle, right? And what happens after the peak of the hype cycle is the trough of realism where the most of the adoption will happen. Even in Zomato, you get to see the curated, food, which is not basis your choices. It is basis your age profile, basis the location, basis at a point of time what people generally offer is curated for you, which is again a subject of that. So what we are definitely seeing as a provider, that there is a bunch of applications which are coming, which are AI infused, right? That is the first thing which is happening. And it is across the industry. There are a set of applications which need to be upgraded to be a more cloud native. And there are companies like Hoichoi who built it right up there on the face of the cloud. So very interesting perspective as a partner and a provider. We build multiple skill sets to work with different hyperscalers along with our own cloud offering to make these changes.
No, thank you so much, Arindam. I think we are out of time, but I'll just summarize. I think all of you gentlemen are making life easier, more democratized, and more, I would say, also cheaper, because the more you're making the process digital, the end service for the consumer is becoming much more inexpensive, and particularly for certain industries like for example in your Hoichoi, you can go global because the reach is now global. It's not just for Bengali speaking. So I think the future, as I'm hearing from all of you, is bright. And Deepak, I would take on where you said there's lots more to be done. So I would take heart from that we are going to continue having these conversations, and it's not going to be digital first, but it's going to be digital second, third, fourth, digital infinite. So thanks a lot, gentlemen, for your time, and I'll hand it back to our organizer. Tina, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harish. And I'd like to request Mr. K.K. Mahapatra to kindly come on stage to present mementos to our chairperson and moderator and our panelists. Thank you very much, Mr. Harish Agarwal. Thank you. Thank you for moderating this wonderful session. Thank you, Mr. Alok Majumdar. Thank you very much, Mr. Amitav Sengupta. Thank you, Mr. Deepak Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Anand Sinha. And thank you, Mr. Arindam Mukherjee. If all of you can stand close for the photograph, please. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, here is an announcement. There are ladies here, young ladies here. They're going to be going around. Please put your questions for Sri Sri into that box that they are holding. You can put in your name and the question, and you can just deliver it to the box here. Our girls will just move around, and you can give your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume our session once again by 2:30 p.m. We request all of you to be back in the hall by 2:30. Thank you.
এবার বাড়া পাশাপাশি দাঁড়িয়ে আমি তোর সাথে প্রশ্ন করতে পারবো? তাহলে তো বাড়া ঘাড়ে ঘাড়ে বল বল কখন করলাম? স্টেজে তোলার জন্যই তো ফোন করলাম।
Brand of Trust Hospitals. We have 3 hospitals under this brand. We Between all the three hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have two critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. Lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for UNX Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for UNX Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for UNX Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for UNX Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First two waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for UNX Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for UNX Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for UNX Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for UNX Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, We had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have two critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group under the brand of Trust Hospitals. We have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance-wise, it is better. Hence, we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIS to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. First 2 waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud, and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next, we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were facing a lot of performance issues, a lot of downtime on these applications, which impacted the business operations. There were delays in terms of matching our inventory, delays in terms of monthly reconciliation of finance. All of this was creating a lot of problem for the business. That's the reason we chose to move to AWS Cloud to scale it up and resolve this performance and availability issues.
Hi, I'm Deepak Bharadwaj. I'm the co-founder for Evenix Digital Solutions. We primarily work in the domain of SAP and other enterprise business solutions. The challenge which they were facing is they were not able to integrate HIS and hospital information system and SAP in a proper way. They were not able to meet the SLAs they were committing to the business. So we did multiple workshops with customer where we demonstrated the capabilities of AWS and migrating to the latest version of SAP. Once we got a go-ahead of migration, the entire project went into 3 waves. first two waves were completed using a lift and shift approach where development and quality servers were migrated. The third wave was of production system where we first set up our disaster recovery using the SAP HSR method, which reduced the actual downtime while migrating to AWS.
So we have moved our SAP workload to AWS Cloud and it has been 5 months since then. There hasn't been a single minute downtime. So it has been available 24/7. That's the biggest problem we solved. The performance wise it is better. Hence we've been able to close all our financial books on time by moving our workload to AWS. Next we are taking our hospital information systems also to AWS Cloud. We will be one of the first healthcare companies to move our HIs to cloud. I am Mitali Biswas. I am the Chief Information Officer for the CK Birla Group of Hospitals. We are part of the larger CK Birla Group. Under the brand of Trust Hospitals, we have 3 hospitals under this brand. Between all the 3 hospitals, we cater about 1,000 patients per day on any busy day. So before we started moving our workloads to AWS, we had a data center which is still there in our hospital premises. We have 2 critical applications. One is used for our financial closure and planning, which is the SAP ERP, and the other one is the hospital information systems. So we were
in an era where the world is torn between aggression and depression, a child was born who at the age of 4 astonished his teachers by reciting the Bhagavad Gita. From a young age, he was found in deep meditation. He would say, "I have family everywhere. People are waiting for me." After completing his education, he began traveling the world, reviving ancient knowledge and imparting spiritual wisdom. And then, in the winter of 1981, he went into a period of silence, during which the Sudarshan Kriya was revealed to him, the most powerful breathing technique that relieves stress, creates emotional, mental, and physical well-being. Gurudev began traveling across the world, teaching this knowledge, and so the art of living was born. He has designed 57 unique courses taught by 35,000 teachers in 180 countries, transforming millions of lives.
When I did Sudarshan Kriya for the very first time, it was so powerful, and I felt like my brain and my eyes are just clear.
Inspired by Gurudev, Art of Living volunteers are changing the world by providing free education, rehabilitating prisoners.
I used to actually look forward to fights. I can now walk away from a fight.
If it hadn't been for you and your teachings, my life would look much different than it does today.
Healing war veterans.
Just on a practical level, I sleep at night.
And that's where this program really probably helped me more than anything, is it gave me myself back.
Empowering rural communities.
I was a heavy smoker, drink like a fish, but now, just quit, just take that.
Making farmers debt-free.
गुरुजी त्यांच्या जीवनामध्ये तुम्ही सुख प्राप्ती दिली त्याच्याबद्दल मी तुमचे खूप खूप कोटी तुमचे परिणाम आहेत.
They're preserving the environment by cleaning the planet, planting trees, and reviving rivers. In situations where war seemed like the only outcome, Gurudev was instrumental in creating peace. He resolved the 500-year-old Ayodhya dispute, brought peace in Kashmir and Naxal-affected areas.
We had been taught to operate guns, arms, and train other youths. But now, after doing the Art of Living course, meeting Sri Sri, we realized we had chosen the wrong path.
Ended a civil war in Colombia.
Many other groups who have understood that there are people to care for them. There are people who are ready to listen to them. And we will not stop till the last gun is laid down in the region.
To create a one-world family and celebrate unity and diversity, Gurudev created the World Culture Festival, bringing together millions from across the globe.
We gather today in this wonderful occasion, blessed by our Master of Love.
We will follow you. Where you will go, we will follow you.
If there's one country in the world that has to be in total gratitude with you, it's mine.
The voice of peace, the voice voice of truth should be heard loud and clear.
In an era
Welcome back. We are going to start with our next panel discussion in a short while from now. But let me ask you, how many of you were here today morning at 8 a.m. for the Art of Living class? Wow. Wow. I love those hands going up, and there's somebody who's waving crazily. Yes, I can see you, sir. I can see you. Is that our Lifetime Achievement Awardee? Is he our Lifetime? Oh, of course he is. He was my partner last night for dancing like crazy. Did you know that we dance like crazy? All right, so we have since all of you are here and you have worked on the chaos inside your mind, we are going to start with our first panel discussion after lunch. I hope all of you are going to be listening to this particular topic, which is very important. This is business in Bengal, opportunities and challenges, and I will take this honor to welcome on stage our panelists and our chairperson. Our first panelist in this panel discussion will be Mr. Sagar Daryani. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Mr. Sagar Daryani serves as CEO and co-founder of Wow Momo Foods Private Limited, a popular Indian food chain specializing in momos, a type of dumpling. Mr. Daryani, along with his friend and business partner Vinod Kumar Homagai, started the company in 2008 when they were still in college with an initial investment of only rupees 30,000. And a big round of applause to Mr. Sagar Daryani. I have the opportunity of meeting him for a couple of times now in INFOCOM. A warm welcome to you. Our second panelist for this panel discussion is Mr. Rudra Chatterjee. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Mr. Rudra Chatterjee is the managing director of Lakshmi Tea, a tea production company with 25 estates in India and Rwanda, and is chairman of OBT, one of India's largest home furnishings company. Mr. Rudra is the chairman of FICCI West Bengal. He served as the president of Indian Chamber of Commerce between 2018 to 19. He is the honorary consul of the Republic of Rwanda to India. He received the Banga Bhushan Award in 2022. A big round of applause for him and a warm welcome to you, sir. Our next panelist for this session is Mr. Pritish Chaudhary. May I request him to kindly come onto the dais and take his seat. He's a Director, Marketing and Business Development at Titagarh Rail Limited, formerly Titagarh Wagons Limited, one of the largest Indian multinational entities engaged in design and production of railway rolling stock with 4 manufacturing facilities located within India and in Italy. Mr. Chaudhary is a member of the Eastern Region Council of the Confederation of Indian Industry and was the co-chairperson of the CII Defence Subcommittee for the Eastern Region for 2021-22. He is also currently the co-chairman for the Manufacturing Subcommittee of CII Eastern Region. A warm welcome to you, sir. Our next panelist for this session will be Mr. Prashant Sharma. Mr. Prashant Sharma is the MD of Charnock Hospital and SKM Group, Calcutta. A warm welcome to you, sir. I request you to take your seat. Mr. Sharma did his MBA from ISB Hyderabad and Healthcare Management from Harvard Business School, apart from various courses from Wharton, Kellogg, INSEAD, etc. He is the chairperson for ICC National Healthcare Committee. A warm welcome to you, sir. And our chairperson for this session, our moderator and chairperson for this session is Sucharita Basu. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat, ma'am. Ms. Sucharita Basu is the managing partner, Equilaw, and chairperson of Confederation of Indian Industry, West Bengal State Council. Ms. Sucharita is a lawyer with over 22 years of experience as a legal practitioner. Ms. Sucharita is also an empaneled counsel for the state of West Bengal at the Honorable Supreme Court of India. She serves as an independent director on the board of Tarson's Products Private Limited and Himadri Credit and Finance Limited. A warm welcome to you, ma'am, and I hand over the session to you.
Thank you so much. Namaskar and good afternoon. A warm welcome to all the distinguished members on the dais and my co-panelists, and of course, friends and audience. So today we have gathered here for a very pertinent discussion on Bengal and its growth story and the challenges and opportunities of doing business in Bengal, especially in the afterglow of the Bengal Global Business Summit 23. I think this discussion becomes even more relevant, and it is truly my honor to moderate this erudite panel. So to set the context, I will say a few lines. West Bengal has the potential to be the new economic powerhouse with one of the highest average GDP growth rates in the nation, consistent rise in volume of exports and tax revenue, and dynamic social and urban infrastructure, all propelled by its strategic geographic location, pro-business government policies, and skilled human resource. There are other positives, and I would say rapid developments in terms of more than 100 industrial parks comprising of 13,000 acres of land, 550 MSME clusters, efficient electric grid connectivity to industrial zones, third largest road network with more than 3 lakh kilometers of roads, and revolutionary changes in land laws, to name a few. Now, additionally, the ongoing work in the Eastern dedicated freight corridor from Ludhiana to Dankuni, and also the other economic corridors, they will certainly provide further impetus to the industrial growth in the state. Now, moreover, in the BGBS 23, which happened about a fortnight back, 5 new policies, namely the West Bengal Logistics Policy, Internet Cable Landing Station Policy, West Bengal Export Promotion Policy, West Bengal Green Hydrogen Policy, and West Bengal New and Renewable Energy Manufacturing Promotion Policy were announced. And as the name suggests, they are all forward-looking, innovative policies with an aim to double states' exports, modernize its logistics and ease of doing business, and promote renewable energy manufacturing. So several other palpable steps have been taken by the government in consultation with the industry, which are necessary for creating the ecosystem for development of certain sectors with immense growth potential in Bengal, such as logistics, healthcare, agro-based industries, chemicals, engineering, renewable power and energy, maritime, IT, ITES, and tourism. So with the stage set for Bengal's bright, promising future, where progress and innovation will go and should go hand in hand, Bengal should progress swiftly to truly become the new economic power. However, I have been leading CII, West Bengal State Council, this year, and I have discovered in all our road shows countrywide, outside Bengal, and also otherwise in my conversations and interactions with several outside the state, there still remains a perception problem when it comes to Bengal and considering the state as an investment destination. So, I mean, very much to the contrary. For instance, for me and my law firm, Bengal has offered absolutely the best platform. And the fact that we have been able to do how much ever we could has obviously been possible because of a robust commercial backdrop in the state. And most of my clients, who are extremely well-established business houses in Bengal, they're exemplarily satisfied with the state when it comes to doing business. So we shall now move on to hear from our distinguished panelists who have made noteworthy contributions in their respective sectors to Bengal's growth landscape, and why they consider Bengal to be extremely viable, not only for their existing business, but also maybe for their expansion and diversification. So if you observe this panel closely, it has been very carefully curated, and we have made conscious efforts to include diverse sectors and also different stages of progress of corporates, in their corporate life has been included. So I shall first go to Rudra Chatterjee, Mr. Rudra Chatterjee. Rudra is, of course, a friend and a client, and I work closely with him. I find him to be an astute businessman, and also he holds the flag of Bengal very high, not only through his business, but several other activities. So, Rudra, can you describe to me, of course, the journey of Lakshmi Group and future plans, especially when we know that in order to monetize the unutilized portion of tea gardens, the government has formulated the tea tourism and allied business policy in 2019, and the same is actually expected to bring large-scale investments in both tea and tourism. So what is your take on this? How would you think that the tea sector and the tourism sector will be able to leverage and/or capitalize this? So you can start from the beginning a little bit. A little bit of storytelling always helps.
Thank you, Shucharita. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. So when you speak about any business, like Lakshmi Tea, which has been founded in 1912, what that business means keeps changing every decade if you're lucky, or maybe even every year. So when the business was founded in 1912, it was almost impossible for an Indian family to grow tea. It was almost a British, almost a 100% enclave of the British. So we were unable to find, my family, my forefathers were unable to find any place in Bengal or Assam, and was able to find a very small location in Tripura to start growing tea. You know, as after independence, my grandfather and then my father was able to acquire more tea estates, which itself was a successful business in the 50s and 60s. India was a large exporter of tea. For various reasons, there's been a lot of supply of tea, and demand has not kept up to supply. So over the last few years, you would have seen all the tea companies that were famous, save one or two, have either shut down or become a shadow of what they were. So over the last decade, there's been a couple of things that Lakshmi Tea has been trying. One was to be very clear about what the assets should be, which are the assets that are likely to succeed and which are the assets which are not likely to succeed. Secondly, especially because this is an INFOCOM event, we realized that while growing tea has become tougher, in the past, selling tea was a monopoly. It was only Lipton and Brooke Bond. While today, because of technology, we can find a niche customer. So for example, depending on the tea that we are trying to promote, for example, Kolkata, Bengal is fond of Darjeeling tea. We have Makai Bari, which is a famous Darjeeling tea. So how do we target the right pin code? So we know customers even by pin code. Which are the pin codes in which we can do digital marketing? Which are the pin codes which, what are the customers drinking? Are they drinking other organic products? Are they consuming other organic products? So through that, over the last 2 years, a significant part of our sales is now online. So if many people say that, Makai Bari pawa jai na, because all of it is available online. That is one significant thing. Second thing you might have read a few days ago, in fact it was launched in, it's been launched in the south of the country, but it was launched during BGBS, which was with Coca-Cola, who used to own and market a brand called Honesty in US, which incidentally was founded after the founder had visited Makai Bari. So it got relaunched. The first Honesty got shut down in US and it got relaunched. Now only in the south it will come to the rest of the country, because most of these drinks come in the summer months, other than in the south where it can come during any time. So it was launched. So these are two areas in tea. Tourism is another area where we were not directly part of it. Our business partner, Mr. Harsh Neotia, started a hotel in Makai Bari, who at that time, that was a remarkable venture. But it is very clear that that hotel shows both the draw of some estates, but also the draw of the hills. Part of it is a good reason, which is people are traveling a lot more within India, spending a lot of money within India, but also the hill stations around the country. It's better to stay in areas like tea estates near the hill stations than going to the hill stations itself. So when we saw that, we did two things. Number one is, obviously welcome Taj as they made the hotel, but also apply for tea tourism policy, which the government of West Bengal has instituted. Also, there's a homestay policy, which is not as well known. So what we did is work with the workers in Makai Bari and add only one room, one small room to their labor quarters, which is online. You can actually book it for 1,000 rupees, and 1,000 rupees goes to the worker. So which means that the worker has a significant supplemental income. It is also in their interest to promote tourism. And that's actually something that we'll have to figure out about tea or any business, that we have tremendous opportunity in this country, we have tremendous opportunity in the state. We have also a lot of people in this country, a lot of people in the state, who may not be beneficiaries of the opportunities that we benefit from. So how can you make it both successful, profitable, and inclusive? I think that is something that tea tourism policy can do, because the fact of the matter is the tea garden job is going to get more and more challenging, and there are many options to do it using more technology, using more mechanization. How can we both, train and employ people from jobs, continue working in some areas, but add other things? Like tourism is one thing, but Sucharita, if you may allow, like last week we had a very big global agency, I would not name them because we haven't got a contract with them as yet, who went to our tea estates and said, growing flowers. Not we growing flowers, the workers growing flowers. But they can market it, and flower is a huge business, especially as cities are getting richer, they demand flowers, growing honey, and many other opportunities. So, I think what a business means, what a business meant to Lakshmi Tea in 1912, when we were clearing out forests and growing tea, has to change in 2024. And that's what business in any state or for any company is going to be.
Very true. So this, all of this, sustainability, CSR, ESG, all of this has to go hand in hand in any business going forward. So actually you have at least proved what we have heard for many years, to be proved wrong. So what kind of response can you have to this?
That's not true. Anyone who says that is not correct. And I think whether we change the perception of Bengal or not, we should first change, we should not say it ourselves that we cannot, there is not any truth to that. There has been historical factors which are temporary, because of which it has been challenging in the past to do business. There are many, many business people who are, starting new businesses. Many of them through huge difficulty, doing those businesses. And today, the things that are really important for business today, number one is, there are no monopolies in the world. Again, I'm sitting at an INFOCOM event, there is no monopoly because of technology. So if you are creative, if you can brand yourself, you can be a brand of one. If you can brand yourself using, social media or sell online, but you have to, whether it is a service, whether it is a good, you have, one amazing thing is you can follow your passion to make it into a business, and I think that is the most important thing. I think maybe it's a little bit of a rose-tinted view, but it was challenging for some of us to do business when it was the license Kota Raj. But it is not that anymore. If you have, Sagar is an amazing example of, his passion became an amazing business. That is something that many of us can do. It's challenging, he'll tell you his struggles, the way it was done. So I think one thing is, we have to first change that as being completely untrue. I don't want to take up all this time and talk about all the instances in which ব্যবসা হয়েছে. এবং also, I don't want to talk about, like when you see the industry in different, occasions. I think when I see Durga Pujo, I see two things. Number one is industry. I see creativity. But also that how innovative one can be for the most, sacred of our functions. And that is what business requires. You have to reimagine, repurpose to meet the requirements at that time. And I think, the most important thing is actually not talent or creativity. It is also confidence. Because it's one of those things that you can't say, can you guarantee me that it's going to succeed in 2 years? Nothing can be guaranteed. But if you are okay to, start small and fail, some instances, and move forward, not fail so badly that we can't do anything beyond it. I think we must, there is no question that our region, our country will be our country will be the fastest growing country over the next few decades. The eastern region, starting from a lower base, will be a faster growing region than the rest of the country. I hazard a guess, but that's likely to be true. It is already, if you look at the data by state GDPs, you might not realize the speed at which West Bengal or Assam or some of the other northeastern and eastern states are growing are actually faster than the national average because it's also starting from a lower base. So if these growths are in front of you, if this is the speed at which the country is growing, if the way to reach markets have changed through technology, why wouldn't you do it? What are we going to wait for at this time? So I think, I don't think there's a perception, but if there is, let's
just abolish it. Yes. I also run my organization like a business, and I absolutely love doing what I do. So we will travel to Prithish now, and Prithish is representing Titagarh Rail Systems Limited, which was formerly Titagarh Wagons Limited. It's obviously a large manufacturing company with its roots in Bengal, grown manifold now with global presence. And Prithish here, among us, he represents a very vast section of Indian demography, and which is the Gen Z, the youth of India, most of who they leave their roots to explore opportunities elsewhere, and some of them even pivot entirely away from their family business to pursue their own interests. So what is it so irresistible in Bengal, Prithish, that you decided to stay back, come back, continue with growing Titagarh? And so I will also throw in the angle of family business here, because in India, majority of the businesses are family businesses. So is it just to honor a family business succession plan, which is also very important for the stakeholders of every organization? And or you truly feel connected to Bengal? So aside the pragmatics, it's an emotional question also. So, and I rely upon you to answer it.
Well, thank you very much. That's a very interesting question that you've asked. I think there are a couple of factors that come into play, with this decision. Of course, the first factor was the fact that it's a family business, Growing up, all I ever heard about, all I ever heard my dad or my granddad talk about at home, at dinner, was work. How we can grow the business, what more can we do, what new can we do, how the country could progress, and what that could do for us. So, kind of, willingly or unwillingly, that this is something that was ingrained from childhood, that what we do and the amount that was, I would say, unconsciously learned is very, very large. It's when I got back to India finally in 2019, and I walked into the factory for the first time, I didn't feel like a stranger. I didn't feel like I didn't know what's going on here. There was some basic, no matter how basic, but there was a basic idea ki yahan chal kya raha hai, So at that point, that of course played a huge role. But then having lived abroad for 4 years, having some sort of exposure into that lifestyle, right? And then coming back to India and experiencing the pace here, the action here, I can very truly and wholeheartedly say there is no place better than India in the world right now to grow. If growth and if ambition is something that one has, then today there is no better place than India. And as far as Bengal comes in, Bengal is always home. People often ask that when you came back, was it difficult to adjust, going straight into work, going to college? The answer was home is home. Nothing can ever feel different. Home is always home.
But do you ever think, or do you already play an active role in sort of influencing? Influencer is such a strong word today. Influencing your friends. I know batches of school, they leave abroad to study abroad, and they stay there regardless of the rigor over there, regardless of uncertainties, including geopolitical today. So do you think you will ever play an active role in influencing the young generation to come back, and especially to the eastern part of the country, or do you have a plan of action like that? Anything in your mind?
It's not a plan of action, but even today, if anybody asks me, I'm not even talking about just Indians, even if somebody who's not Indian, whether he's American, whether he's European, whether he's, Arab, whatever nationality, if somebody asks me that if I was to set up a new business, where should that be? The answer is always India. Perfect. It's never abroad, because, as Mr. Chatterjee just mentioned, that India is and will continue to be the fastest growing economy in the world for the next few decades. With that, the opportunities that come up, again, are endless. So there is no better place to grow. And one more thing is the work ethic here. The difference rather between the work ethic of Indians versus, I would say, anywhere else in the world. For us, if there is work, there is work. Doesn't matter if that's 12 hours a day, 16 hours a day, even 20 hours a day. So that whole 9 to 5 or 10 to 6 mindset is not something that is very practical, at least in our sector, in the manufacturing sector. It's not something that's very practical. So if that rigor is something that one is willing to take, then there is no better place than India to grow today.
Correct. Even for lawyers, I think Indian lawyers and American lawyers, they work the hardest, and all over the country, all over the world, they cut off by 5 o'clock. So thank you, Pritesh. So now Sagar is a purebred startup and the real, in Gen Z lingo, the real OG of a Bengal startup. So, and that too in the most loved and celebrated sector of Bengal, which is food. And I have heard Sagar speak about his delicious journey, I emphasize many times. So in addition to sort of briefly describing your journey, I would also like, Sagar, while you describe, to emphasize a little bit on your fundings, because I know you have had multiple series of fundings, your experience of having investors on board, and also future plans. You have to give them exit. Do you plan on an IPO anytime? I would also like to, while you're answering this question, focus a little bit on the food business or the food sector scenario in Bengal, because it is a crowded space now. And I remember we were all together in a contingency. We were traveling with the Honorable CM, and we kept on discussing many things. One of the evenings we were discussing how much innovation is required even in food business for it to sustain and for it to thrive. So what is your view, Sagar, please? You can tell us about your journey.
Firstly, thanks for having me here. But I remember when I started 14 years back, my dad's friends would tell him कि कोच्चो तुम्हारे चेले मोमो बिक्री करवा तो पढ़ाशोना करिए छो, and तुम्हारा बेटा मोमो बेचेगा, and today I proudly say that हमारे देश में अगर एक चाय वाला प्रधानमंत्री बन सकता है तो बंगाल से कोई खाना का धंधा करके कुछ तो बन सकता है. I'm not talking about political ambitions, but I'm just saying that there's so much that you can do that nothing is small. And I mean Pritish rightly said that I think we're a people's business, or the people of Bengal have been our biggest strength, because I can proudly say that I've seen the most hardworking human resource here in Bengal. We are operating in 32 cities, 670 plus stores, so it's more than 6,000 employees now. Trust me, I think a lot of investors have told me, why don't you shift your headquarters from here to a Bangalore or to a Delhi or to a Bombay? But I think I am blessed to have my headquarters in Calcutta. I think, there's a saying that it's more easier to buy a license. You require only 7 licenses. I mean, a pistol license, a gun license. Fantastic. But to open a restaurant, you require more than 12 licenses. And compliances are strict. But trust me, I think in Bengal, it's been very, very, I wouldn't say easy, but it's been very fragmented to a way where it's very systematic. The government has also now launched a single licensing window. And lately, the hospitality industry has got industry status. I mean, that's big, right? One of the very few states to give you industry status. And, it means a lot. And I'm sure Rudra would know how much it's going to help us, right? So, I think in India, our population is the biggest strength. And obviously, we thrive on consumerism. And talking about food, I think by far, Calcutta is the food capital of the country. And, I have so many friends from across the country, and they love to Calcutta and eat. The very fact that our very own Peter Cat is rated amongst the world's top 100 restaurants is a matter of pride for us. So yeah, I think it's a good feeling. Lastly, if you talk about funding and investor interest, the last biggest blockbuster IPO in the consumer space was of Manyavar, which is a brand from Calcutta, from Bengal. So I think somewhere, this perception that you mentioned of there's no action happening in Bengal, I think it was a perception not outside created, but it was created by people like us. Like when I started, a lot of people discouraged me from Bengal, my friends, other people, that, yaar, Calcutta mein kyun business kar rahe ho? And most of my friends who've now gone back to other cities, when I asked them, why did you go back? They were like, we never felt that we had opportunities here. And today, a lot of people ask me, is it difficult for you to hire people? I say, no, actually it's very easy, because a lot of good talent from here think that they will not get opportunities here and they go outside. But when businesses are thriving here, they want to come back home. So to be honest, I personally know brands like GKB, Manyavar, Lenskart also, to name a few. So I don't know if you all know, one of the Lenskart co-founders is a boy from Calcutta. He did his schooling from St. Lawrence. So, I think all these businesses have tried to build powerhouses here in Calcutta, in Bengal. And personally, I feel, whether it's Bengal, whether it's India, I think we are not just the decade, we are the future. This is the right time to invest in India, grow in India. And I think the kind of emphasis India has on the global map, I mean, I don't need to explain it. I mean, it's known to everyone. But the investor interest, I personally feel if you build a good business, you can build it anywhere. Like Rudroda said, pursue your passion, follow your passion. You can do it anywhere. I mean, there's no saying कि आप कलकत्ता में नहीं कर सकते हो, आप दिल्ली में कर सकते हो, या बैंगलोर में कर सकते हो. I think you can do it anywhere. It's all on to you as to how you go out there and execute, because ideas everyone has. It's all about the ideation, which is the execution. And it's a journey. I think we all talk about the successes, but trust me, behind the successes, there are so many failures. There have been nights and days where I've been so anxious, where I haven't been able to sleep, gone into depression. And I think that's the beauty of being an entrepreneur. I mean, COVID was one instance where you felt everything just finished. What you built in like 10 years, everything just finished. So I think, that journey of an entrepreneurship will happen anywhere in the country. You could build a good product. If there's an audience for that product, you're definitely going to thrive. But investor interest will come for any good business anywhere. I know investors who've now invested in towns of Durgapur and Asansol also. There's this company which is Sasta Sundar, again a company from Bengal. You've had Mitsui from Japan coming and investing in them, right? And there's a Pinnacle development which is from Durgapur. There are hospitals, there are educational institutes. They have investors from abroad investing in them. So I think if you build a good business, you can get funding anywhere. Talking about exits, we were very lucky and fortunate that we were able to give our angels exit in like 3 years' time. I think another 10 days or 7 days, you'll hear news of us giving a larger exit to other investors, hopefully. So I think it's always a good feeling when you see success stories happening from here. In the last 5 years, I've seen 5 or 10 startups in Shark Tank India pitching from Calcutta, from Bengal, and doing well and raising funds. So I think this notion of no action happening here is a notion maybe built by us in the earlier stages. I think the youth of today, the Gen Z, the millennials are talking about walk the talk. They are not really bothered about what happened in the past. They believe that their destiny is in their hands. And I think anyone from Bengal, whether it's the youth of Bengal or it's the youth of India, I think everyone feels that they can get there and they can pursue their dreams. It's on to them as to how they get there, because challenges are there everywhere in India, I mean, we're a country where every city is like a country in a country. And we are so diverse, yet so united. I mean, this Cricket World Cup, I actually went to 5 different stadiums across the country, and whether it was a Chennai or whether it was a, Dharamshala, 2 different places. But, when you come for India together, I mean, the patriotism, the unity is like a unit. And, I think this is the best time to be in India, and a state like Bengal. I also personally feel that, all the other metro cities have got overexposed to an extent. I think the last 2-3 years and even now, I think Calcutta is where you are actually seeing the positive GDP happening, you're seeing the positive throughput happening. So a lot of juice that is going to come out from here, and I think one of the best places to invest. And you are seeing the Silicon Valley come in, you are seeing Infosys come in a big way, IT come in a big way. So I think there's so much happening. So we need to get rid of this notion of no action happening in Bengal for sure, if it exists.
That's why this kind of discussion makes a lot of sense, and I always encourage and want this kind of discussions to happen. So the more we disseminate this awareness and this feeling and this information, it's better. So what do you think?
If you permit, can I just pick up on something that he just said? Something you also mentioned earlier, that, people have a tendency of, or skilled people have a tendency of stepping out of Bengal. They tend to go to Bangalore or Hyderabad or Mumbai, wherever. So just two thoughts on that. One is we're in the process of building a design engineering office, a design engineering center here. And we find that so many of the people that we're getting, like seriously skilled engineers, they're all Bengalis who have, done their engineering from IIT Kharagpur or one of these Calcutta universities, and they've just gone out because they felt there was no opportunity here. And as soon as they see an opportunity to do something that they can genuinely add value to in their hometowns, there is nothing better than to come back home for them. And that opportunity is being created not just by us, but by thousands of other companies like us who are innovating, who are doing something new every day. As he mentioned, they've just launched the T on BGPS. That's something that's very new. As Sagar just mentioned, the number of employees that they have currently and the way they're growing, there is ample opportunity for people to come to Bengal, to stay in Bengal and to work in Bengal. So that's one thing. The second thought is I was actually traveling very recently and I met a few senior investors out of India. Funnily enough, 3 out of the 5 people I met were from Calcutta. One of them born and brought up in where we have our factory in Hind Motor. So it's not like the skill or the talent doesn't exist in Bengal. It's just that people choose to move out, which is something that I personally, I don't fully understand.
That's why we are wanting to make you the brand ambassador of people coming back, to the youth should come back. So Sagar, do you think Bengal has an optimal startup ecosystem?
Over the last 3 to 4 years, definitely yes. Maybe initially no. But I think the entire ecosystem has developed in a manner where, like they say, success is infectious, right? You've seen some success stories coming in. You've seen people being more approachable. See, Bengal has always had its warmth. I mean, I remember 10 years ago, 7 years ago, I think we reached out to Mr. Devashish Sen in HITCO, and he actually gave a full-fledged, to NASCOM, he gave a full-fledged warehouse for startups, for incubating startups, right? So I think we've always kept our arms open to welcome. It's just that I think the channelizing is happening a lot more now. A lot of startups coming up, a lot of investments happening in Bengal. Exits are also happening in Bengal, and the best part is that the other day I was there in Taj Bengal, and there was an event which was all about family offices investing in startups, right? So imagine now we've reached a level where family offices are not wanting to put their surplus capital into mutual funds, share markets, but also look at startups, right? So I think definitely, I know of someone, Mr. Salapuria, who is a boy from Calcutta and has done more than 100 startup investments, a person from Bengal, right? So I think active participation is there. It's just that I think we are now looking more inward than looking outward. And I think times are changing, and I think it's in the best interest of all.
Very well. Thank you, Sagar. So Prashant, we'll move to you. And Prashant is, of course, last year, Prashant was the chair of CII and I was his vice chair. And we have very different personalities, but like a Venn diagram, we found our commonality, and I think we had a very good year last year. And I have seen his passion about health sector really over the last year, and every time I interact with him. And so this sector about Bengal, this health sector, so every state has their innate comparative advantages, of course. So why do you think this sector has become so critical for Bengal, and what is the future of it in this state?
Thanks, Sucharita, and I'll just let the numbers do the talking. Not too much of stats, just some broad strokes. Sector is about $240 billion in India right now, and that converts to about 20 lakh crores, out of which hospitals is 60%, pharmacy and pharmaceuticals is 20%, 10% is diagnostics, and 10% is your medtech and other devices. So 60% of 20 lakhs is 12 lakh crores. Bengal population, inherent state population, close to around 10 crores, on a country of about 140 crores, is about 7% of the population. Just going by those numbers itself, it's a 1 lakh crore industry in Bengal by itself, of which even if we take the private sector to be 60%, which is some people may say it's higher, but on a conservative note, that's a 60,000 crore industry in our state. If you think of the top 10 hospitals of Bengal, if you imagine you're in your wildest of imaginations, what's the top line? All of them put together still don't cross 10,000. It's a 40,000 crore gap still there, number one. Number two, being the largest metropolis of about 15 million population, we have the largest concentration of doctors and very highly skilled at that. We have the best network of all the adjoining states and cities being connected with us. So Bengal, Calcutta per se, if you look at not just serving its own population, but also of the adjoining states, which Chhattisgarh is 3, so Bihar is 4, adjoining states are around 11 crores put together. The western part of Bangladesh, which has a propensity to come into Calcutta and Bengal for this medical treatment, is about another 7 crore or so. So all together, this put together is about 30 crore population, size of a country. So you have a patient base, you have a doctor base. What's lacking is the infrastructure. So if business houses decide to shun this perception, which I feel that, the perception of Bengal is what is similar to India's perception in the world. We are much discounted in terms of our perception compared to our capabilities. Now, if that infrastructure is created, and now with all these insurance and the schemes and all the other factors which are socioeconomically supporting the mass population to avail healthcare at private facilities, it's a huge, huge, huge market. So very simply put, do you want to create a business of demand? I mean, you want to create a supply where demand is there, or you want to create it where demand is already fulfilled?
So in terms of West Bengal, where do you think region-wise, if somebody wants to have a greenfield health sector project, where do you think is best suited, like the north of Bengal or the south of Bengal, say in Asansol, Durgapur? So where is the maximum?
So I feel that it would be a good idea to scatter it around. Peripheral areas of Calcutta could be one such geography. Then other cities which are quite underserved in North Bengal, central part of Bengal, southwestern part of Bengal. Those are areas which are very, very underserved, and that's an area where one could think of.
And you just spoke about medtech. So what do you think? Can Bengal attract a lot of medtech? Where is its positioning now in terms of medtech?
It's quite similar to auto. Auto has to have an ecosystem. It has to have ancillary, upstream, downstream, all put together. Medtech also operates in that format. Similar, so does pharma. Pharma can't just put up a factory in the middle of, let's say, Goa if I feel like it. No, I must have my upstream and downstream and the whole ecosystem to be to help us enable that. However, having said that, there's two great examples which I can take from companies based out of Calcutta, not manufacturing machines, but consumables. Now, medtech comprises of two aspects. One is the equipment part, one is the consumable part. Very recently, there was a company based out of Calcutta, Tarson's, which had its IPO.
I'm on the board of Tarson's.
Exactly. So you know the numbers much better than anybody else. For the audience, it's a 200 crore top line company with a market cap of around 4,000 crores. It's a brilliant example of success.
It is. So, so that makes a lot of sense, like the health sector with the pharma and the med tech. We're looking at a very, very bright...
And if I may add to that aspect, since this is an IT platform, most of the disruption has happened in healthcare delivery in the primary space. That means primary is the point where you don't have to be hospitalized. It's a diagnostic center or doctor's chamber you visit. Most of the disruption that has happened, whether it is home care, whether it is telemedicine, whether it is OPD consultation or diagnostics, has always happened in the primary space, which comprises about less than about 1/5 of the entire delivery system. The next biggest thing that's going to happen is probably going to be in the secondary and tertiary space. And that, I think, our geography is a great location for that to happen.
Perfect. And Prashant, I know you're also, and along with this is a connected question, there needs to be a lot of skill development. So I know you work with the government and even otherwise with respect to skill development in your sector at least, so just tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, so most of us have traveled all across the country, and have you ever been to a hotel where you have not found a Bengali staff? I doubt it. You will always find people from Bengal working in all over the world also. Yeah. Similar is the potential for healthcare workforce. We have a huge demographic population which is young and willing and eager to work. So if we are able to build the infrastructure of imparting education, both skill development-wise, short courses, or degree courses, long-term education-wise, then not only can we fulfill this gap which exists in our state, but we can also supply to the rest of the country. So it's a great case for somebody who is into education or into the healthcare space to venture into this space.
Thank you, Prashant. So I have 3 generic questions. These were all aligned to your sector, but these are 3 generic questions. I always maintain that Bengal has incorporated the principles of ESG, which is environment, social and governance, in the functioning of the state in the most admirable manner. And especially the women of Bengal, they have historically been ahead in most spheres in terms of being more educated, more financially empowered and leading from the front. So my question to you is, all of you belong to diverse sectors, and as I mentioned, you're in different positioning in your corporate journey. So do you all make a conscious effort for enhancing participation of women in the labor force in your organizations and sort of inculcate, even if it is not legally mandatory for your company to inculcate the concept of ESG already in your companies? Maybe all of you can speak 2 lines about it.
So, I can proudly say that we were one of the first QSR chains in the country to hire transgenders. So it's not just men and women. And today we have more than 200 transgenders on our payrolls. And initially there was a backlash from the entire community when we hired them because they felt that if they start working, others will also have to work. But today they are having respectable jobs. So, you know, some way or the other, I think it's not just about inclusivity because I think gone are the days when, you know, you have that cliche of, gender biasness. I think it's today about productivity. And, you know, we also have many of these employees, not just us, I think even brands like KFC, Pizza Hut, you'll see many of these employees who are specially abled. And a lot of development happening there. Our own Mr. Chandrasekhar Ghosh, he has an organization called Bandhan Foundation, which is only training women to go out there and work, and we work very closely with him. So, you know, I think everyone is doing their bit. Every industry is doing their bit. I mean, literally, I would say that unofficially we are actually running a training business and less of a food business because, you know, you have to train so many people time and again. So go to the rural area, hire them, and then, you know, that same lot is hired by a Subway or a KFC or by us. But honestly, I think, you know, ESG, you know, when you talk about EBITDA, you know, I think the first E out there is more of the emotional quotient than the earnings quotient because I think that takes your business to places. So, you know, as an entrepreneur, when you wake up every morning, you feel empowered that, you know, you're not just responsible for X number of lives, but also their families, and every decision has to work in the right advantage. And I think that is when the city where you're based out of, your headquartered city, your peace of mind comes into play. If you ask me, I personally feel very safe here. You know, I feel very secure here. And even if I've had challenges, if I've reached out to people, they've come forward and helped me. You know, even if I've felt that things have been unfair, I've reached out to someone more superior, and actually I've seen a resolution. So it's not just been, you know, वो होते ना हाथी के दांत दिखाने के होते और खाने के अलग होते हैं. It's not been that way. You know, people have walked the talk, and I think it's very important to have that, you know, that advantage of, you know, being communicative. Very important, I think.
Right. Maybe Rudra can speak because.
So I think, unfortunately, in the tea industry, the toughest job used to be done by women, which is plucking, and all the other jobs were done by men. So now, as we started with, you know, going to the top, in Lakshmi Group, over the last 5 years, we've had 7 new appointments at the chief CXO level. And out of that, 6 has been women. And going into the marketing, that has, you know, the person who heads our e-commerce, person who heads OBT retail, which is one of our group companies, the head of design in OBT, the marketing of Lakshmi Tea, they're women. But what we have failed to do so far is in the tea estates, in terms of the head of Lakshmi Township is a lady called Lakshmi as well. So, used to be in CII before. What we have failed to do is not enough assistant managers and managers are women, and that used to be something that, you know, they wouldn't be able to go and live in the tea estates, they will leave the jobs. But what we've done now is we've mandated that 50% of additional jobs would be women. So that is, once you start creating that environment of having women at management levels, it actually changes the culture in a tea estate.
Absolutely.
And that culture is important. One story which is not just Bengal, but pan-India. We, in our carpet and home furnishings business, was also 100% men. And many years ago, it's an interesting anecdote, so I'll share it. Obijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, when they were talking about randomized control trial, I asked them, why is it that women don't weave in India? They weave in Iran, they weave in other countries. So they actually did a 5-year study in OBT. And today, among 20,000 weavers, there are 4,000 women. And we actually went into the science of what was it? Is it that they weren't trained enough? You needed to have different workspaces, different hours. And we found a set of solutions that would enable women to work. So the reason I'm sharing this anecdote is it's not just, you know, motherhood and apple pie and say we want women to work. You'll have to create the infrastructure and technically understand what is preventing them from working. It could be that they're leaving the workforce at different times, you know, as they become mothers or, you know, and other. How do you bring them back? At what position? How do you ensure that it is not perceived as, okay, I'm going to lose 2-3 years of my work. And especially given that we are, we saw how we worked during the lockdown. We found ways to work. We were so flexible in our work. How can we be flexible to incorporate women? Because it's almost like we're talking about growth. Imagine India is a country with the lowest participation of women in employment. Imagine what that growth would be if that were fixed.
Totally, and when I have done a policy course with Harvard Kennedy, and there, one of the case studies, it was really an eye-opener. The reason why in that region, as he was saying, that it is important to go to the evidence, as we speak in policy terms. So, why the women of that region could not go to work is because they had no street lights. So something as simple as that, those are enablers, which can really push forward women into the labor force. So what about you, Prashant? Even in your sector, there are a lot of women.
Health sector, as we know, is very heavily bent towards nursing and bedside care, which is dominated by the female workforce. My organization is about 63-64% female workforce. And even in the top management, it's about 30% plus is the female workforce. One. Secondly, to answer your first question, inclusion of them in your overall strategy, overall growth, I believe in a service sector, service industry, the CEOs hardly make any active day-to-day contribution in terms of profit, loss, or growth. It's the frontline workers who do that, and you have to work via them. So if they're not part of your entire long-term vision, then it's very difficult to achieve what you want to achieve.
Tell me, Pritish, about you. You are really what I want to hear from you.
I think this is a question that you're best suited to answer, being, an example of what really a woman and woman-led organization can do, especially in a place like Bengal. But from our angle, it's actually picking up from what Sagar said. It doesn't matter whether it's a male or a female person doing that job. The job needs to be done. It's as simple as that, right? Earlier, yes, generations ago rather, there was for sure a concept that no men should be doing the work. Today, I don't think that exists anymore. And the reason I say that is we find that in our Uttarpada factory, we make traction motors, which is a very, very complex, very intricate item. It's all electronics, right? Today, just in that one particular shop, I would say over 40% of the workers who are doing the work are actually female engineers. And they're female trained engineers. And I'm telling you, they do a much better job than their male counterparts.
So women in manufacturing is a very big discussion.
Absolutely. I mean, in that factory, we actually did this analysis very recently. Almost 30% of the total workforce, white collars, blue collars, all included, are women. And as I said, they do a much better job than their male counterparts. We've all become a little bit lazy. But that hunger, that drive still exists, and they do a phenomenal job. So the question at hand is not whether it's a male employee or a female employee. The question at hand is who's better suited or who's more competent or more efficient to complete the task at hand. And women have the same opportunity as men, and they're actually cashing on it much more than their male counterparts. I think that's
can
what
I also draw a similarity between... Sorry, go ahead. So if you look at a homemaker, the dynamics which a homemaker deals with is very similar to the dynamics you deal with when you're running a business. You have budget constraints, you have market price fluctuation, you have HR issues. There are so many other uncertain issues. So if you can run a house nicely, it's almost the same skill set you require to run a business nicely.
We have different shifts where, you have a morning shift, evening shift, which the restaurant may be closing at 11 o'clock and earlier. I could see some discrimination happening on the managers not wanting to recruit women because they said, sir, closing nahi kar paate hain, to problem hota hai. So, there's this young karate champion from Calcutta called Aritri Dey. She represented India in the Commonwealth Games in karate, so we sponsored her. Now, obviously we sponsored her, and she was at an age where she could even work. So in a way to give back, she said, okay, I'll do one thing. I'll go and train all your women employees as to how to do self-defense. Yeah. And actually we conducted karate classes, workshops across cities. But we made it a point that, okay, up to 11 p.m. Women can work, because in most cities, except for maybe one or two which I don't want to name, we were very clear that, it's quite safe. And as long as, you have that self-defense mode in you, you can do it. Because at times, it's also the safety
Of course it is. So
aspect
these are
that comes into the
enablers.
mind, like how Rudra said that in tea garden is very difficult. But then also what it does now, it creates a biasness amongst the guy who's hiring, and that biasness is taken maybe in a very negative manner, and it's not good for the organization.
Is that the bell for us? Okay, 5 more minutes do we have post the bell? So yeah, because I want to ask this question because no discussion about Bengal is complete without discussing the MSMEs of Bengal. So we know that the state is home to 88.6 lakh MSMEs, second highest in the country, and substantial work is also done by the government of West Bengal through its MSME department and otherwise for, doing many things, including giving fiscal incentives. We have West Bengal incentive scheme, we have Bangla Shri. So as larger companies, maybe Rudra can answer this question, larger companies, what role and responsibility should one have towards these MSMEs for the integration, inclusion, awareness and all of it?
I think we buy a lot of things. We need to focus on which of those products can we buy directly. And that's something, localization, focusing on craft-based production, all of those are in any way becoming bigger trends. For us, if you go to the airport store of Makaibari, you'll see a lot of Lakshmi products which are not tea. There's turmeric, there's ashwagandha, and many other products which are coming from local areas, not produced by us, but certified organic through agencies, sourced by us, and then produced by us. What we would like, which we haven't yet found, is getting the right packaging locally done. So as a company, I think what we need to do is say, what are the products we are getting locally and what are the products we are not getting locally? For MSMEs, I think it's amazing that we have so many MSMEs. What we need to do as an MSME company is also have aspiration to get out of MSME and become a large company. It's great to be an MSME company and then have a target in 5 years, we will not remain an MSME company and we'll become a large company. And that's something that is going to happen more and more because of, there's concentration, there's, branding and many of those things. There will not be like, for example, there used to be a lot of different Momo shops in the past. There's a lot of Wow Momo shops right now. So that is going to happen industry after industry. So it's important that when you're doing well in a MSME context, how do you become a large company? And for that, finding support from large businesses.
Right. And because we are at INFOCOM, one technology question is a must. I recently attended a lawyers conference. Everywhere, though it was a very cerebral get-together of human intellect, but there was no discussion without technology. And even at the end of it, even Magic Circle firms were like trying to wrap their hands around whether to involve technology or not, and to what extent. So this man versus machine debate, if I can get some inputs from you, that what do you think we are looking at? Are we looking at replacement? Are we looking at disruption? What about the absorption of this massive young demography of our country in the workforce? How does it get affected?
So I'll just briefly say, when we came up with the 15 different products that we launched for Lakshmi package, other than the tea, the rest were actually through machine learning. We saw which are the products which had the highest demand and the highest growing demand. And then we cut off those products that a company like Lakshmi cannot make because it is not relevant. There's some boba tea and other things which grow more in Korea, so we just left that out. When we are designing, when we are using yellow, say the color blue, in the past we used to have 150 shades of blue. Now, through machine learning, we are saying that these are the 3 blues that are most trending. We are just nudging the designers to use those blues, and we've cut off the number of blues from 150 to around 15 or 16. So there's a lot of human plus machine opportunities.
Thank you so much. You want to say something?
In the healthcare space also. So one is consumption and second is on the delivery side. So we have about 3,500 SKUs which we stock. So at any given point of time, we have more than 30,000 varieties of item in stock in such a small hospital. So again, using AI and ML, we can reduce that. Even if we cut out 20% of our inventory, that's a massive saving on the cost, one. Second, on the demand side, it is any consumer service or product is now being consumed digitally first. So any company which is not getting up to that is risking obliteration.
So I know we're already out of time, so I'll keep it very, very short. There's a constant fear that with automation, jobs will go away. That's not true. It's just the nature of the job changes. in manufacturing, you can say that, let's say you put an automated welding machine. The job of a welder maybe goes away, but then you do require somebody to maintain, to operate that machine, right? So it's the nature of the job that changes. And as he said, it's a man plus machine thing, not a man versus machine thing. It just optimizes your efficiency, and that's good for everybody.
Thank you. So I have borrowed some few seconds, which gets over in another 36 seconds. And I know this panel, we are all very disciplined people. We want to stick to time. And I would conclude this session, but of course not without thanking ABP and the organizers for giving us this opportunity to discuss business in Bengal and Bengal on this platform. And I can vouch for all of us that we have grown up in Bengal. We've spent our childhood, all of us, and we do consider and really consider Bengal to be our Janmabhoomi, our Karmabhoomi, and we are more or less pledged to sort of help the country and the world shun any negative perception about Bengal by doing the good work that we are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I request Mr. Somnath Guha, Vice President, Production and Engineering, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our chairperson and moderator and our panelists here today. Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Sucharita Basu, thank you for moderating this session so beautifully. Thank you, Sucharita, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. We would like to thank all our panelists, Mr. Sagar Daryani, Rudra Chatterjee, Pritish Chaudhary, and Prashant Sharma. Thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting panel topic, Business in Bengal, Opportunities and Challenges. We thank our chairperson and moderator, Ms. Sucharita Basu, for this very interesting session. Thank you very much, ma'am. And we thank our panelists as well. We request you to kindly take your seats in the auditorium. We have a very interesting keynote now, that is scaling growth of MSMEs with digital transformation. That's a very, very interesting keynote session that we have, and our keynote speaker is Mr. Shantanu Mitra, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. May I request you to kindly remain seated? We'll request you, sir, can you remain seated, sir? 1 minute. We'll just give us a couple of minutes for the setup. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to start with this very interesting and important keynote for all of you. This is Scaling Growth of MSMEs with Digital Transformation. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Shantanu Mitra, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I request Mr. Shantanu Mitra to kindly come onto the stage and deliver his keynote address. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Nath. I'm not only happy, I'm emotionally very touched today because I started my career with the Anandabajar Patrika as a journalist. Thank you. In fact, I somehow got reconnected with the ABP after a long time last year, and it was the 100th year. Mr. Mohapatra knows I tried my level best, but because of certain official circumstances, I could not come. And I'm happy that it is the 101st year of the ABP, my first employer, and I'm here to deliver a lecture. তবে আমার কিছু ডিসক্লেমার আছে, আমি বাংলায় দিয়ে নিই, আশা করি বাংলা অনেকেই বোঝেন। একটা ছোট্ট কথা বলতে চাই। আমি যখন আনন্দবাজারে চাকরি করতাম, তখন যিনি চিফ রিপোর্টার ছিলেন, তিনি আজ আর নেই, তিনি বলতেন আমরা ফিরে আসলে রিপোর্টিং বা এমনকি ডেস্কের জবেও একটা মাখো মাখো করে লেখো তো, নাও আই ক্যানট ট্রান্সলেট ইট ইন ইংলিশ প্রপারলি। ইউ ক্যান সে প্রিপেয়ার এ ভেরি ডেলিশিয়াস পপোরি। When we used to come back after some reporting police beat, in fact I have done corporation beat many times, I have done police beat also sometimes as reporter, and I was for the first form, I was there not for very long, but and then I joined the government in the same year, that was way back in 1993. The incident of 21st July, I still remember, because I also was on the beat, and the other incidents on the 21st July that year, which later catapulted the present government to power and all. However, let me not feel nostalgic. I have come here for a very different reason. With due apologies to Mr. Rudra Chatterjee, who was here just a few minutes back, I will not say that the Bengali people do not know business, but the Bengali people have the habit of poking their noses into others' affairs. Nobody can deny it. At least I, as a Bengali, I cannot deny it, that sometimes I feel temptation, irresistible temptation to poke my nose into others' issues. There was this topic that business in Bengal, challenges and opportunities. Here I get this opportunity for the first time to say in public that I would request all of you and those who are from the West Bengal government or with connection to the West Bengal government, that tourism, one of the main attractions of Bengal, and tourism, one of the main motivators or income earners for Bengal, is to some extent neglected probably. This I am not saying as a central government officer, because whatever central government officers say, that is taken in a different way. Please don't take it that way. I am not a foreigner. Sometimes when I go to West Bengal government offices, I feel like a foreigner. I think I have come from Kenya or from Rwanda. That is the attitude of West Bengal government officers to central government officers in many cases. I'm personally suffered it because I'm for 30 years I'm in central government. So whenever I want to get any work done in Bengal, I immediately catch hold of my dear friends in WBCS, my dear friends in IS, then only my things get done. I get done, no doubt about that, but I do it in this way. Because the first thing is, oh, आप दिल्ली से आए हैं, मतलब बंगाली में, oh, दिल्ली থেকে এসেছেন, এমন হবে না, দাঁড়ান, দিল্লি থেকে আসাটাই অপরাধ। বাংলায় বলছি, সত্যি কথা বলছি, বাঙালি হিসেবে বলছি। Now, to come back to the MSME story. হ্যাঁ, সরি, আমি যেটা বলতে ভুলে গেলাম সেটা হচ্ছে tourism. That tourism should have, West Bengal tourism should have had a different tagline probably. We are sweet Bengal, and Bengal is full of sweets, no doubt about that. But how could we forget that we are mini India? This is the only state which has the Himalayas in the north and the sea in the south. So probably we could have said that it is mini incredible India. Or if you cannot visit any other place in India, please visit Bengal. Just an advice, just a suggestion, nothing else. Now I come back to, thank you. Now I come back to the MSME issues. I started my career as a journalist, as I told you. So the eye is always, forever, because of that journalistic training, the eyes are very observant, inquisitive, and typically, I look at everything with critical looks, with a critical stares, or not stares, but I look at everything very critically. MSMEs, I must refer to the discussion in the last panel. I think there must be some gap in information. যাহা বলিব সত্য বলিব, তথ্য বই, মিথ্যা বলিব না. That is my promise to you. And I'm not saying this as a central government officer again. I'm from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs presently, but I'm speaking about MSMEs. West Bengal is in the 9th position as far as the MSMEs as registered are concerned till September. If there is a change in September, I do not have the absolute figure. In September, whatever was presented to the department-related parliamentary standing committee, I have that figure. As per that figure, we come at the 9th position. And that's not a very proud position, because we are even less than Bihar. And it is absolutely as per the registration system, Uddam registration system. Mr. Rudra Chatterjee was saying that the MSME companies should grow big, they should not remain small. They cannot remain small. As per the previous MSME definition, it would have been possible for the MSMEs to remain small by fudging figures, especially investment. Their investment used to be taken at historical value. That is, 2,200 rupees investment in 1998 used to be equal to 200 rupees investment in 2008. However ridiculous it may sound like, it is true. It was true. And there used to be inspections to find out whether or not the investment has increased, and they are trying to suppress it. Now everything, for your kind information, from 2020 July 1, everything is directly with API from the income tax authorities. And I assure you, I'm telling you the truth, because the Uddam registration system has been created almost single-handedly by me, with one assistant director who was very intelligent, who is a very intelligent man. I could do it because of the blessings of my secretary, the then secretary, Mr. A.K. Sharma, who was actually Prime Minister's right-hand man. Later he left the IS and went to UP, joined politics and became power minister. But I have seen him as bureaucrat. He was a great leader as a bureaucrat also, and he gave us full freedom, gave me full freedom to do it. I suggested to him, sir, we should connect it through API to income tax authorities and income tax database to collect from income tax both income, that is turnover and investment. And there is, as per the new definition, if you see, there is exemption on exports. Those exports figure we take from GST. So no company can fudge anything. No MSME can do anything to remain small. If they are doing business, they are bound to go up to the next level as per the definition. However, the definitions have been changed. You must be knowing I'm not here. I do not think many people are interested in the MSME part. I think more people are interested in the digital part. Am I right? Or there are many people interested in MSMEs. Kindly tell me, because then my life also will be easier. You are interested in MSMEs. And 2, 3, not many, you see. So I will not try to talk about MSMEs much. I am just going through in brief because the organizers will not give me much time. I do not know how much time has already passed. Uddam, the MSME system is very much digital and digital friendly from one angle. Uddam registration portal, as I have already told you, you will have to give only your PAN, nothing else. From PAN, everything will be taken. Marketplaces such as India Mart or GEM are acting as catalysts to enable MSME access to markets. It's absolutely on the e-space. Open network, trade receivable discounting system, Trades is an institutional mechanism set up in order to facilitate the discounting of trade receivables of MSMEs from corporate buyers through invoice discounting by multiple financiers. The problem, let me just tell you in brief, that big companies, they use these MSMEs mostly as banks, but they are not banks, they are MSMEs. They lose their money because they delay. So the trade system takes those receivables and the financial institutions discount them and the MSMEs benefit from them. However, many MSMEs, especially the micro and macro, I'm sorry, I must tell you, micro is almost 97% of the total population now, and 2%, around 2% or more than 2% is small, and only 0.5% is medium. And you will be surprised to know how Uddam registration portal has helped us in getting the number of MSMEs right or increasing the number of MSMEs. In fact, West Bengal number also has increased from beginning. From 2016 to 2020, there was this system of Udyog Aadhaar Memorandum. You must be knowing, many people must be knowing about UAM, Udyog Aadhaar Memorandum. In 2022, July, one of the main points of Atmanirbhar Bharat package was the new definition. As per the new definition, it is Uddam registration number, URN now, and you won't believe that in 5 years we had a population of 1,02,000 MSMEs. And since 2020 July till today, it is 3.1 crore. Out of which, one is from Udyog Assist platform that is done by the banks, and 2.1 through Uddam registration system, Uddam registration system. Out of this 2.1, 33% around are traders who were earlier not there, mind it. 40% are in the services. Rest, around 26%, are in the manufacturing. There is open network for digital commerce. MSME Sambandh is there. MSME Sambandh is, well, the MSME ministry has public procurement policy. Now this public procurement policy, 25% of the public procurement must be from the MSMEs. That is the rule. That is the system. And government has made it, it was issued in 2012 but made mandatory from 2015. Today, you won't believe, it is 92,000 crores only in the first 9 months, first 8 months, that is till November. That is till November, 92,000 crores of business has been done by the MSMEs through government, from government. It was earlier, it used to be, 20, even though it is 25% minimum, but I assure you, even till 3 years back, I was there in the MSME till 3 years back, till 21 February, not even 3 years back. Till that time, it used to hover around 30%. Now, it is much more than that. So registration as MSMEs has its first advantage in public procurement. and that you can that system also is digitalized. There is the system of champions scheme which encourages digitalization. There is a system of Samadhan. I do not know whether you know about MSME Samadhan. MSME Samadhan is a very beautiful system. But there are many shortcomings. Now around 160 MSEFCs, it is called micro and small enterprises. It is not applicable to medium. In fact, public procurement also is not applicable to medium. Only micro and small can avail of these benefits. And this Samadhan is a very beautiful system that any MSME, any MSE which is not getting the money from the purchaser, from the buyer, can go to the MSEFC. Unfortunately, these MSEFCs do not have adequate legal power because after that the courts, it will have to go to the court of law. So, and it is slightly slow. Director Industries normally heads it. That is the system. But in this country, even 5 years, 6 years back, we were writing from the MSME ministry to all the state governments, please open MSEFCs, because all the state governments even did not have MSEFCs. And today, around 160 MSEFCs are there in the country. Many states have more than one. I do not know about West Bengal. Please forgive me because I do not have state-wise figures as of now. Now I come to the fintech issue. How much time do I have left? If someone, Pardon? Only 3 minutes 36 seconds I have. Another left 3 minutes 28 seconds. I didn't know. So about, I'm so sorry. 20 minutes. If you want me to talk about MSMEs, that is my passion. So how can I finish it in 20 minutes? But however, it was Mr. Mohapatra's dictate, and so I had to obey it. Now, another issue, what I'm saying about this, in fact, what I'm saying about is the international, let me cut short, about the digital part. We think of the digital like this, that the form should be digital, people should not go to the bank, and people should not go to the, so we have become digital. No, sorry. Fintech is not fintech in India. Even if the banks argue with me, I am ready for an open debate. Banks think, even Standard Chartered Bank, even foreign banks, and let alone the state-run banks, they think that having the form in the e-space, in the digital form, that makes them fintech. Fintech is not that. Fintech is to solve the biggest problem of the MSMEs of credit. Fintech is supposed to assess the creditworthiness of any person, especially an MSME, from the flow of income. Still banks and those who claim themselves to be fintechs, they still want mortgage of assets or money or fixed deposit. That's not fintech. India has not seen fintech as yet. If there is someone from banks, any bank, if someone wants to have a debate, please do come. Then I'll get some extra time also. Let me tell you in brief that I'm not talking about something, some dream. I have not created some, I'm not seeing some mirage or dream. It is there in many countries. Even in Kenya, can you imagine? Kopo in Kenya, there is one system, company. This Kopo in Kenya and Square in the USA, you can check from the net, they both provide similar customized services for SMEs like point of sales according to the businesses, and this provides adequate baseline data for digital financial service providers to extend loans. That is fintech. We do not have fintech. India needs fintech. Not only Bengal, the entire India needs fintech. Brazil's, in fact, all the digital and software companies which are serving the MSMEs all over the world, they are basically of two types as of now. One category of enterprises, they are teaching the MSMEs how they can avail more benefit of the digitalization, how they can access cloud, etc. That is the technical part. I'm not very clear. I do not have much knowledge about the technical part because I'm from economics background. And I have the liberty to say that I do not know how the vehicle is run when I'm driving the vehicle. How the vehicle is running when I'm driving the vehicle. My job is to drive the vehicle. And the bell. So the last point is another category of digital companies, they are doing this fintech. My only point is, my God, I've got 10 minutes. That is 50% extra. Thank you. So, thank you. So, UK's help to, then I can read out some more of these companies. Singapore, SMEs Go Digital Program. Singapore's INFOCOM Media Development Authority, there is an IMDA, launched the SMEs Go Digital Program in 2017 to help SMEs adopt digital technologies, build digital capabilities, and participate in the digital economy. More than 80,000 SMEs have adopted digital solutions from the program. This is the technology-oriented program. The program provides digital solutions, consultancy services, and training. It offers programs for SMEs like Industry Digital Plan, Start Digital, and Grow Digital. Square in the USA, Mola. In Australia, this is very interesting. In Australia, with a funding gap of more than $90 billion, Australian, a rising number of fintechs are offering tech-powered solutions like Mola, which offers credit decisions for businesses in under 24 hours. Let me know which fintech in India can offer loan in 24 hours. But this is possible. This is possible in this world of ours. And with the present technology, why are we not being able to do it? In fact, I was talking to the SCB manager. Incidentally, let me tell you something. I am in the habit of taking loans to run my family. You will ask me why. The reason is I created some assets, and because of that I'm paying heavy EMI, so I juggle loans. Probably more than 20, around 25 loans I have taken in my life. I do not know anyone is there who has taken 25 personal and home loans. I have done. So I know about the banks very well. That day, only 2-3 days back, I have taken a loan from Standard Chartered Bank. I can show you the proof also here from my SMS. The Standard Chartered Bank, the city head, came to meet me because they were talking about digital KYC and this and that, and the KVYC, or VKYC or something, whatever, virtual KYC. And I'm not very technology friendly that way. I know the use of technology, but I am not a very technology friendly man personally. So I told them I will not do it, redo it. They said your PAN card number is not clear. I said, oh, you told me that everything was clear. And now you are saying that you are not. So the city had visited me. So he had a chat with me for more than 1 hour. He narrated one great experience of the Standard Chartered Bank. Those who are doing high-ending banking, they are saying, before COVID and after COVID, the loan sanctioning of Standard Chartered Bank has become exactly double in terms of number. Can you imagine? Because now everything is digital. Yes, digitalization has helped speed up the banking process. But that does not mean we have become fintech. We have become a fintech economy. We still go by that old banking logic of assessing someone's creditworthiness in terms of house or money. You would laugh at me, but please let me tell you how ridiculous these systems are. Once when I was a director in the government of India in 2013 with more than 1 lakh rupees income, State Bank of India, Shillong, one branch in Shillong, refused to give me 2 lakh loans. Can you imagine? how ridiculous banking systems can be. In Australia, Moula, which offers credit decisions for businesses in under 24 hours after an average application time of only 7 minutes. By the way, in the Uddam registration system, I ensured that nobody takes more than 10 minutes. If someone has taken more than 10 minutes, please let me know. Any MSME which has taken more than 10 minutes to fill up the Uddam registration online form, may please let me know. Moula, which offers credit decisions for businesses in under 24 hours after an average application time of only 7 minutes, Moula will lend up to $250,000 with no assets required and no penalties for early repayment. Do we have any such system in India? We are talking about INFOCOM. We are talking about information technology. If information technology is only to shorten the time, then we are using only 1/5 potential of information technology. 4/5 of the potential is left out. Big Stone Finance, which with the ability to pre-qualify in under a minute, offers online asset and equipment finance applications to ensure quick and easy access to business loans, funding everything from coffee machines to cars and even medical equipment. The company offers 3 products: equipment loans, equipment rentals, and finance leases, with flexible terms and some credit decisions made in under an hour. All these are available on the net. You can see from the net. You can search for innovative fintech solutions in other countries. You can get all these. Now, I'll not give more examples. You all have internet and you can find out from there. My point is very simple. If we are talking about information technology, if we are talking about INFOCOM, if we are talking about MSMEs, then MSMEs need much more than what they are being offered today in terms of information technology services. They should be helped to it. I mean, just like international companies are doing, some companies are making solutions, some companies are creating innovative finance products. Beyond that also there is a universe. With 3.1 crore of MSMEs, can't we think of blockchain technology? Sorry, I'm illiterate in technology, but वही थोड़ा देखते पता चल जाता है. If you use blockchain technology, then you have probably the world's biggest market waiting for you. We need blockchain technology. I think everyone, I mean, since it is INFOCOM, I understand that blockchain technology, everyone knows better than I do. I could understand only one thing, that blockchain technology, every participant verifies the other participant's records, and then only it goes to an electronic ledger. Am I right or wrong? Right. Yeah. So, an entire market with logistics, supply, distribution, purchase, everything, and loan and credit, it all should be automatic. It all should happen in minutes, hours. That is the dream we have. In fact, when after the Uddam registration system, I was interviewed by the Doordarshan, and I said that it is my hope that in another 10 years, India will have the biggest market in the virtual space by application of blockchain technology on this. I once visited, I visited many places when I was in the MSME, just to understand the MSME sector. I had been to Chakradharpur. I called all MSMEs. In Chakradharpur, because it is a zonal railway headquarters, you must be knowing, and it is very near to Tata, there are machine parts industry, there are industries, industrial units, and incidentally, clothing. They sell to Kolkata, big companies in Kolkata at a very nominal rate. When 50 people turned up, not long back, it was in 2019, just before COVID, I asked them how many of them have MSME registration. They do not have MSME registration. None of them has MSME registration. They did not even know about MSME registration. This must be the situation in Bengal also, but Bengal is slightly aware. I suppose there is some problem somewhere. That is why Bengal is in the 9th position. Earlier, as per the earlier system, Bengal was not in the 9th position. Thank you. I think I have covered everything, more or less, whatever I wanted to say. Thank you. Any question from anyone? For that, they will give me time. Any question? I'm ready to field any question. No, thank you. That means I have been absolutely clear or absolutely hazy.
Just one moment, sir. Just stay on stage, sir. May I request Mr. K.K. Mahapatra, advisor of INFOCOM, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Shantanu Mitra. Thank you very much, Mr. Shantanu Mitra, for that very interesting session on MSME. There's much to know from your end about MSMEs because you have a plethora of knowledge on MSMEs along with the digital transformation. Thank you very much, sir.
I'll take one more minute. Just one more minute. It is nostalgic from another angle also. Ms. Tinath, I have seen her 15 years back anchoring in Guwahati. I didn't know that she was here. Only last night when I arrived here, I saw her in the corridor and I said, "You were here?" And she said, "I'm the anchor of ABP INFOCOM." So in that sense also, it was very, I could connect with her. I saw her anchoring. I never thought that she would anchor someday with uttering my name. Thank you, Ms. Tinath.
That's your phone. Thank you very much, sir, for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 1-hour break before Sri Sri's event. So we will request everyone to kindly vacate the hall. We'll have to do the setup for Sri Sri's session. So we'll request everyone to kindly move out from these doors here. And then once the doors open up, we will request you to come in. And once you come in, ladies and gentlemen, we will have to request you to kindly remain seated in your chairs and not go out while the session is on. So we request you to kindly go and enjoy your tea and coffee and return soon. Thank you.